13th Ed Leadership Conference and also happens to be the International Day for Education. This day, we bring to you some special presentations by some special children who are very close to our hearts, and I'm sure they will touch your hearts as well. Let us begin our day with the morning prayer. I request all of you to please join us in remembering the Almighty.
नमस्ते नमस्ते हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते 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 हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते ए डोंट वरी सब हो जाएगा ठीक स्ट्रॉन्ग बनो डोंट बी वीक ज़मीर हम लोगों का मैला हुआ है इसीलिए वायरस ये फैला हुआ है सब स्टॉप हो गया सेंसेक्स ड्रॉप हो गया मत करो तो कितना पैनिक डूब जाएगी फिर टाइटैनिक ट्रैवलिंग को रोक दो इस वायरस को ठोक दो जोक नहीं सीरियस है ये मैटर मिस्टीरियस है डोंट गो आफ्टर बकरी खाओ दाल सब्जी ज्यादा खाओ भीड़ भाड़ में कम जाओ ट्रिम हो जाओ जिम जाओ गले लगाना हाथ मिलाना सब छोड़ रही है पब्लिक दुनिया भर की अब हाथ जोड़ रही है हाथ जोड़ना बोले तो नमस्ते नमस्ते तुम भी सब करो ना फिर खुल जाएंगे रास्ते नमस्ते नमस्ते हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते 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 हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते 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 हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते 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 हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते
And now, please allow me to invite Ma'am Roli Tripathi, who is the co-convener of the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable. She is also the head training and programs at Global Education and Training Institute, head innovation and quality management at Getty and supported schools. Over to you, Roli ma'am.
Welcome each of our esteemed guests and all you participants. And thank you for making this conference a phenomenal one. Over the past 3 days, the Getty team has been overwhelmed by the response we received from you in the form of your presence in the different roundtables and all through. It's been a reflection of a common passion towards shared goals and ideas. Well, this 24th day of January And the fourth day of the 13th Ed Leadership International is dedicated to foundational literacy and numeracy. The Sustainable Development Goal 4 that aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all is what we shall be keeping in our mind as we conceive this last day and follow our mission today. When we chose the theme of the conference, we decided to end this conference with a new beginning, a stronger commitment. And on this last day, we begin a journey connecting to the roots through deliberations on foundational literacy and numeracy. Understand the power of change and inspiring the teacher within us all towards channelizing our efforts towards providing the basic human right of literacy, not leaving anyone behind. Let's make literacy and education a reality for children throughout the world as the world celebrates today the International Day of Education. On the first day of the conference, I expressed our pleasure that the strongest and the most passionate are with us, have been with us. They have been by our side, supporting us through all our endeavors. And surely we need more people like them by our side in our journey from here onwards too. But today, with great pride and gratitude, at the same time, we welcome our chief guest for the day, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of Defense, Government of India. Shri Rajnath Singh Ji is a veteran Indian politician serving as the Honorable Minister of Defense, India. He has previously served as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, the largest state in the country, and also in the role of a cabinet minister. His previous portfolio has been the Home Ministry of the nation. With dedicated years of service to Indian politics, we see him much more beyond in many other roles than his political garb. And we really thank him and we express all our heartfelt gratitude to him as he joins us today this morning in this last day of the conference. And I would like to reiterate, last day of the conference, but at the same time, the point where we begin a journey afresh, seeking support from each one of you in the global community to be by our side and support our initiative and this campaign towards literacy. Over to Shri Rajnath Singh Ji.
समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि देश के यशस्वी रक्षा मंत्री माननीय श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी का हम हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हैं। राजनाथ जी एक लोकप्रिय जननायक, कुशल संगठनकर्ता और प्रखर वक्ता हैं। आप विलक्षण संगठनकर्ता हैं। वर्ष 2000 में आपको उत्तर प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री नियुक्त किया गया। इस दौरान आपने सरकारी सेवाओं में आरक्षण का लाभ अन्य पिछड़े वर्ग और अनुसूचित जाति के सर्वाधिक जरूरतमंद लोगों को पहुंचाने के लिए सार्थक प्रयास किए। श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की सरकार में श्री राजनाथ सिंह ने भूतल परिवहन, कृषि और खाद्य प्रसंस्करण जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विभागों का दायित्व संभाला। श्री राजनाथ जी लोकसभा में लखनऊ का लगातार दूसरी बार प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहे हैं। केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री के रूप में आपने आतंकवाद और नक्सलवाद पर नियंत्रण पाने में महत्वपूर्ण सफलता हासिल की। रक्षा मंत्री के रूप में आपने सेना का मनोबल बढ़ाया है और रक्षा सामग्री के उत्पादन में मेक इन इंडिया योजना को प्रभावी ढंग से लागू किया है। आप जैसे कुशल प्रशासक और लोकप्रिय राजनेता का हम पुनः हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं।
आयो रे आयो रे आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। छायो रे छायो रे छायो रे, हृदय में आनंद छायो रे। मानवता की मूर्ति आप है, अनुपम काम किए हैं। कठिन परिश्रम और लगन से निर्णय सदा लिए हैं। अनुपम है उत्साह समय मन भावन आयो रे। शुभ दिन आयो रे आज रे शुभ दिन आयो रे आज रे शुभ दिन आयो रे.
My dear brothers and sisters, at the outset, I congratulate Sri Jagdish Gandhi and the City Montessori School for organizing the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable 2021 in Lucknow. The theme of the conference is the power of change, inspiring the teacher within. And I think there could not have been a better one, at least for this year. The outbreak of COVID-19 posed a grave threat to the entire humanity. In the first few months of the outbreak of this epidemic, the entire humanity was staring at an uncertain future. Nobody was sure how and when we will be able to defeat this deadly virus. But gradually, with grit and determination, we all fought. And today, we are about to defeat this deadly virus with the invention of a host of vaccines across the globe and inoculation process underway in India. And this has been made possible only because of our ability to invent and innovate, and most importantly, to change and adapt. Change is the only constant, and last 1 year has taught all of us about its inevitability and necessity to prepare ourselves for this. And I think it should motivate us to prepare our children and our youth to face any challenge that any sudden change brings with it. And I think here the most important role will be played by the teachers. It is the duty of the teachers to mold young minds so that they think differently. The teachers have to inspire youth to look for out-of-the-box solutions. The teachers have to motivate young minds to leave beaten path and chart a new trajectory. And for this, we have to inspire the teacher within us. Our youth is propeller of amazing innovations and are behind the success stories of many successful national and international ventures. The entrepreneurial skills of Indian youth have been acknowledged and celebrated across the world, and the host of India's startup success stories narrates the passion and enterprise of our young minds. India is at the cusp of major change, and our youth is the biggest driver of this transformation. And to prepare them for playing a pivotal role in this transformative journey, education will have to play the most important benefactor and guiding force. And in this regard, I want to highlight the importance of the new education policy, which replaced the 34-year-old education policy last year. The most important aim of this new education policy is to ensure holistic development of children and youth, comprehensive development of personality of youth. It is based on concepts of equity, quality, and accessibility. It aims at fostering innovation and creativity. It complements one of the Sustainable Development Goals adopted by United Nations member states in 2015, which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all. Our new education policy seeks to identify and foster the unique capabilities of each child by promoting creativity and critical thinking to encourage logical decision-making and innovation. And I think this is the most important prerequisite for facing the challenges of changing times. I am glad that deliberations taking place at the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable is centered around these concerns. And I am sure that the outcome of this conference will help parents and policymakers, guardians, and government to help our youth prepare for real-life challenges. I have been aware of the work of Dr. Sunita Gandhi through Global Dream Shala and the very innovative 30-hour literacy and the numeracy toolkit, which is a highly scalable model of literacy that works to improve the literacy of children in school, children out of school, and adults who are illiterate. I want to congratulate her and her family for the Gandhi family's contribution to the field of education and literacy. I also wish to congratulate Dr. Sunita Gandhi, convener, 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable, the organizer, and the entire team of Global Education and Training Institute for organizing this conference with so many passionate educators from across the globe. The institution, Global Education and the Training Institute, now emerging as India's premier institute, is making a remarkable difference to the training of teachers and education leaders in India and internationally. This is the need of the hour. There is no better way to improve education than through vision-led training of teachers. I congratulate Dr. Sunita Gandhi and the Global Education and Training Institute today for this initiative. And with these words, I thank everyone associated with the 13th Ed Leadership Roundtable and wish for its grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajnath Singh ji. From us, from Getty, we are humbled, and once again, thank you for this acknowledgement and all your support. Education, as you said, is preparation for life. And yes, the teacher's role is pivotal. Of the hour is to inspire the teacher within us all and to keep enkindled that light, that flame within us to serve the next generation and in all ways possible. We know that change does not necessarily assure progress, but progress implacably requires change. Education is essential to change, for education creates both new wants and the ability to satisfy them. The need is just to initiate efforts, to integrate, and the aim must be to address. And I feel it's time I request Dr. Sunita Gandhi today, as the founder of Devi Sansthan and Global Dream Shala, a fervent group with a vision, where she calls herself a lead worker, to take over from me here and share this day's objectives as we celebrate the International Day of Education. We welcome Dr. Sunita Gandhi, ma'am.
Dear most eminent guests, today's sessions, the last day of Ed Leadership International Roundtable. It is indeed a roundtable because we are gathering together from our various spaces, forming a big circle of change. Change is the watchword. We've been thrust into change. We resist change normally because we like to be in our comfort zones. And our comfort zones are limiting our potential. What we have been given the opportunity by the pandemic is to think differently, think dramatically differently, and do things dramatically differently in education. It's not about incremental change. The new education policy of India is transformational. It's not agenda as usual. Of course, it took many years to come to it, but the new education policy is candid and clear. The goal is literacy and numeracy for all children. That means up to grade 3 proficiency in being able to read, write, and do arithmetic to the grade 3 level is the foundational level that every child, every adult must have in the new education policy. And these are the goals, the minimum goals of the SDG 4, goal 4. We keep pushing back the goalposts because we are still struggling as to how to make this all possible. India has made great strides from the time it became independent from the British rule. And yes, indeed, nearly 75% of our population is literate, but there's a whopping 25% that is not. World over, even in the most developed of countries, the skill for literacy is definitely needing improvement. Why is it so difficult? Can something be done about it? What can be done about it? How do we indeed create the circumstance for not just ordinary slow progression towards literacy, and that is literacy within our schools, literacy out on the street with children who are out of school, and literacy of the adults? How can we ensure that all these people and children are made literate, not just over a 20-year span, but within the next 3 to 5 years? I'd like to humbly suggest that we should look at how in many countries, including in our own country, we have seen dramatic change in literacy levels through one phenomenon called a people's movement. So when we look at Ernakulam in Kerala, it became the first fully literate district of India. And that was almost, just over 30 years ago, 1989. How did it happen is because a group of people, and that's where change always begins, is when you have a group of thoughtful, committed people who want to bring about change and put all the energies into that change. They decided in Ernakulam that literacy was possible, but with 3 preconditions. Number one, that it should be a time-bound mission. And now that's something we have not done. We've done it for Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. We've done it for some of the other things. But here we need to work on the idea that we can accomplish literacy through a time-bound mission led by the government. So government, clearly we need you, Rajnath Singh ji. We need all the people at the topmost levels of the government, and a request to Shri Narendra Modi ji, our most amazing Prime Minister of the country of India, the biggest democracy in the world. We, the people of India, are ready. People meaning ordinary people like us, ordinary people who are in schools, in corporations, in NGOs. People everywhere in India are ready. They're willing to put their force behind, they're willing to put their time into literacy, but we need someone to lead the way. And that would be the government. If government decides that this is the call of the day, this is the need of the hour, and clearly the new education policy is very, very clear on it, I know, we know, and that's just from the pages of history, not just in India, but in so many other countries, that when there's a people's movement led by the government in which, and that's the second precondition, in which every segment of society is involved. So a time-bound mission in which every segment of society is involved will lead us towards phenomenal, overnight improvement in literacy at a phenomenally low cost. There is no cost when people are giving their own time. People are willing, they want to contribute to India's development, they want to contribute to the world's development. And I think these movements have shown that, like in Vietnam, in Taiwan, in China also. And the third prerequisite, which we see in China, what happened? See, you see a lot of economic development is linked to literacy. We have seen that data again and again from countries at the macro level. The World Bank reports, the UN reports, they all show that when literacy is high, economics of that country is better. So it even leads to better economic development when the country is more literate. So the third prerequisite of a people's movement is a quick way to make people literate. That means the primers or the process that is used to make people literate is simple, easy, and fast. This captures the imagination of everyone, including children. Children can be involved in such a mission. And children can lead change. So I go to an individual and say, how about you give your time to make somebody literate? Instead, I go to a principal, that is most of you here. And I say, please think of this as a project. And you say, great, my 1,000 children are ready, rallying behind this project, and we will do it. And this is something of a similar nature that took place in Lucknow in 2014. So I'd come back to India with the view that maybe I can make a small contribution. I'd spent 26 years abroad. I'd worked for the World Bank for 10 years as an economist and a project manager. And as a policymaker, I have worked with several countries by God's grace and learned a lot of ideas. I felt I could probably put them to use in India. And with all those thoughts in mind, I left my World Bank job, which nobody, and you know that, nobody in their right mind would leave a World Bank job. But I decided to give that a quit and come back and serve in India with my family, helping support their work here in Lucknow, which is obviously very, very phenomenal with peace education, world citizenship education, the Nara of Jai Jagat, inspiration beyond an ordinary human being can expect. So growing up to a family of educators, working in the trenches, in the villages and the slums, and then having the opportunity to study abroad, and then coming back to India after working at the topmost policy levels, I felt that I could make a contribution. But I feel that I have fallen short because so much more can be done, much more can be done. So what happened in 2014 is that I gave up everything else and I decided to work on a literacy toolkit posing 3 most impossible questions. And a lot of things happen, a lot of change comes when you are posing impossible questions. For example, though it takes 3 years or maybe more to make a child or an adult come up to grade to read, there are government programs in which the adult illiterates are being able to learn in 6 months. But it's a struggle. 2 hours every day for 6 months is a lot of time commitment for an adult. For children in school, the first year is spent more or less learning about swar, which is the first level of vowels, if you like, of the Hindi language. And the second year is spent learning the consonants, the vyanjans. And the third year, then the children start to read. We find that many a times that foundational level of literacy, being able to read, is not possible even after 5 years of being in school. So it's an enigma. Why is it not possible? How come we're not able to make children literate in 5 years? So they should be able to read flawlessly, understand text, be able to interpret text, and not just comprehend it, but be able to answer questions from that text. So the impossible question 1 was, is it possible that a person can be made literate, that's the impossible part of it, in 1 month? Is this possible, or is this an oxymoron? A wishful thinking. That was question number 1. Question 2 is, can this be done by anyone meaning even a child of age 10 who knows how to read, or an adult at grade 3 level who knows how to read, can anyone teach anyone? That was impossible question number 2. And the third question was, because time is of paucity, especially I was looking at adult illiterates, that can this be done not by doing 2-hour lessons a day, or as in a school, 1 period a day, which is 40 minutes a day for a whole year and number of years, that this could be done in 15 minutes per day. 3 impossible questions. And somehow, with having been very fortunate to have done a course in physics all my life, I've become very experimental about things. So I invited illiterate people to my office, and I started to try out ideas with them with their permission. And there was the eureka moment when I realized we need to convert education in a dramatically different way, upside down. So we'll be discussing how that works, what is it, in the next sessions. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, but frankly, this was just unbelievable what we saw. And I wanted to test it out. So we then went to 3 different groups of people, starting with children. Can children teach was the first question we tried to answer. So the long and short of it is, and I want to summarize, that look, the only way to make India literate is through a people's movement, and there's no other way. And this has to be a time-bound mission. For example, we say next 2 years, the entire country, all children, all parents, all school heads, all universities, all colleges, all corporates, all NGOs, all human beings, women at home, retired persons, you name it, every single person in India takes on the mission of making people literate. It's simple, it's easy. This toolkit is working. It's called Global Dream. And now we've around it set up what's called a Global Dream Shala. And basically, it meets everyone's imagination. It's zero cost literacy at one level, because now we're putting a whole bunch of videos together on a portal, and anyone can just download and start teaching with those videos. We have an app that's coming up. And we also have, and these are new recent developments, we also have the original toolkit, which is a physical toolkit, which I'll share with you and show you later in the day. And with that toolkit, which is just a 50 rupee toolkit to print, we can revolutionize literacy, because one of the 3 ingredients of a people's movement is an easy to implement toolkit. And this toolkit, with this toolkit, it only takes 30 hours to make an individual literate and numerate, with 15 hours literacy and 30 hours literacy and numeracy. So I don't think there is a faster way. We've tried it since that time. 450,000, that's 450,000 children have taken the toolkit across different parts of India. The toolkit is available in 13 Indian languages. That includes Urdu and English as well. And with it, work has been going on in different parts of the country. For example, we have some groups involved in Hyderabad that are doing an amazing amount of work on this. And this includes MS Education and some foundations. We have also cooperated with school education in collaboration with Magic Bus and Pratham in Mumbai and Bangalore. We have got school chains like Millennium Schools across the country. They have taken it up. We've got schools across the country sporadically here and everywhere in Pune, Maharashtra, and so many places. And more schools are adopting it. And I invite you to look at this as something not just to make people literate, but as a vehicle for the transformation of children's character. There is no better way to improve character than to engage people in change, which is real life. The person sitting right in front of you and you're teaching them. You learn so many more values than you would learn in a classroom, reading stories and answering questions based on stories, or doing role plays even, or doing so many things we do. Put them in the context of a real life experience, like transforming a person's life. And through such an incredibly simple project as it has been made, with just 30 hours of commitment over a year, the child can give, it can be slotted in. Though for the learner, it is better that they come daily. So we put a rotation of children in a classroom context. We'll share with you some videos along the way, and you will see how these kids are making people literate and in the process becoming transformed human beings. And one example is my own daughter, Komal Gandhi, who has last year been acknowledged by her entry in India Book of Records, and she's been selected as top 20 of 2020. And this is because of her work starting at grade 9 when we started this project. And up until now, she has been doing tremendous work with literacy, and not just literacy, she has changed her life's direction. She lives simply and thinks amazingly in the direction of service. And I think that transformational power is within such a small kit that costs just 50 rupees or zero. So it is all about change, and it's all about dramatic change. It's about transformation, and it's not about incremental change, which is going to take too long as it has taken in the past. So with that note, I'd like to pass it back over to my colleagues here. Thank you so much for entertaining me, and I look forward to more deeper engagements with you in the next session. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Friends, the fire of literacy is created by the spark between a child, a book, and the person reading. Literacy, which involves reading and writing both, can be well described in these words. Reading is breathing in and writing is breathing out. On that note, we proceed further with the 13th Roundtable, a movement for literacy that needs you, which is to be presided over by Mr. Dilip Thakur. We welcome you, sir, at this platform as the speaker for the 13th Roundtable, as the chairperson for the 13th Roundtable. Mr. Dilip Thakur, who is the bishop at Cotton School, Bangalore, is also the founder editor of Business India magazine, founder editor of Business World magazine, and director and CEO Datamatics Direct from 1989 to 1997, which is India's largest mail company. Since November 1999, Mr. Dilip Thakur is the publisher and editor of Education World, the human development magazine. Education World is India's, perhaps Asia's, first education news and analysis magazine with a national readership comprising of academics, parents, and high school students. Their estimated readership is about 1 million across the country. In November 2020, the magazine completed 20 years of uninterrupted publication. The corporate mission statement is to build the pressure of public opinion to make education the #1 item on the national agenda. Over to you, Mr. Dilip Thakur, to chair this roundtable.
Does it come? Hello, good morning. Very pleased to be here. I'm sorry, I'm having some connectivity difficulties. I hope everybody can hear me. Am I audible to you? Hello?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible. You're audible.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, you are.
Okay. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. And to this great conference. It's been going on for 4 days from what I understand. And so the subject that's been chosen for this morning's discussion is very important. And the subject is a movement for literacy that needs you, presumably stating that everybody should be involved in educating the nation. And this is something that in education world, we 100% agree with. And we support it fully, and we have a distinguished panel of speakers today. We have a distinguished panel of speakers who are going to speak to elaborate on the subject. They're from different countries, from Jordan, from Samoa Islands, from Brooklyn, USA, and Nepal, and Spain, and also from the Sudan. Now, let me introduce the speakers. The first speaker, yes. Let me introduce the speakers one at a time as they present their subjects. The first speaker is Rana Dajani, who's from Jordan and also from the US. She has a distinguished curriculum vitae. She's a PhD, a molecular biology scientist. She's a molecular biology scientist from the University of Iowa, currently a fellow at the Jepson School of Leadership in Richmond, Harvard Radcliffe Fellow, a Fulbrighter. Oh, it's a very long list. Visiting Scholar Program, Jordan to the United States, 2012. Eisenhower Fellow, Professor, former Center of Studies, Hashemite University of Jordan, Yale, Cambridge, visiting professor, world expert on the genetics of Circassian and Chechen population in Jordan, advocate for biological evolution and Islam, speaker at McGill University and Massachusetts Institute of Technology, organized the first gender summit for the Arab world in 2007, one of the most influential women scientists of the Islamic world, 12 among 100 most influential Arab women in 2015. And she also is at the King Hussein Cancer Institute for Career and Biotechnology Award 2009, 2016 Changemaker Award celebrating 70 years of the Fulbright program, and currently president of the Society for the Advancement of Science, Technology, and Innovation in the Arab world. Indeed, we are very privileged to have Ms. Rana Dajani to start the proceedings of this panel discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction and for inviting me to participate in this conference today and on this day of celebrating International Education Day. I'm going to start by sharing my screen. Here we go. So the title of my talk is Seeing What Everybody Sees, but Thinking What No One Has Thought. This is a famous saying by a Nobel Prize winner of physics, and I'm as a teacher, I will ask you to figure out what is his name. And this is the hallmark not just of scientists, but of social entrepreneurs, of teachers, of all humans as well. And that's why I use this premise to actually look at the education landscape and try to understand what we've learned in the past, what we can do going forward into the future to do system change for education and other sectors to achieve SDGs and create a better life in the future. And this is part of our evolution, to be curious and to see what everybody sees, but to think what no one has thought. Now, so that you would listen to what I say, I'm going to introduce myself in a slightly different way than our esteemed moderator has introduced me. I like to say that I play 5 roles in my life. And usually in English, we talk about roles, we wear different hats. But since I don't wear a hat, I wear a scarf, I will talk about my 5 scarves. So the first scarf that I wear is that I'm a mother. And I think that's the most important role I can play, or any parent can play, in bringing up the next generation of children. The second role is that I am an educator. I was a school teacher for 10 years. And I think the second most important role any human being can play in society is being a teacher. Because our children, if they're not spending their time at home with their parents, they're spending them at school with their teachers. So teachers are extremely important in playing a role in bringing up the next generation. My third role, as I'm a molecular cell biologist and I work on epigenetics of trauma and genetics of ethnic populations in Jordan. And this has led me to a number of things outside the classroom and outside the lab. For example, developing a law in Jordan for regulating stem cell technology and research. So this is an indication to that our roles are not restricted to where we are, that we need to think outside how we can use our experience and expertise to influence policy to create a better life. My fourth scarf is I'm a social entrepreneur. And this will be the major topic of what I'm going to talk about today, being the founder of We Love Reading. My fifth scarf, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I invite you to read the book that I wrote that talks about the 5 scarves, and that leaves you with some mystery to guess what the fifth scarf is. So in the spirit of evolution, not just that we are curious and that's how we survived, but we were also storytellers. And that is also another reason we survived. So, in the past, I think in millennia, I believe there were 2 groups of people. There were a group of people who sat around a fire and told stories. And there was another group of people that frowned on those who were telling stories and told them that they were wasting their time. But you can imagine which one of those 2 groups are the ones that survived. It was the storytellers. So in the spirit of evolution, I'm going to share with you a story so that we can learn how to be teachers and influencers. This saying by Dalai Lama was said in the beginning of the 21st century, that 200 million people have died in wars. Clearly, there's something wrong with our system of education, because apparently it's not the illiterate and the uneducated who have been creating these laws. And this points to the challenges of our education system and how it has not been updated since for a long, long time. It stayed the same and hasn't changed. And since the theme of this conference is about change, we all hear when we want to change a system, the bureaucracy, the impossibility, that this is a dinosaur, there's no way to change, whether it's funding or time or policy. But I think with the corona and COVID-19, I think what we've seen are 2 things. One, that it has shown us how the school system and education system cannot hold up, because we see now how all the schools are closed, education systems have fallen apart, children are out of school, parents are struggling. But at the same time, there's a silver lining here. COVID-19 has shown us that the impossible is possible. What people considered not possible to do, a red tape that can be broken is now broken, and we can actually create change and we can do the impossible. So from that spirit, I want to see what is it that we can do. If we're going to do system change, what are those pivotal points that we want to address? We don't want to just create band-aids to fix the system. We want to do fundamental system change that will allow us to reimagine a whole new future. And this, to me, is trying to find those pivotal points. And that pivotal point is motivation. It's because most of our students are not motivated. They are not interested to learn. And as you can see here, education is not the filling of a pail, it's the lighting of a fire. So the question becomes, how do we light that fire? And I call this education resilience. How do we foster education resilience so that our students want to go to school, want to learn, not because they have to, but because they really want to. And this is basic marketing. If somebody wants something, they will go and seek those opportunities. But if you don't want them, you're never going to go there. And this will create not just people who want to learn, but also lifelong learners that go beyond the school and beyond the time spent in school. Now, in order to do this, it's not enough just to know how to read. It's about wanting, right? Wanting that motivation. And we know to reap the benefits of literacy. First of all, what are those benefits? Those benefits of not just a wider imagination, increased vocabulary to express ourselves, learning about other people and other cultures, but more importantly, when we learn not just to read, but to read for fun, we want to become the heroes we read about. And when we want to become the heroes we read about, we become the change makers and creating a difference in our community and taking charge, because ultimately, the objective of any education system is to create change makers, responsible citizens, global citizens who see themselves as change makers to make a difference in their community. However, to reap those benefits, children have to love to read. So the question that I wanted to ask my community and my society and the world and myself is, how do we make children fall in love with reading. People read for school, but it's boring, or for religion for other reasons. But how do we make them fall in love with reading? And through observations and research, we found out that you do that by having a role model, a parent, a mother, a father, a caregiver who are reading aloud to the children in a fun way, together, in a human-human interaction, in a way that very, very early, even as early as the mother's pregnant, because what happens is that the neurons in the brain of the child, as they're making those connections, are building an association between the feeling of security and happiness and reading that stays with them when they're older. So when they're sad or when they're happy, they want to read because it gives them this good feeling that goes back to when they were growing up. So I found the solution. The solution to planting the love of reading in children is by having adults read aloud to children. So how do we actually do that practically? Do we pass a law? Well, nobody's going to listen necessarily to the law. Do we knock on every door? That's impossible. So what we did is we thought if we could train one person in the neighborhood to gather the children in a public space, which could be a place of worship or under a tree or in your home or a community center, and read aloud to them in their native language, not in another language that's boring and difficult and homework. No, in their native language, stories that are from their culture so they can identify with it and build their identity and feeling of pride, and from their local culture on a regular basis. And then the children can take those books home and start reading with their own parents. So this is about changing mindsets through reading to create change makers. And we called this program, We Love Reading. And what it does is that it trains women and men and youth from age 16 to 100 years old how to read aloud as an art and how to set up these reading aloud sessions in their local neighborhood. These are volunteers. Nobody pays them, and they're doing it because they want to, not because they have to, because they have this feeling of responsibility and feeling of agency that we don't need anybody to come and save us. We can help ourselves. And so the journey that these, we call them We Love Reading ambassadors, take is that they decide to attend a training, which is a very simple 4-hour training that we have, because of COVID-19, moved online and translated to 10 languages. And by the way, Hindi is one of those languages. On a very low bandwidth mobile platform that anybody could download. And then after they learn how to read aloud and find the steps of becoming social entrepreneurs in their own right, because they have to create this reading space, they find the space in the kids, they talk to their family, and they gain community support. And then they host their first reading aloud session. And then this becomes fluency and then mastery. And now they start reading aloud on a regular basis. And we have people who have been doing this not just for a month or months, but actually for years with no financial sustainability. They figure out how to do it because they're doing it for themselves. And we connect them all through a virtual platform, a virtual community, so that they can share information, share their stories, and help each other on a peer-to-peer fashion. And because of Corona, this program has now spread to many countries around the world. But most importantly, the sustainability of the program is because of the agency and the ownership and responsibility. And most importantly, we have seen this in the most vulnerable communities. And I'm speaking of Jordan in the refugee camps, where refugees we've tested it there, which is the most vulnerable place, where they wander with no hope, with no aim, and no clear future. But when they started taking the We Love Reading training and found a purpose in their life, they not just discovered their own potential, but they also had hope and built their own resilience, and therefore helped their mental health. So this is a program that not just works on literacy and education, but also works on mental health. And this empowerment, we call this our secret sauce, because most organizations and programs, when they deliver a program, they complain that people don't pick it up. But in our case, they do, because of that feeling of agency. So from one person in one neighborhood reading to a few children that go back home and impact their parents and their community, it has become a social movement. And as we said, it impacts early education because we're starting early. It reduces mental health and burden, which is very important, both of these points. Because of COVID-19, there are no schools. And so children need to be engaged with learning in a fun way. And so We Love Reading becomes a placeholder to keep them engaged until there's school, or even if there isn't school. They will seek opportunities to learn because they want to. And it helps reduce their mental health. And the adults and youth who are reading aloud to the children become social entrepreneurs with a mindset of I can. And around the world, they become a network of people at the street level who can not just push out information and disseminate information and awareness and change of behavior, but also gain it. Now, the program has spread to 61 countries actually today. And we have, the last thing that I'm going to share about the program is that we have incorporated academic research, rigorous academic research, to ensure that the program is running properly, to understand how it works and to make it work better. So we have collaborated with Professor Amso from Brown University and looked how We Love Reading has improved executive functions in children, which make them do better at school, like working memory, inhibitory control, and emotional regulation. And most importantly, we saw this improvement not just in children from a higher or middle socioeconomic status, but more from those children coming from a lower socioeconomic status. So this is a program that can help bridge the gap between socioeconomic sectors just by a simple action of reading aloud in the neighborhood. And the person who's reading aloud doesn't have to be highly educated. All they need to do is read a children's book in their native tongue. We've also shown that when we use the program, we increase empathy. And we need this so much so that we can build better communication among our children who will later be the adults of the future. And lastly, we have shown that if you read particular books with particular themes, you can actually change the behavior of children towards an attitude. So for example, we had a whole set about the environment, and we're able to change the children's behavior towards the environment just by reading aloud stories. And lastly, the impact on the adults and youth themselves. Not finding their voice, not just figuratively and literally, becoming leaders in their community and change makers, not just solving the literacy and education problem, but saying, oh, if I can read to children and help them unlock that magic and fall in love with reading, what else can I do? And so they create their own nonprofits or their own initiatives, solving their local problems and in a very sustainable fashion. And of course, like I said, the online training is online, and we have a mobile app that connects them together in a virtual community. So we envision going forward that We Love Reading is spreading all over the world. Other organizations will take it up, but eventually the community, it will spread in a good way like a virus, reaching every neighborhood and every child in the world, discovering their inner potential and their outer potential to become change makers. So with that, I think I want to ask you all that each one of you is unique. Each human being has their own DNA that has never existed in the past and will always be different in the future. So we need you. We need your uniqueness to make a difference in this world. And if somebody tells you you're only a drop in the ocean, tell them, but what is the ocean but a millions of drops? This is the chaos theory. I'm a scientist, so I have to invoke physics. When a butterfly flutters its wings in China, it moves the wind 1 centimeter. There's a hurricane in another part of the world. And this is what you are. Everyone is a butterfly making change that will have an impact in time and space in the future. Thank you very much.
It's a really inspiring talk, Dr. Dajani. Perhaps I think the program allows for some questions to be asked for any participants. So I wonder if there are any questions, or would they ask the organizers, should they come on chat?
Can we kindly do this after all the presenters have presented? It runs into the schedule quite a bit. And a guideline also to remind ourselves to keep it brief like Rana Dajani did, ideally within 10 minutes, maximum 12 minutes. And we can probably create some time for question and answers, and that'll be delightful.
At the
but
end,
everybody should feel free to ask their questions on the chat box. In the chat box, put your questions in, and then Rana and others can try to answer. Also give their contact information, how others can reach you, so we can continue this dialogue beyond the few minutes here on the platform. Thank you so much, Dilip, for being here. Really appreciate it. It's awesome to see you.
I have come in at the last minute because I was having some connectivity problems. So I perhaps didn't introduce Dr. Dajani as well as I should have, and a subject for which I apologize. Okay, now the next speaker is going to be Mr. Javed Mirza from Brooklyn, who's based in Brooklyn, New York, and he's going to speak on the subject of the education of marginalized youth in India. Just a brief introduction of Javed. He's the convener of the Consortium of Indian Educational Organization. He has experience in teaching, entrepreneurship, and community development. He's a member of the consortium of Indian Educational Organization, which is an association of non-profit educational enterprises working in many states of India and serving the poor and particularly minority community children. Currently, he's working on establishing a vocational and technical university to provide training for underprivileged young men and women of India. Indeed, a very laudable and initiative which we should all support. So Javed, maybe we'll like to hear from you now. Javed?
Hello. Hi.
Yes. Hello. Hi.
Yes. Namaskar ji. Salam and greetings. Greetings of peace and love for all the audience members here. It is very exciting to see so many people gathered here, educationists and people who value education. You know, I'm blessed to be in such a great audience here. I would like to thank Dr. Sunita for giving me the opportunity here. Dr. Sunita is showing the way. She's one of the change makers. And she's saying that she has come up with a great solution in terms of bringing some literacy. And the kit that she has got, you know, is running wild in a way. We also see Dr. Rana giving her own version of how she's working on the concept of education, building reading skills and encouraging reading here as a means of education, as a means of fostering love and also change. Likewise, I have my own little kit here, and this is called the New Education Initiative. You can see this here. New Education Initiative is a paradigm that I have developed, and it is meant to cater to the education of the marginalized children, of the youth. When I say marginalized children, I categorize into so many segments. Segments like urban slum children's education, girls' education, you know, special education, madrasa education, adult education, you know, all these sectors have been left out. You know, in a country like India, which has got 1.3 billion population, we are told that the literacy in the country is 75%. You know, the mark that they have 75% is a very wrong one because the criteria of literacy is defined on a very low bar, and you know, we need to move beyond that. You know, I understand that Dr. Sunita is very enthused about literacy. Yes, but literacy is only the starting point. You know, literacy is not enough for us. We need to have people who are very conscious. You know, I can tell you what people have defined here. You know, Hegel said that education is the art of making man ethical. And you see that Mahatma Gandhi is saying that education, it's a development of the all-round drawing of the best in child and man in body, mind, and spirit. You know, likewise, you know, Prophet Muhammad also had his own version of that. And he said that a father gives his child nothing better than good education. And by education, he meant three aspects, standing for ethical and spiritual nurturing, standing for character building and good social behavior, as well as receiving knowledge through instruction and teaching. So we have these great teachers telling us, and we are also being told how to do education. We have education. Albert Einstein said that I never teach my pupils. I only attempt to provide the conditions in which they can learn. And to quote another famous one, which I think Dr. Rana mentioned earlier, education is the kindling of a flame, not the filling of a vessel. And what does education do? It is a treasure that will follow its owner everywhere. You know, it breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. Hope breeds peace. So here we have all of us trying to work on education. But in the context of India, we realize that, you know, there has been a low priority given for education. You know, that's very sad. You know, the allocation of funding in India was only 3%, when, you know, many countries are giving 7%. And this is what the UN is also saying. You know, the NEP says now it's going to be 6%. I hope they follow up with it. because prioritizing education is the key to improving it. And what I'm doing right now is to come up with the objectives. What are the objectives of this national education initiative? The objective first is to provide mass scale education. When I say mass scale education, I'm not referring to incremental education. Incremental education, as Dr. Sunita also mentioned, is no solution. 450,000 kids is no answer. There are 200 million people living in UP, out of which 50 million must be illiterate. And if you look up in the whole country, there is a huge phenomena here. So what I'm suggesting is that we must have a new paradigm, a new model of education. We need to incorporate new technology. So this I'm advocating through the process of what is called MOOC technology. As you know, MOOC stands for Massive Openware Online Courses. MIT started doing that through this thing called edx.org. I'll come to that soon. So objectives are to have education of a quality, not just education by itself, but there should be quality, which should be having national and global best practices. And then to have a modern pedagogy. The pedagogy that we are teaching so far is a rote learning method, very, very feudal approach, very old approach. So we need to improve on that. And, as a matter of fact, in the audience, we have Dr. Anandan. Dr. Anandan is a great pedagogist. He's bringing the best in education here in the form of modern pedagogy. We'll come to that again. And then we need to have cultural values. If the country is going to be united, if the country is going to progress in a manner which builds up character building, as Mahatma Gandhi said, and it's going to respect diversity, we must embed cultural values in the education that fosters amity and friendship. So how do we do that? We do that, first of all, by having a policy making body. Policy making body is the body which is composed of the big experts in the world here, and they are augmented by experts from UNESCO, UNICEF, people who have been working in education for a long time. They will also have philanthropic organizations, who are working on this. Maybe Azim Premji Foundation or maybe Tata Trust. People have been, involved in that. We need to take them together too. So with that, we build up a policy-making body which will define to us what is the best approach for education. And they will work with the Ministry of Education, international educational organizations, philanthropic organizations, and the Cultural Center for Embedding good values. And this is then passed on to the school college educational management group. The Gandhis, they started the Montessori school in Lucknow, which has spread rapidly here. That's a great institution to become a educational management group. You have Azam campus in Pune by Dr. Inamdar. That's a great institution for becoming a management group. So these are people with visionary leadership. We need such management group here. They have the capacity and they have the vision. So with these people here, we foster what is called the lead educational centers. Lead educational centers are the vanguard of education. What does the lead educational center do? What it does is it will implement the policies. How does it do? It has mentor teachers, capable mentor teachers who are hired here with the capacity of the discourse pedagogy that Dr. Anand has mentioned. It can be multiple pedagogies, and this is just one answer here. So with the MOOC technology and a new pedagogy and cultural values, we are having mentor teachers who are capable of delivering good quality lessons. Now, who will they be aided by? They'll be aided by the IT group. What does IT group do? It takes up the MOOC technology from example edX, example swayam.org, and then Khan Academy Colibri. All these are leading institutions. They have been putting many years of education into it, and they are standardizing education. We need to avail all these sources. They are openware sources. They are meant to help everybody in the world here. So with these ones here, we have secondary educational centers. Who are these centers? These are the small schools. Most of the schools are small schools. They are schools with 100, 200, 300 students here. The management is run by, mother and father, a patron there, and they don't have quality here, and that quality is missing. That's what we are trying to do. We are trying to build up the quality using the education from the mentor teachers. So here we have got secondary educational centers with IT establishment, with the hiring of with teacher training, English learning, and so we are able to cater to so many segments like girls education, others education, vocational and technical education. This is an important paradigm of education. We cannot have education without applied learning. So this is where application of learning takes place. This is where people get empowered. They gain confidence in life. So we also have entrepreneurial training.
Hello, Dr. Mirza. I think you're going to a lot of detail, but I think now you've run out of time. I think you have to wind up now, because otherwise the schedule is going to go out of sync.
Okay, thank you, sir. No problem. Yeah. So what I'll do is right now give you a small brief about a flow chart here. What does the flow chart do? It captures the whole thing together. Policy, then we have the policy enunciated by all these various groups, like the NEP policy advisory panel here. These are the lead centers. They are the people who will deliver the lessons directly from the lead center to the secondary centers, which are the neglected sectors here. Sectors like special education, girls education, mothers education, and that's where we build the quality here. So ultimately what's going to happen? We are going to have, the outcome where we are able to scale the education. We are willing to provide education for millions, not thousands or 10,000s. And then we have got quality education because we are getting people who are mentor teachers teaching them. We got the pedagogy built into it. And then the cultural values are there. We have got IT applications that will improve performance. It will grade attendance. It will help link to government scholarship, vocal learning here. And then, there is the global expertise which is available. The only assumption that is being asked for is, the funding here. Will the government do it? If the government doesn't do it, then we must have the CSR or the philanthropies taking it up. So in conclusion, I would just like to say that the education that we want to build must be conceived in a very new way, in a dramatically new way. And this is what it is trying to do. We need to honor the teachers. We need to see that the teachers are given latitude in learning. They are able to pick up learning from all over the world. And that's the way we are going to foster a new education altogether. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Javed. You actually presented a new education policy yourself. So I wonder.
That's the idea, sir.
That's the idea. So I'm sure it's an improvement on the national education policy, which was presented.
No, it's an implementation. It's an implementation of the new education policy. How best do we do that? Yes, how do you take it large scale?
Yes, I think your document should be, it's a very detailed document. It should be circulated for us to read. Unfortunately, the time constraint, the time window didn't allow you to spell out the whole thing. But
I'll be pasting this here right now, and it's open for everybody to see that. And hopefully everybody can give me a feedback. And let's make a new beginning here. Thank you so much.
Yes, indeed. In fact, in education world, as it was mentioned in my introduction, we believe that the first thing, you see, you've given a very elaborate plan what everybody else should do, but it hasn't been happening for the past 70 years. What's the reason for that? It's because the public opinion has not been mobilized in favor of education. And even on the agenda of all political parties in India, I'm talking specifically about India, it's very low in the list of priorities. I think that's why this conference is important in this particular subject, that education, everybody has to get involved, is very important. Anyway, thank you very much, Javed Mirza, for your detailed presentation. And now we move on to one of our next speaker, who is from Samoa, which is an island in the Pacific, I think made famous by Margaret Mead many years ago, perhaps some 50 years ago. And a sociologist who wrote a sort of game-changing book on that, if I remember correctly. Anyway, let me introduce Ebenezer Essera, who's from Apia, Samoa. She's going to talk on the subject of servant leadership. Servant leadership. She's a veteran educationist pursuing contemporary issues in education, critical thinking, ethics and values, and school-based action research at the Faculty of Education at the National University of Samoa. She has taught for about 40 years at various levels of education, across the spectrum from primary, secondary, tertiary. She educationally, educational qualifications are, she's a Master of Arts from Macquarie University of Australia, a PhD candidate in 2013 at the University of the West Indies, which she completed in September 2020. Since then, she's been lecturing and teaching education courses on educational ideas and theories of teaching and learning, i.e. pedagogies. So welcome, Ebenezer. So would you like to now perhaps make your presentation?
Thank you, sir. I will start now because I know we do not have a lot of time. I've been given 12 minutes. Thank you for that welcoming address. I am very happy and have great pleasure in being part of this leadership conference. As you have been given my presentation before today, I hope you'll be able to follow because I'll go through it very quickly to save time. Right. Briefly, background on the servant leadership. My interest in leadership in the context of Samoa and its academic institution is what this presentation is about. The Greenleaf servant leadership theory is very similar to the Samoan expression, which is the path to leadership is through service. And of course, we can look at service in many, many different ways. And I'll try and explain it as we go through this presentation in terms of how we look at it in Samoa. The 10 original. So of course, that's my presentation. The 10 original servant leadership characteristics have been listening, empathy, healing, awareness, and persuasion. The 10, those first 5, I have grouped them under what I would consider the caring dimensions that any servant leadership teacher, educator, or teacher should have. Before you're able to reach out to students in terms of being able to conceptualize meaningful learning and being able to look far ahead in terms of foresight, which would be the second lot of characteristics. You're looking at conceptualization, foresight, stewardship, commitment to others, and finally building community or building society. Before you get there, which I would consider those last 5 as a service. Conceptualization for me is a service. In order for students to be able to conceptualize the world at large and any learning that they're supposed to take on board, teachers have to be service oriented so that they can actually prepare materials, practical materials that students will be engaged in so that they can get these ideas, so that using those ideas will propel them forward. So for me, those are the 10 characteristics that I have taken on board. In terms of my Samoan culture, which I was trying to look at, how does servant leadership in the Western world compare to what we have to offer in our culture? And in our culture, we have very similar characteristics, which I have written there, like, for example, when you talk about clarity of thought, you have clarity of thought when you're able to listen, when you have empathy, when you're able to sort of heal other people, which is like healing students in the classroom. Then you look at visionary. Visionary is like taking on concepts of foresight, stewardship, because visionary is being able to look at what you perceive the next world will be, what is there in the future. And you can't talk about what will be in the future if you don't have an idea of what has gone on before and what we presently have to offer. Then we have what we call here depth of thought. And depth of thought is something that we try and instill in our students, in our kids, that they should be able to look at something and have deeper understanding of what lies behind particular concepts. And then, of course, we have what we know as open-mindedness, flexibility, which somehow seems to be very much a Western concept. And yet in our culture, we have the very, very similar characteristics. And then reflective practice. When you talk about reflective practice, it's like this has come on board in the last, maybe 10 years, but it's been there in our culture for all that length of time. And finally, the distribution of power, because as we know, power seems to lie in the teacher's domain. It's usually not shared with students. So this is why I feel that the distribution of power as we know it in Samoa is very similar to how servant leadership envisages the idea of distribution of power. And then, of course, I'd like to go into the issue. The issue focus on members' conceptualization of servant leadership and its efficacy in the teaching and learning process. Again, very important that we look at those characteristics and we look at how those characteristics can actually transform learning into something that would be unique and would help the students as they staircase into the next levels of education. And then, of course, the second part of that issue is the influence of these ideas, the Western leadership, and of course, the organic indigenous leadership approaches on faculty members' practice. So we look at servant leadership as a Western idea, and we look at how it maps on to indigenous organic leadership in our country and whether they share commonalities. So my study is, or this study is, looking at leadership qualities that were most prevalent in staff at the Faculty of Education in Samoa. And then, of course, looking at the philosophies that actually shape and guide these practices, and to the extent in which servant leadership is present in staff members' practice, and how Western leadership has influenced indigenous organic Samoan leadership. So the overarching question for this one is, how can the Greenleaf servant leadership approach be integrated into Samoa's cultural context? Right, and this is it. The theoretical framework and understanding of servant leadership was linked to the social culturalist, the constructivist, and also the interpretive and substantive theories. Why? Because the focus of these theories are on active and interactive approaches and experiences of participants that can contribute to the enhancement of practice and communication, as well as the application and practice of these dimensions, meaning the caring and service dimensions, as I have just mentioned. Right, so there are some criticisms of servant leadership, which I think most people would say in any new theory that comes on board, or any theory that's different from the norm, there are always criticisms. And one is that this leadership framework does not lack, or lacks a conceptual framework. It is lacking in a conceptual framework. In other words, it's not well defined for people to follow. For others, it is mostly anecdotal, and there are no well-designed research from it. That it lacks credibility, does not have viability, and it seems to be very much gender biased. And some people have, in fact, associated this with ideas of oppression, slavery, and discrimination. However, as somebody in the area, one of those people who are forerunners of this theory have said that we should not take these initial whatever that people have thought is not what based on research and all that sort of stuff as a way backwards, but we should look at it as something that should actually propel us to look for meaning, to find something that is useful in this servant leadership so that we can move forward. For most of our nations, maybe this is what we need. And then, of course, the overview of the literature. In fact, there are a lot of research that have been carried out on servant leadership in Western countries, in Africa, in Asia, in Caribbean, and even in Oceania. And by and large, most of these researchers have actually been very positive. There are also those who are not as positive in terms of the outcomes of servant leadership in their institutions, in their schools. But by and large, it seems to be something that we need to look at in our own particular countries, meaning we all have our ideas of servant leadership. It doesn't matter what nation you come in, there are things that we tend to share. So I do not seem to have the time to go into the individual countries, but basically it has a very positive view from most of the areas that I have looked into. All right. And then, of course, if you look at the theoretical and conceptual frameworks, it involves the two dimensions mentioned there, and they are very much interdependent. The caring and service dimensions. And as I've said, the caring dimensions are usually listening, empathy, healing, because how can you get students conceptualize ideas? How can you get them to be able to work with communities? How can you empower students when you don't listen to them? When you do not even understand where they're coming from, talking about the cultural aspect. You feel that they are outside the academic arena. They come from a cultural society which seems to be very much alienated from what goes on in academic institutions. So if you don't listen, if you don't empathize, you're not healing them. And therefore, there is no awareness of what is going on around, and you would be unable to persuade them. However, if you're able to do those things well, then of course, you would be able to help in terms of your service to get them to conceptualize, to get them to have foresight into what might be happening, to get them to look at means of looking after the world, stewardship, guide future generations into looking after what we know is important so that our planet survives. Like, for example, climate change, globalization, all those issues. Then, of course, how can they get there? Still being able to have a commitment to empower them, to empower others, to help them be themselves, to sort of be able to contribute. So we can contribute to students in our classroom by helping them so that they understand that there is something beyond they're just one person. And finally, at the end of the day, we have a community that we think would be a much better world than maybe what we have now. So those are the caring and service dimensions. What the servant leadership is origins and developments and problems. I think I can maybe briefly say the origins was in 1977 with somebody by the name of Robert Greenleaf, who has a wide understanding because he worked in technical areas. He worked as part of ATs in America. And then, of course, he also lectured in some universities. So it's important. The involvement of leadership theories and approaches, as we know, has over time changed. Okay, I know I'm running out of time, so I'll go into the findings. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam. You've given us a brilliant insight into what is servant leadership. And as you rightly say, it has to be culturally adaptable in different parts of the world. And what you've obviously done in Samoa is contributing very well to dissemination of the idea of servant leadership in your own country. And I'm very glad that you shared it with us, because really what you say, the essence of what you say is that everybody has to get involved with education. And we can all play our part and perhaps even if not be full-time servants, be part-time servants in spreading quality education for all, which was been mentioned by all the previous speakers. Thank you very much, madam. We'll be taking questions, if any, at the end of or after all the speakers, as Dr. Gandhi has suggested. And so the participants, please keep your questions ready. We'll be leaving some time for that. Now for our next speaker. Our next speaker is going to be Namita. No, not Namita. Okay. Is Marta Vernet, who's from Barcelona, Spain. She's going to speak. She intends to speak on this subject, service learning as a catalyst for empowerment. A brief introduction of Marta. She is an educator in international environments and describes herself as a social, quote, intra-entrepreneur, unquote, and divergent thinker. She has a bachelor, educational background is Bachelor of Advertising Public Relations from the University of Barcelona, the Master in Education from Framingham State College, USA. She holds a doctorate of community activities in service to the American School of Barcelona, an institution of which she is a former student and where she has developed over 25 years her entire professional career. During these years, her main motivation has been to connect with the youngest in the community and to develop and conceptualize service learning programs. Welcome, Marta Vernet. We look forward to hearing from you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm in Barcelona. It's early in the morning, but I'm really excited. Thank you, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, for inviting me to be here today. Yes, I'm a divergent thinker, a social entrepreneur, that I will talk about this concept later. And I work in the school where I attended since I was 3 years old, the American School of Barcelona. All my career has been in this school. And when they presented me, my passion is to connect the children to the community through experiential programs and through service learning. Today, I'm going to talk about this pedagogy. I'm going to share the screen. Let's see. Everybody sees? No. Espera. No. Espera. No. ¿Vas a ayudar?
That's the trouble with technology. It never works.
Yeah, hold on, that I'm trying to. Here, share screen. Okay, sorry for that. Service learning as a catalyst for empowerment. So what is service learning? Service learning is a form of experiential learning that combines relevant community service with reflective exercises for a powerful learning experience that aligns with the curriculum and meets course credits. It is transformative learning, student-centered, action-oriented, and it involves technology. When I develop these service learning programs, I always try to get away from the old-fashioned, the old concept of service being charity. What I try to design, and when I work with my students and my teachers, we always try to have the concept of reciprocity. Everybody needs to get something of this pedagogy. Service learning has stages: investigation, preparation and planning, action, demonstration, and reflection. I'm going to talk about these five stages through an example, through a project that I've done with my students in the past year. The project is called Books for Africa. I did it with my Rota kids. These are students ages 8 to 10. The objective of this project was to collect books and send them to Africa. Okay. Okay. So the investigation, the investigation part of this project was what necessity was there in this project, and the students identified they wanted to create literacy in Africa. Can you see me? Everybody see, no? Okay. Hold on, that I have a problem. Do you see the website I'm sharing? Bueno.
Yes, we do.
Do you see? Okay. The preparation and planning for this project was the students, and we're talking about children 8 to 10 years old. They met with the director, they asked permission, they had to create a budget to move along with this project. They need to identify all the actors that were going to be involved in this project, such as the transportation company, the community parents that were going to bring the books, and they also need to identify the steps for to develop this program. The action, what was the action? That was the creating the posters. The kids had to do fundraising activities because they knew that they had to pay for the transportation of the books from Barcelona to Ethiopia. That was the country that they decided that the books were going to go. They had to create the communication tools for to announce this project to the community. And then after the action, there was the demonstration. The demonstration is once the kids have finished with the program, we share it with the community. We shared with the parents in the magazine of the school. They also shared in the assemblies and in the social media. And last but not least is the reflection piece. The reflection in service learning is really important. The kids, once a project was done, once they raised money to take for the transportation, for all the logistics, they also reflected on how the things went, how they could do better, and they also wrote a journal. Okay, now let me continue. Oops, se ha ido. No la veo.
Move to the next slide now.
Yes, I'm having some problems with that.
Yeah, okay.
Detalle. Aquí, vale. Está. Sorry. So how does this work? So first of all, to be able to create a good service learning program in a school, the leadership team has to believe in this. They have to value this pedagogy, and then they have to find somebody that will be the person that implements this pedagogy in the school. This person is an entrepreneur, and an entrepreneur, it's an entrepreneur that is within an institution. It's the person that's inside an institution and it's what wants to connect. This entrepreneur then connects the opportunities for the school and the community. Then the entrepreneur plans, negotiates, collaborates with the teachers and the students, and they carry out the programs. And at the end, we celebrate the programs, we communicate them, and we reflect on them. The American School of Barcelona, with who do we work and where do we work? Look at this diagram. We are really open. We work with the municipalities, like municipality in Barcelona, municipality in Esplugas. We also work with the government. We have service learning in the classroom. We work with companies such as Nestlé, where our kids also participate, with NGOs, both locally or internationally. We also work with public institutions like hospitals, research centers, or private institutions like business schools in Barcelona, and obviously in the community, with elder centers, etc. I'm going to share here an example. We have several programs, and I try to have an example of every different division, of every different grade. The first program is an environmental program where our students go to a park next to the school called Coicerola, and they go every year from first grade to 8th grade, and they develop environmental activities in the park, and they work with the rangers, and they have a lot of ownership because they go every year. The next program, it's in oral history, and this we do it with middle schoolers, and basically the students are partnered throughout 2 weeks with an elder, and they have interviews with them, and the elders talk to them about their lives. The children take notes, they do a project, and at the end of the session, the program, we have a closing ceremony where the students give the elders the project that's it talks about the life of the elders. The third project is Sharing to Learn. This has been in the school for more than 12 years, and it's done by 9th graders, and it's a partnership with the Ministry of Education, where our students act as language assistants of English in schools, in local public schools in the Barcelona area. We were the ones that started 11 years ago with 20 students and 7 schools, and it's been replicated to many other schools. Another project, another program, it's a medical missions to the Amazon, and we take students and they act as language assistants. They act as translators of doctors in the Peruvian Amazon. We travel with the doctors, the students learn about medicine, but they also learn about the community where they're working, that's the Peruvian Amazon. So service learning has important spin-off effects like teamwork and collaboration, creativity and imagination, critical thinking and problem solving, perseverance and resilience, and emotion and emotional empathy and solidarity. Sorry. I think that these skills are really important, and they are exposing students to these skills, helps them become better leaders, and in the future, better persons to create a better world.
Well, thank you.
One last thought.
Yes.
There's always opportunity to reassess how we do things, look around with an open mind, take advantage of new opportunities, and make education more relevant with more purpose, and make it everyone's business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is really an interesting concept, that you learn how service is a learning experience. I've not heard of it before, so I think thank you very much. It's very insightful, and certainly, obviously, it works, because I've visited Barcelona, and you can't find a better managed city than Barcelona. It's really a well-managed city, and I'm sure you have contributed to a great extent to make it such a well-managed and beautiful city. Thank you very much, Marta Vernet, for your insightful talk. Let's move on. I think the next speaker is
Si es que me has puesto muy nerviosa, ¿eh? No, sí.
Mr. Amel
Cuando me
Salih
decís,
Adam Mohammed from Khartoum.
no entiendo por qué no se me ha puesto.
Are you there, Amel? Mr. Amel Salih Adam Mohammed is going to talk on the subject, how do we transfer societal awareness to the world? Intriguingly, the subject has a subtitle, I am from mud and water. You are like me, quote unquote. I am from mud and water, quote, you are like me, unquote. Amel is an NLP teacher with National Learning Program, I presume, strategic teaching, planning teacher, international motivational speaker, country director in World Voice organization, director of the Pasha School, Pasha Psychosocial and Health Support Association of Sudan. Sorry about that. Director, GVB Human Rights, SPRO Organization for Sustainable Peace, founder of Your Health in Awareness Initiative in the Sudan, which is fighting to confront the second wave of the coronavirus pandemic in all national television channels and national radio. And she's also a student at the Imperial University College of Medicine and Surgery in the fourth year. This college, I presume, is Imperial College London? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Amel. Now, perhaps you'd like to present your intriguing subject. How do we transfer societal awareness to the world? I am from mud and water, and you are like me. That's not Amel.
Yeah, hello? Everyone can hear me now?
There you are. Yes, hello. Welcome.
Hello, everyone can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
By the way, firstly, thank you, sir, for this wonderful introduction. I have a problem in technique, so I will just try to do my best to do this wonderful topic. So good morning, everyone. I'm very grateful to be present today at this great global event that aim to revolution education in the world. And it's just a dream come true that I appreciate from my country, Sudan, for the first time, this great event with this wonderful group of professors, writers, doctors, researchers, influence people, society, ambassadors of peace around. Wow. It's just dream come true to bring about change in the world in education. So today I will briefly share some messages that could revolution change in education, starting from teachers and beginning with children. I'm going to talk about a very important topic. I wish that I could just share my materials here, but I have problem in technique. So I will just try to do my best to explain it orally to you. So everyone can hear me right now?
Yes, we can hear you, but you have to click on start your video. Click on.
I have.
Yes, we can't see you.
Hello?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
I'm sorry, I have a problem technique. I'm in an area, have a problem technique, but I'll try to do my best.
Click on your video, start video.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, please click on start video. There's a window there, video. Click on that.
Hello?
Yes, there you are.
Everyone can hear me right now?
Yes, we can hear you and see you now.
Okay, thank you, really. Thank you very much. It's a great opportunity to just standing here today in front of you. And I always use this term in every message that I try to do it to the world. Hello?
Yes, continue.
My message
now
is
start your presentation. Amel, start it.
Okay. Before I starting to start my presentation, I would like to just use my message. Everyone, my message is I'm from water and mud, and you just like me. This message is great. Message can generalize the great message of humanity. There is no difference between us, no matter how different our thoughts, our opinions, our belief, our essence, our forms. Because I'm only from mud and water, and you just like me. And so I'm just will go to my basic topic. So today I'm going to talk about how do we transfer social awareness to the world under the name of I'm from my water and you are like me. I want to transfer my topic, but I have a problem technique, so I'm just will use to talk it orally.
Yes. Okay.
Firstly, I'll start with awareness because awareness is a global thing. Awareness is a status of ability to perceive, to feel, or to conscious of event, object, or sensory pattern. And if we are just teachers or student or children that understood the meaning of awareness, we can make a difference. So between education and awareness, also there's a big link between them. After I said this, I want everyone to raise uh, his hand if he just agree with me. Okay?
Yes. That's awareness.
Yes.
Talking about awareness.
I'm talking with awareness, and just want everyone to raise his hand if he agree with me on this topic right now. I ask everyone here to focus deeply on this phrase and raise his hand, or if he just agree with me on this. So all person without exception are educated, even if they never read, never write, and everyone plays some role in life. And definitely this is makes sense. So basically, a person cannot be described as ignorance just because they have not had a share of education. How many people without degree have become a symbol of enlightenment, and how many people who hold prestigious degree have become a cause of awareness. So awareness doesn't mean that you want to just educate something, but when we talk about ignorance, awareness, and society, if ignorance is the most, by the way, I'm just attempt to focus on ignorance because ignorance is the most dangerous pest. Then awareness raising is the greatest industry. Ignorance is not only illiteracy, but rather the lack of knowledge of kinds. Even in human beings have schools and university and options, so we have to creating awareness in our social, in our communities, in our schools, in our everything. So creating awareness is a creative environment for using a vaccine that immunizes society against ignorance and provides effective treatment for the problem. So uh, also, when we talk about consciousness makes the consciousness makers are the ones who carry the lamps of knowledge and illuminate the mind of the people of society for the sake of the person who is able to make the right decision at the right time and place facing the judgment. So also, when we talk about education awareness for children in coronavirus, so as I intend to make a coronavirus awareness among the television of Sudan during the epidemic of coronavirus, the pandemic of coronavirus, I make to just awareness the people on, especially the children, while they
This is not a very good audio link, unfortunately.
at home without literacy. So education. Hello?
Yeah, it's not a very good audio link. We can't hear you very clearly. But so can you now, I think what you said, you have to create awareness and consciousness about and you are talking about the coronavirus pandemic. How bad is it in Sudan? What is the situation there?
The situation was very bad, but now we make a control by awareness. We make intervention. We have many intervention by student. As I'm a student, I used to study medicine and surgery at Imperial University College. We make intervention to see the world, how much the wars of coronavirus, how much the wars of pandemic. So they just uh, they feel the rules, and we seem safe right now. It's better than the first. It's very better than the first epidemic. Now I think the people know the effect of coronavirus.
Okay, so the students community and the teachers community is playing a big role in that. Am I right?
Yes, we just every single one of us play important roles to prevent himself. If you prevent yourself from coronavirus by your awareness, you will prevent your family, you will prevent your community, you will prevent your entire country. So awareness play important roles in everything. Awareness play important roles in education. Awareness play important roles in humanity at all. Um,
So right now there is a lot of there's been a lot of political problems in Sudan. If I recall correctly, there was a war between civil war in Sudan. How has that affected the education scenario in the Sudan?
yes, we've been a long time face an ethnic wars, war discriminated wars. So it's effect on education. So now children seek education. Now we have like 5,000 of children without education because of wars, because of lack of facilities, because of global things that affect education. So as and just I hope that from this platform we can just make change to the children among educations in Sudan, and we can just solve this problem by peace message of the global of education.
So is everything peaceful now in Sudan?
Not entire. We face as you just see in television. We have right now a war. We have an discriminated wars, and which affect not just education. It affects everything. It affects economics. It affects socials. It affects everything concerns with humanity. So with this platform, I hope that you can just make a change or make difference in the wars for to better life for Sudanese.
Yes, yes, we understand this is a very difficult situation you're facing in Sudan, and we hope that champions of education like yourself will be able to spread the message of peace and goodwill through education. So I think that's essentially what you're saying. Am I right?
Yes, yes, we all hope that. We all hope that, and by willing of God, and
to create
by willing of okay. Okay, thank you, really. And by willing of God, I think everything will be fixed, inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay, thank you very much, Saleh. I'm sorry the audio connection was not very good. We weren't able to hear you very clearly, but I think we've got the essence of what you were saying, that you need to spread the message of peace and goodwill and harmony in your country, which is having a difficult time, through education and dissemination of education. Thank you very much for joining us today. Okay, goodbye.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker we're going to have is Jyoti Kapju, who's from our very own India. And she's based in Jodhpur. And her subject is overcoming the barriers to learning. A brief introduction of Jyoti. She has over 40 years experience as educator, facilitator, author, copy editor, explorer of opportunities, all-round student faculty development. She has served as a postgraduate teacher of English, history, additional history, and been an examiner for CBSE Class 12. She has a TKT, Teacher's Qualification from the University of Cambridge, and from University of Queensland, Australia. She has also has certification from the University of London in film, images, and historical interpretation of the 20th century on the subject, "The Camera Never Lies." She is obviously a polymath. She has also completed an MBA in June last year, and currently she is associated with the National Institute of Fashion Technology, Jodhpur, as adjunct faculty in English and history, and regularly conducts workshops of faculty and personality development, both offline and online. So welcome, Jyoti. We'll look forward to hearing your presentation on overcoming the barriers to learning, which are many in our country.
A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. As Mr. Thakur has rightly said, my name is Jyoti Karju, and I profess to be a lifelong learner. I hope I'm clearly audible. I'm now beginning.
Yes.
We met at Bodhi last year, Mr. Thakur.
Oh, yes. You look familiar. Yes.
We met at the TEDx talks.
Yes, yes.
I've begun to share screen. Is it visible?
Yes, visible. Barriers to learning. Yes.
Thank you so much. Now, what happens is, like barriers to learning, but before we really understand what exactly are barriers to learning, it's very important to know what exactly is learning. Now, what happens with learning is the ability to do, the ability to know, the ability to exist per se. And learning is the process of acquiring new knowledge, understanding, behavior, skills, values, attitudes, and preferences. And as we are all aware, humans, animals, and even some machines possess the ability to learn. And of course, we are all aware that there is some learning which is immediate. Induced by a single event, being burnt by a hot stove. But much skill and knowledge accumulates from repeated experiences. And the changes we feel, we perceive in our life are all learning experiences. Now, learning, like I said earlier, there are 4 pillars of education: learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and also learning to begin, learning to collaborate. It is important for a teacher to know what learning is, because teaching is not complete without learning. Teaching and learning both complement each other. And one could easily say, if no learning has taken place, no teaching has taken place either. And a teacher must know about how learners learn. And this is the reason teachers must gain knowledge about concept and methodology of learning. Now, what happens is, we are talking of all these parameters. Larissa Walk says, if there has been no learning, then no teaching has taken place. And for teaching to take place, every teacher needs to come down to the level of the student and work up from there. We can't expect the students to rise up to our level without us actually going down. The teacher needs to ensure knowledge and competence is acquired, and knowledge builds on previous knowledge. This is true of teaching in all areas. And now, to come to what are the barriers, we have social, cultural, emotional barriers. So first, I'll try to discuss the emotional factors that affect learning. The first is the student's self-esteem. This plays an important role in his ability. And the encouragement that the student receives from teachers, parents, friends, it plays an important role in emotional learning. And if a student is somehow made to adopt a mindset of always trying his best and learning from his failures, he'll generally have a positive outlook on his ability to learn. And on the other hand, if the student's internal voice is always telling them that they are not good enough or there's no point in trying, the student is more likely to underachieve in school. So students who have self-esteem, higher self-esteem, they are more resilient, and when they perceive mistakes, as experiences from which they can learn. Self-esteem is actually the degree to which the students feel satisfied with themselves and they feel valuable and worthy of respect. Low self-esteem or lack of confidence leaves students doubting in their ability to succeed, making them hesitant to learn. So the teacher in class should always try to build up the self-esteem of each of the learners. Then the other emotional well-being, students who lack confidence, they're afraid to take educated guesses. Every student should possess the ability to take uh, an intelligent guess, an educated guess. And this teacher should actually convince the student that even if he's wrong, it's not wrong. There can be a number of emotional factors at play in a student's learning, which includes fear of embarrassment, uh, doubt, inadequacy, and all these things together lead to lack of self-esteem. So generally speaking, negative emotions can be reduced by setting expectations, focusing on the positives, and setting goals for the future. And also, what is motivation? Motivation in the context of education is the ability to learn. A student's availability to learn depends largely on their motivation, and our personal desire to achieve results and improve our knowledge, regardless of the material being studied, is one of the most important factor in our ability to learn. So, if we possess, like, I'm not talking of myself, but myself personally, which something which was not said in my introduction. I belong to the city of Jodhpur. I'm a grandmother, I'm a mother, I'm a mother-in-law, I'm a wife. I play, like Dr. said, that I don various hats, but I did complete my MBA in the middle of the pandemic. So our personal desire to achieve results and improve our knowledge is one of the most important factors in our ability to learn. And, like we talk of Maslow all the time as a management person. So self-actualization comes top of the list in the essential needs that we require to learn. So we need to learn. We don't need a degree to get a job. We need to get a certification, a degree for self-actualization. And this lack of motivation is a major barrier to students learning. And also a lack of motivation to study typically results in students going through the motions of learning and not retaining information. So our efforts as teachers has to be to motivate the child, the learner, to learn. And on an individual level, we see a lot of students have a great deal of personal issues. There may be a student with diagnosed learning difficulty like autism or Asperger's syndrome, but we have to deal with students with learning impairments like dyslexia, personal barriers. So these personal barriers, and on a practical level, there are factors such as transport, location, language, and access to resources. In present day, there is the most important block is the lack of the availability of the internet. I'm dealing with students from far off places in Uttarakhand, in villages in Karnataka, in villages in Maharashtra, where there is an internet issue. And children in families of 3, 4 children. So most parents cannot afford 4 laptops. And also as an ELT, as an English language teacher, I feel that school pupils who don't speak English as their first language find following instructions more difficult. Or students, like I already said, students who live in remote locations, they have a lack of resources. This also becomes a barrier to learning. So, teachers, what can we do? We need to have an awareness of these learning roadblocks, and we can help other teachers as career advisors, as parents. We can understand the individual needs of all our students and all our learners. And also, one of the important social and cultural barrier is the lack of ability, though here it says ability to interact, but communication. A student's ability to interact socially with their peers will have a significant impact on how they progress in the classroom. And the very act of learning in a classroom environment involves interacting with other students. And this is something we greatly miss in the pandemic because most students are not learning from laptops. A lot of them, I realize, are learning from phones. And the Zoom on the phone does not give the same ability for the teacher as well as the student. Interaction, as we are all aware, is very, very important. And discussing lessons with other students helps pupils realize their own strengths and weaknesses. And then, peer teaching, peer learning. And we'll notice and we'll all agree that school students who have poor social skills often fall behind in their learning because they're not able to communicate as effectively as others. Therefore, communication is most important, is one of the most important things. Of course, not all types of learning require students to be social, but in the early years in particular, the ability to listen, respond, and empathize. And we must remember, of course, in English we say LSRW, but listen, respond, and empathize. We should be able, and empathy comes from the teacher. If we learn to empathize with all our students, they will learn to empathize with the others. Then the environment also shapes social skills. The culture in which a child grows up has a bearing. And we've already looked at Maslow's table. Belonging is one of the most essential learning needs. The relationships that we form with our parents, friends, and teachers. Teacher-parent relationship is also very important. And often as teachers, we write letters of complaint, diary notes, but make it a habit to write a note of appreciation on a daily basis. Any child, pick up one child, appreciate the child, and write a note to the parents. As humans, we are generally influenced by the people around us, especially during the first 5 years. Our principal influencers are our parents and guardians, and the beliefs that parents hold and cultures they embrace. So never ever, as parents, never ever criticize the school or the teacher. And for example, we notice that if a student has grown up in a household where mathematical subjects are given more weight than languages, those students have a cultural barrier when it comes to learning subjects like English. So religion, history, regional, ethnic, education, language, economic, all these things together make up our personalities and also the personalities of the teachers, of the learners. And as teachers and facilitators, it is our foremost duty to remove all these barriers to learning. I wish to thank everybody here for the opportunity. I'm grateful. And that brings an end to my session. Thank you, Mr. Thakur. Thank you, Dr. Sunita Gandhi. Thanks a ton. Namaskar. You are not audible. You are not audible. You are on mute. आप म्यूट में है मिस्टर था
Yes. No, I've got it. Thank you very much for a concise, to the point, and of course you pointed out the barriers, but the real problem is how to overcome these barriers. And I think that's the essence of today's session, workshop that we are having today.
One word answer would be empathy.
Empathy, right.
Empathy from the teacher to the learner, from the parent to the teacher.
Well, I would also add to that we should all make, starting with government, education the #1 priority in the national development effort, which hasn't happened for a very long time. Anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Karju.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor.
You should be, given all your high qualifications.
Yeah, but I'm not a doctor as yet. I'm trying.
Yes, you're trying.
Thank you, Mr. Thakur.
Now we. Who's any further? I think do we have any other speakers? 1 second, let me just. No, get it on Zoom. Yeah. I think that completes the total number of speakers. Let's have some. I don't think there are many questions on chat, so maybe we need to ask each other some questions. On the various presentations that have been made. Perhaps I could start off by asking the way I could ask Mrs. Karju, I could start with you. I could ask you that, yes, admittedly, there are many barriers to education. I mean, I just touched on that. But, how do we change the societal mindset to make education? I mean, I regret to say, though I've been an economist and editor of 2 business magazines, I find that people have not quite yet understood fully the connect between economic development and education. We believe in education world that unless we develop the nation's human capital, we are never going to become a developed nation. So I wonder if any of the participants here today agree with this proposition, and how to create that societal awareness. It'd be interesting to get some of your insights.
May I please speak now?
Yes, you can start.
You've read it, we've heard it. Be the change you want to see. We have to give value to education. I am not criticizing anybody. I'm not passing comments either on the government or on the people. But what happens, Mr. Thakur, you must have noticed that I personally have noted, like, we've done our B.Ed, we don't need to do anything more. We stop learning with age. We have to continue that. And of course, like you rightly said, efforts have to be made by the government and by everybody around. But if you know, it is the societal norm which has to change. Education has to be given preference. And I would not say just for the girl child, for everybody. The amount we save for our future, the amount we save for the wedding of the child, the man or the girl or the boy, if we invest it in education, I think half our deed is done. You know, parents have to instill in the children, and of course, like everybody says, home is the first school, and then of course teachers also, and also what has happened is this criticism of the child. Uh, you know, for making errors, for making pronunciation mistakes. All that has to not to be done on a public platform. So perfection, perfection, imperfection, perfection. So if we praise the child for two things he's done well, maybe of course no child would have been without error.
No,
But
if I may interrupt for a
yes,
minute,
please. Yes, please.
Arju. Yeah, really, the question I'm asking is, you know, why is there's this lack of awareness within society? We're not talking about the nitty-gritties of education. Why is there this lack of awareness within society that education goes far down the national development agenda? Perhaps Javed, I think you touched on it, that we should be spending much more on education, particularly in India. As you said, I think you mentioned it, that we spend only 3% of our GDP, whereas way back in 1966, the Kothari Commission said you have to spend 6% on education, but that's not happened. And it's not happened, that's not the fault of government, because the pressure on government has to come from society. And why, I've not been able to quite understand, why does society, which is industry, business, the teachers community, parents community, why are they not exerting that pressure on government? Would you like to comment on that, Javed? You have to unmute yourself, Javed. Please
Yes,
unmute
sir.
yourself. Yeah.
You did make a good point here that the allocation of funds is very important for education. The UN SDG mentions that 7% is the minimum. So what we are talking about is called the prioritization of education.
Exactly.
You know, unfortunately, we have a government and a system which has never done that in the last 50 years.
Yes.
You know, the 3% that we get, you know, a big chunk of that goes for the prestigious places like the IIM and the IITs.
Exactly.
You know,
in fact, 1/3 goes for higher education.
Right. So what we are talking about is a government that must be mindful of its citizens. You know, it must understand that we have got a huge chunk of unemployed people, which also need skilled education. Besides that, you know, the whole concept about the linkage between, how economy improves with the growth of education. You know, we are speaking about so many industries right now which are not able to employ so many engineers who goes up because there is no quality in education. So we have lost out on quality. We have lost out on the magnitude of the education. So we have to foster both of them.
Yes, but my question is that you can't blame the government because government react to public pressure. So I'm saying, why is there not that public pressure?
See, if you look up the case of the Kerala government, you know, in the 60s, the Communist Party there, they picked up education and made Kerala a totally literate nation. So it all depends upon the type of people who are running the show. We have got a caste-filled government here, which doesn't prioritize local the lower caste. So we have our own dynamics. You know, we must understand that, and the people's pressure has to be built. It has to be the people's movement. People have mentioned earlier of creating a people's power. So the people should go before. But if you look up from the childhood, you know, education is what all parents desire, but the foundations are not laid. The society has to create the structure, you know, which lays down the foundation here. So it is all people like you and me, you know, who can do this. So what I have said is that we have today technology tools which will enable us to do education in a massive way. Millions of people in a matter of months and years.
But for that you need good internet connectivity. You need digital devices, and in fact, I think one of the speakers spoke about the great digital divide in this country. You know, where most people lack electricity. Forget about internet connectivity, and it's all connected. You know, the whole thing is ultimately you have to. It's a chicken and egg. Either you develop or education, then you develop the economy. And if you don't develop the economy, you can't develop education.
We are moving ahead. We are doing fiber technology. We are getting into 5G technology. You have got Geo here, which is building up internet everywhere. And there is also racial technology. Racial is a concept in practice in South Sudan and some other place where you can do education without even internet. You know, those technologies all exist right now. We don't understand the globality of it. And how do we pick up the best practices of the global experience?
Yes, perhaps Marta, are you on? Are you with us, or Marta? How do you do it in the developed countries? You know, for example, in Spain, where she's based, how have they been able to continue to spend like as you rightly said, 7 to 8% of their GDP on education against our 3%? I mean, how does one explain it? Is Marta Vernet, are you there?
So today, Cuba spends 7%. China is spending almost 6% now. So countries are realizing how there is a linkage between economy and education.
No, I don't think China spends 6%. In fact,
it is coming to that now. It is around 5% now. But
they spend the same as India. No. I've studied this. They spend same as India, but they don't subsidize higher education. Yeah, Marta, you come. Would you like to unmute? Marta, are you there? Can you unmute your window?
Hello?
Yes, there you are. Yes, I was asking a question. You know, I think Spain and the developed countries spend about 6 to 7% of their GDP on education. So, whereas we spend in the developed countries, we spend only about, in India, we spend only about 3%. So how do you, what is the extent of public pressure on government? And how do you explain that your country is able to set aside much more for education than we are? Is that because of public pressure, or is it because of, what's the explanation?
Yeah, I think it's because of public pressure. The different groups are here in Spain really press the government, and we really value education, and it comes from the different sectors. So yes.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think over 90% of children in Spain go to public, that is government funded, free of cost schools. Am I right?
Yes, maybe not 90 exactly, but then there's this other group of schools called concertados that they are semi-public. So there's part of the government like invests, and then there's a part that's private. So if you add both public and concertados, yes, 90%. There's not a lot of private schools. For example,
well, for your information, almost 50%.
Sorry, the school where I work, the American School of Barcelona, it's a private and a really elite school in the city and in the country. And like this, there's like not too many schools. There's one in Madrid, in Valencia, one, but the majority are public, concertados. Yes.
For your information, in India, about 47% of children go to private schools. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Amel, are you there with us? Amel Saleh? Yes. Please unmute. Unmute. Please unmute your computer. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear well?
Yes. So what is the situation in Sudan in education? Do you have the majority of children go to government or private schools? Can you hear the question? Do the majority of children go to government free of charge schools or to private schools?
Yes, I think what we face in my country is GVB, gender-based violence, special on children. Special on children, we face a problem in education at all, especially in rural village or even here in the city. We face this problem in education. So we seek the government to fix this problem. So the children have just a stage of education and they just stop it. In Sudan, we can face a bundle of children just seek for education, but we suffer from facilities. We suffer from facilities, so we just stop in stage. So
No. My question is, do you have private schools in Sudan or are they all government schools?
We have a government school and we have a private school, but
just hold your mic in your hand. Please don't wave your hands about. Okay.
Okay, we have a private school and we have a government school, but the most is government school. The most is government school.
Have you any idea of how much of your GDP the government spends on education? Do you have any idea?
Yes. Now, most of organization, global organization and internal organization that make interventions about the importance of education, especially in children in basic school and secondary school, and the facilities is the student at college. The student at college, we together our facilities of message.
No. My question is, what percentage of the gross national product of Sudan is spent on education?
Not long.
Maybe you don't know that statistic.
Yes. Maybe I don't know the percentage at all, but not much. But it's not much.
Okay, thanks a lot. Anybody else want to comment? Like, how important is spending? Because in India, there are two schools of thought. One is that it's not the amount you spend, but it's the efficiency with which you spend it. So there are economists like Swaminathan Iyer and all who disagree with me. I say that you must not only have a larger budget, but you must also spend it efficiently. So any comment on that from any of our panelists? Yes, Javed.
Efficiency is very important. Productivity is very important. Right now, you have got tools which are able to monitor efficiency. They are able to diagnose where the weaknesses are, and also to build up, some way in which accountability is possible. But these tools are not being applied. If you look up the government sector, it is totally misapplied.
Correct.
You have got a whole corruption system there in the government, and the politicians are mixed hand in glove with them. So it serves them all. It serves them all not to prioritize. It serves them all to not put accountability on the high agenda. So this is a systemic issue for us.
Yes, indeed. And that's a systemic issue we've not been able to solve. But we believe that actually politicians and everybody else will benefit that if we develop our human capital. Because obviously, if you develop your human capital, your gross national product grows, and there's more to share for everybody. So this is a conundrum which we've not been able to solve. In education world, for your information, was started 21 years ago with the mission. Our mission statement is, quote, to build the pressure of public opinion to make education the #1 item on the national agenda. And unfortunately, 21 years later, we've not been able to do that. However, I think we have been able to move it up somewhat higher on the national agenda. Jyoti Karju, would you like to say, make some comment on, like, how do we create that pressure to really make education a top priority, not only for government, but for parents, industry, for business, and to make them see the connection between education and their own development of their own businesses and industries?
Actually, what somebody just said, I forget the name, that is education that we receive and the education that is being imparted. That education, if it gives us employability and helps us to raise our own standards, you know, you'll be more aware than I am about engineering colleges in India not being able to deliver employability. They deliver degrees. So if something can be done, and if people realize that their own standards of living have improved. Kerala, for example, like Dr. Sunita Gandhi said, I went to Kerala last year, not to 2020, 2019. And believe me, I landed at Ernakulam airport. I'm a senior citizen, my husband too is. And you know, a lady around 40 came and she just said, "Ki ma'am, aap baithiye aaram se." And she said it in English, "Ma'am, please relax. I'll help you pick up the luggage." It was such a polite, and you know, she actually picked up my luggage from the belt. She put it in the trolley and she drove me right up to the place where my taxi was driving. So this kind of courtesy comes with education. And courtesy comes not just with education, it also comes with a better mindset. If you are emotionally happy, you will try to make the other person happy. So education, I feel, has to deliver. And that you may or may not agree with me that we have not been able to deliver results of good education.
For your information, I hope you know that though the communist government of Kerala claims that they are pushed education, most of the schools in Kerala are private schools. They're missionary schools.
No, it has nothing to do with the political mindset, but literacy in Kerala, Dr. Sunita Gandhi said, had reached a certain level much before. So that is their priority, whoever does it. I'm not talking of...
Yes. I don't think in Kerala the right kind of education is being imparted because Kerala has no industry at all. Do you know that?
I know.
Most of the people in Kerala, the largest emigration of any state in India is out of Kerala. Because the unions and the communist unions and all don't allow any industry to come up in that country. That is the wrong kind of education.
Okay.
The result of that is there is no industrial base in Kerala. They depend entirely on tourism and emigration. So, like you said, you have to get the right type of education. And education is not only about reading and writing. They have to understand that you can't keep on having communist and anti-capitalist agitations. Otherwise, no industry will come there. There will be no employment. Anyway, I digress. So anybody else would like to comment on the importance of, on why perhaps Meta, who else is on the panel now? Marta, why is education given such high importance in the developed countries of the European Union? And is it, like you said, is it mainly because of public pressure or there are other reasons? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. You're talking. So I think socially, the education has in Europe has been the foundation of our culture, and it's something that we really value in your family, in the families, and it's not so. It doesn't depend on the economic background. In general, all the different like groups are
actually one of the
really.
reasons.
Excuse me.
Actually, one of the reasons
it's really valued.
Yeah, one of the reasons you are able to spend more on education is because you don't have to spend on defense like we do, because you have NATO to protect you.
That this might also be the case, and yes.
Unfortunately, we have a big border problem. We have a 4,000 kilometer border with China, which has been not settled for the last 70 years. It's been not negotiated. So India has to spend a lot of money on defense, which most European countries don't have to spend. So we are not able to allocate as much money or resources to education. Dr. Anandan Nair, you want to say something? Dr. Nair? But he's a participant. Yeah, Epniza, what about you? Or Rana? I think she's left.
Dilipji,
Rana, are you
a
still with
request,
us?
please, to wrap it up if you don't mind, because we are running quite
Are
into
we
the
now, is that time
second
up?
roundtable for the day.
Okay, is our time up, Sunita? Yes? Yeah, would you like to just make some concluding remarks and we'll wind up?
Can I say one point?
I think, Dilip, if you make the concluding remarks, that would be very apt.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I thought we had till 12 o'clock. No?
Okay.
No, okay. Okay, so thank you very much to all our participants. Mrs. Kajju, Marta, Dr. Rajani, Epniza, Esera, and Javed Mirza. I think we've had I thought it's quite a stimulating discussion. We've had a lot of interaction. And thank you very much. And I think the most important message that has come, that we all need to get involved in the education movements of our, and become champions of education in our own countries, so that education moves up higher up the agenda of the national development agenda. Because I think there was a general consensus that unless education gets high priority, you can't have national development. And ultimately, that's the root. If you look at the history of any country, Western developed country, even China today, they pay a lot of attention to education. And my final message to everybody is, please become champions of education, and so that, and spread the message that without universal high quality education, sine qua non, I mean, nothing is going to improve. Thank you very much for inviting me here today, Sunita. I hope, I'm sorry I was a bit late to join because I had some problems, but I think on the whole, it went off quite well. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, it went off very well, and we thank you for presiding over this 13th Roundtable, a movement for literacy that needs you. And thanks to all the speakers for sharing their valuable views and comments. At the same time, I would like to remind all our participants to please fill up the feedback form, which we very anxiously wait to hear back from you. At the same time, we also request you to fill up the forms for awards and fellowships for this Ed Leadership. Link is provided to you on the chat box, and those who are watching from Facebook and YouTube may go to www.gettylearn.org and apply from there. We'll take a very short coffee break, and enjoy these presentations that we have lined up for you. And do stay tuned with us. Continue being with us through the Zoom link. We'll be meeting you in a short while.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are not going anywhere, and these presentations would be really enjoyable. We would like you all to watch these presentations.
हौसले के तरकश में वो तीर जिंदा रखो, हौसले के तरकश में वो तीर जिंदा रखो, हार जाओ जिंदगी में सब कुछ फिर भी जीतने की उम्मीद जिंदा रखो।
जनवरी से हमने लैब आना शुरू किया पढ़ने के लिए। हमें अक्षर पहचानना और पढ़ना नहीं आता था। जब से हम रोज आने लगे तब हमें अक्षर पहचानना भी आ गया और पढ़ना भी आ गया।
Jerusalem, this is my way. I know just now. Try to save me. Don't leave me alone. Jerusalem, this is my way. I know just now. Try to save me. Don't leave me alone. Without Omar, without King Omar, I have nothing else. I feel my way there. I know just now. Try to save me. Without Omar, without King Omar, I have nothing else. I feel my way there. I know just now. Don't leave me alone. I know just now. I know just now. I know just now. You see me. I know just now. I know just now. I know just now. You see me. Without Omar here, without King here, I have nothing else. I feel my way there. I know just now. Don't leave me alone. Jerusalem, this is my way. just now try to save me. Don't leave me alone. Jerusalem, this is my way. I know just now. Try to save me. Don't leave me alone. Without honor here, without king of here, I have nothing else. I feel my one there. I know just now. Try to save me. Without honor here, without king of here, I have nothing else. I feel my one there. I know just now. Don't leave me alone. I know just now. I know just now. I know just now. You will save me. I know just now. I know just now. I know just now. You will save me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A conference of this magnitude would not have been possible without the support of some very important people who are here with us. Would like to acknowledge their presence and convey a huge thanks to all of them. First of all, our sincere, heartfelt thanks to Sir Dr. Jagdish Gandhi and Ma'am Dr. Bharti Gandhi, the founder directors of City Montessori School, Lucknow. Would also like to thank Mr. Yogesh Kumar, IAS Additional Commissioner, Manrega, Ms. Shalini Srivastav, Bitya Foundation, and our chief guest who is there with us today. He was our chief guest yesterday in one of our sessions, Mr. Anil Saru. At the same time, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mrs. Sushmita Basu, Head Quality Assurance and Innovatives Department, Ms. Jayashri Krishnan, Senior Principal, Rajendra Nagar Campus, Mrs. Deepali Gautam, Principal, RN2, Dr. Kalpana Tripathi, Principal, Mahanagar, Mrs. Abha Pant, Principal, Gomti Nagar 1, Ms. Manjeet Batra, Senior Principal, Gomti Nagar 2, Mrs. Sangeeta Banerjee, Principal, GN2, Mrs. Veera Hajela, Principal, Station Road, Mrs. Aditi Sharma, Principal, Chowk, Dr. V. Kamaran, Senior Principal, Kanpur Road, Mrs. Jyotsna Atul, Principal, RDSO, Mrs. Jyoti Kashyap, Senior Principal, Aliganj, Mrs. Shivani Singh, Principal, Aliganj 1, Mrs. Samvida Adhikari, Principal, Aliganj 2, Mrs. Nisha Pandey, Senior Principal, Rajajipuram Campus 1, Mrs. Poonam Arora, Principal, RJPM 2, Mrs. Ruchi Bhuvan Joshi, Principal, Indra Nagar Branch, Mrs. Reena Soti, Principal, Anand Nagar, Mrs. Shipra Upadhyay, Principal, Jopling Road, and Mrs. Trapti Dwivedi, Principal, Ashrafabad. I would also like to thank the Advisory Board of Global Education and Training Institute, and I seek your sincere apology if I happen to pronounce the names not the correct way. Mr. Kristi Lonka, Mr. Piero Koivula from Finland, Ms. Irmeli Hallinen from Finland, Dr. Neelam Parmar from UK, Ms. Susan Rafiq Hama from Iceland, Professor Hannah Ragnar's daughter, Iceland, Mr. Bob Barata from USA, Professor Shun Wing from Hong Kong, Mr. Chris Macrae, Inspira, USA, Professor Fred Mendrick from USA, and Professor Mari Paulina from Finland. We would also like to express our gratitude to our sponsors, Learning A to Z, S. Chan, UFIS Learning, Ratna Sagar, and our media partner, Digital Learning, our collaborators, Council for Global Education, USA, Teachers Without Borders, PBL Works, and Hounslow Language Service Limited. At the same time, I take this opportunity to thank and acknowledge the presence of Ms. Mala Mehra, Principal, Horner College, heads of all embassies in India, cultural attaché of 40 different countries, the representatives of Government of Uttar Pradesh who are here with us today. We thank you all for the support that you've extended so far, which is so very instrumental in making this conference a huge success. Thank you once again. And on that note, I would like to hand over for the further proceedings to Ma'am Roli Tripathi.
Thank you, Sumita. And as we begin the next roundtable, thanks once again to our chief guest for the day, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of Defense, Government of India. The chairperson for the day, Mr. Dilip Thakur, for chairing the previous session, and the esteemed guests and the panelists of the session so far, Rana Dejani from Jordan, Epnesa Essera, Samoa, Javeed Mirza, NYC, USA, Mata Vanet, Spain, Amel from Sudan, and Miskaju from Jodhpur, the 7 representing countries out of the 50 plus that participated at the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable. Today, as we celebrate this International Day of Literacy, understanding literacy as a bridge from misery to hope, a tool for daily life in modern society, a bulwark against poverty, and a building block of development, Getty recognizes and celebrates the importance of literacy to individuals and their communities, and to honor the teachers and volunteers who are making a difference by helping children and adults learn to read and write. Let me request Dr. Sunita Gandhi, founder Getty, Global Dream Shala, Council for Global Education, USA, to take over. You may have heard her and known her from before, but for those who are joining us now, let me reintroduce her. With awards like Educationist of the Year 2014, Visionary of Uttar Pradesh 2017, Dr. Sunita Gandhi is also the founder, Education Society of Iceland. Her efforts in education have expanded a vast range from the bottom up, grassroots level in Indian slums and villages through her NGO to top down policy work with the World Bank in Washington, D.C., where she was elected as a young professional and completed a 10-year tenure as an economist. Dr. Gandhi had also established her own schools, starting with a first at the young age of 14. She established Ireland's first 2 charter schools, Iceland's first 2 charter schools, an experimental school in the Czech Republic, and 19 schools in India. She has traveled to and studied education systems in 39 countries. She has spoken at several conferences on 5 continents, including recently BET Asia. Dr. Gandhi was invited to Finland as a keynote to the largest gathering of their educators by the Finnish National Board of Education. Now over to a wonderful, empathetic human who thinks from her heart, convener of the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable, Dr. Sunita Gandhi.
Dear friends, thank you for joining us in this last concluding session of the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable. We are concluding on the note of something practical that we can do. So there have been a lot of practical ideas that we have heard through the conference. people who have been implementing tremendous change, including the presenters who presented in the previous roundtable, who are making a worldwide impact with their work. In this particular roundtable, we are going to talk about what ways can we accelerate the process of foundational literacy and numeracy as we celebrate worldwide International Day of Education. This was declared by UN about 3 years ago, so this will be the third International Day of Education. Wish there were every year, every day, an International Day of Education. Education is suffering. Education is not where it needs to be, and we need to celebrate and figure out ways to expand and scale up this cause. Fundamentally a human right, and we are not able to deliver this in the 21st century. That's a crying shame. So we need to think of transformational models, not just models that are beautiful and lovely in implication, but that they are not able to be scaled up to a level that we can make a dramatic change to the situation of literacy and numeracy. Earlier in the day, we talked about the one possible way, or in fact, one of the most powerful ways that has had the litmus test in Ernakulam, Kerala, and in other parts of India, but also in other countries. And these are populous countries with tremendous populations, such as China, where China simplified its written script to make it accessible for people to become literate very, very quickly. And that was a very well thought out program on part of the government of China at the time. And so did Vietnam, Taiwan, so many countries in South America that have made this possible to make the entire populations literate, literally overnight. Ernakulam took 1 year to go from a level of literacy which is similar to India's literacy today, which is 74%, 74.6%, and made it into a 98% literacy in 1 year. So how is that possible? What is the magic formula by which such massive level of scaling up effort was taking place? So as we discussed, and I want to recap once more, there are three fundamental ways in which literacy can be given a boost, and that is through a people's movement. And in people's movement, three prerequisites are: number one, leadership of the government for a time-bound mission. So we underscore the word time-bound. In Kerala, it was in Ernakulam, 1 year was the time frame given. Impossible. We really need to think of the impossible, because that's when we create the possible. So I am possible. So we are possible, we can do it, and Ernakulam showed that it can overnight, literally within a short span of time, make the entire district literate. So why can't we make all districts literate within a year? It is just a matter of commitment from every segment of society, led by the government for a time-bound mission. So that's prerequisite number one. The second prerequisite is that every segment of society should get involved. This is students, teachers, parents. That's a school segment, universities, colleges, NGOs, vocational colleges, B.Ed colleges, any kind of educational institution. Everyone in education should have its mission to impart an education to those who do not have it as yet. And that's an important prerequisite to involve individual people and the folklore around the local communities, the artisans, the musically inclined people, the local folklore would really greatly add to the movement and the feeling of movement. So in a time-bound mission, we are more focused. We're able to bring people's energies out for a certain period of time, and that enthusiasm dies away after that time. So therefore जोश बढ़ा के रखना है, और जोश बढ़ाने के लिए हमको सबको इन्वॉल्व करना है. तो वो जोश कैसे बढ़ाएं, राइट? तो उसके लिए सारे लोगों को इन्वॉल्व करना है, जो गाना गाते हैं, जो श्लोक्स लिखते हैं, जो कपलेट्स लिखते हैं, बजाते हुए स्ट्रीट्स में जाते हैं. एक जोश की भावना लानी है. We have to bring that enthusiasm on the table, and through folklore. So, but involving everyone, literally every single one who is literate and who has a talent to bring them to this mission. That's the prerequisite number 2. So who can do that? And that again goes back to the government as a cheerleader, as the person, as the entity that makes this possible from a policy point of view. So even all government staff, every single government staff, like in the polio mission, all government was involved. And that's why it was successful, because not only every segment of society was involved, but government, every single person in the government apparatus was involved in making sure that India became polio free. Similarly, India can become literacy enabled, can be out of illiteracy by everyone in the government also taking ownership of this particular project. And I think it can be done if we make a time-bound mission. The third prerequisite is basically having a very simple, easy to use primer or toolkit by which anyone can teach in a very, very short span of time and make people literate. And beyond literacy, to continually allow them to learn and read further. Like we had the presenter from Jordan who talked about reading aloud. And I think it's fantastic that that we continue the reading aloud by the learner, so that the education that we give them, the literacy, the numeracy and the literacy at the foundational level does not fall out of the cracks. So this is for children out of school and the adults who are illiterate. Then children within school also need to have much better primers, much better ways of teaching. So one of the things in Ernakulam was all these 3 things were in Ernakulam and all movements across the world. So that particular primer was developed. The first primer of the literacy program of the National Literacy Mission was the primer created for Ernakulam by the Ernakulam people, the stakeholders, and including one NGO that led the whole mission. So primer is critical. So who's preparing the primers? There are primers, they're fantastic, but they're 30-year-old or they're in the same mold as 30-year-old. So we have learned a lot in these 30 years. We've learned new ways to reach out. We've also got now the mobile that is practically everywhere. Of course, not everywhere. There are issues of connection, networks, so many things. If we fix those, voila, we could do so much more. But what we also have is the will of the individual person who wants to make a change. And I think that in a mission mode, karwa jurta jayega, log jurte jayenge. In a mission mode, everyone will get involved, because that's what a mission creates. The possibility of waking up people who are sleepless, who are sleeping on the issue, and who are waiting for someone to energize them. People are waiting, wanting to make their life meaningful and make a difference to this world. Children are waiting, and if they get involved, will revolutionize the whole arena of literacy, foundational literacy, numeracy. We have been doing experimental work, and this experimental work has shown us. So we've gone from a toolkit, which is just a simple thing, which I'll ask Tom Delaney to explain in a few minutes. So we've gone from a very simple toolkit. Its components, he will explain how it works and the principles involved. We have gone into a global dream shala, where experimental work is continuing. So we've seen that children who are both illiterate, using this methodology, keep this in your mind when Tom shows you this, using this methodology are co-teaching each other. 2 illiterate people teaching each other using methods that are so simple and intuitive that anyone, even an illiterate person, just by chance gets a kit like this, can learn by himself or herself. Is that intuitive? Because it goes on 3 principles: known to the unknown. So we have things they know already, like pictures that they can recognize, to the sounds, which are also known, the first sounds. And then we also make bind connections to connect sounds to make words. We don't teach the alphabet. We don't at all need to teach the alphabet. We need to teach them pictures, their sounds, and 2 sounds connecting or 3 sounds connecting to make a word. And this methodology is an upside down methodology. The moment you say anar, your A for apple, the bit for in the middle becomes rote. Because when you show them an apple, they can recognize the apple in English. I'm trying to do this in English because we've developed an English kit as well. So you show them the apple, and if they know this is an apple, and they can say then its first sound, ah. So in Hindi we say similarly. So let Tom do that part, but when you connect sounds, they make a word. They do not need to know the middle for. Apple, a. Bat, b. Not bat for b, yeah, b for bat. Either of those are not necessary. But it's also about mind connections because they're related to thinking time. When we give, according to research, when we give thinking time, learning is greater. Normally we ask a question and the learner has no time to respond or very little time to respond. And when they cannot respond, we immediately tell them what it is. Again, it becomes rote. So thinking time, mind connections, we don't need to give any books. We don't need to give any homework in a school context because a kit is always helpful. It's nice to have, but if you teach in this particular way, using hands-on learning materials, which are very simple and easy to use in a classroom, this is all the homework they need. Their mind connections will keep them doing their homework outside the school hours for the rest of the day. With just 42 words, we teach the entire Hindi alphabet of 51 letters. And kids are picking up so fast that in the most recent experimental work at the Global Dream Shala in a slum called Chandan, children have learned to read in 3 weeks, and they're reading flawlessly. Now, you can only believe this if you do it yourself. And I would request that all of you consider taking up the Global Dream Shala project to your schools and your contexts if you're an NGO, and if you're a government, then to the government schools, and give it a try. Trying doesn't hurt anything. We need to try new things out because the old ones have worked marginally better than the previous ones and the previous ones and the previous ones. We have not seen any dramatic difference. Certainly, we have not seen 3-week literacy, that they can read in 3 weeks. In 30 hours, that they can do numeracy as well and be numerate. In 30 hours, they'll be at grade 3 level. And 30 hours can be spread over 3 months, can be spread over 6 months, can be spread over 2 months. It's entirely our call how we do it. Yes, they need absorbing time. They need time to think and brood, but that is so incredibly fast. So it's worth a try. So I'd like to challenge ourselves that we take this up to our school communities, and we can involve our young children and our older children in different contexts, in different ways, mainstream the whole idea of providing literacy to the neighborhood children. A school needs to be a lighthouse of society. A school is a lighthouse of society. And to the extent that it is not, we need to help it become a lighthouse of society. So in the school community, bus drivers, rickshaw pullers, you've got all the workers, the maid servants, the support staff. Many times they're illiterate. Many times their family members are illiterate. So the first level of becoming a lighthouse in this context is to make sure that nobody in the school community is illiterate. The second level, and I'm talking about the first scalable model, which is the students. So we've tested many scalable models. One of them is students within schools. Second way is to have a program in which, like we are doing in many schools across the country now, where the bus goes and picks up people, young people and adults, sometimes mothers with their children, and they bring them to the school, and the morning assembly time is given to this goal. So there's a rotation, for example, of children of classes 6, 7, and 8. that make sure that all the busties in the neighborhood of the school are able to come to the school at scheduled time, where children, though they are rotated at points in time, that maybe for 3 months, for 6 months, same children can stay with the learners. That's the best formula. So they have the learner, they identify the learner identifies their mentor, the student volunteer, they form a bond. There is no better way, as we agreed earlier, perhaps you will agree, that there's no better way to teach values. And servant leadership requires that we be servants in the cause of literacy, and children learn. Jaise Mahatma Gandhi ne kaha tha, we have to make children servants of society. So through our own labor, through dignity of labor, that's Mahatma Gandhi's vision, that children in reciprocity, a thought that was shared earlier today. It's not about charity, an occasional act of charity. It's about being involved every single day in a connection with somebody whom we are helping, and we are learning in the process from them. So what are we learning from them? Children have reported they've learned huge amount from their learners. For example, they've started to appreciate their teacher. And they say, well, we couldn't, we're having such a hard time teaching this one person. And the emotional aspects, there are issues of, when they run into difficulty with the learner. So these are some of the challenges that the children will face. And yet they're learning the patience of the other person. They're learning to appreciate their own teachers. They're learning hard work. They're learning how to smile in the face of adversity, because many of the learners are in dire conditions whom they're teaching. So many experiences come to mind when I think of what our children have reported back and how it has been transformational experience for the children. Sometimes who is stopping them is the parents, saying things like, well, first educate yourself, or somehow putting a fear in their minds that they're not clean, or this or that or the other. Well, they're perfectly capable to give them better clothes. Why not that? If you have to do charity, why occasional act at a temple event or church every single time? You get the opportunity, God-given opportunity, to serve that one person that God has sent to you, and you can. So I think that empathy, that love, that compassion, we need to educate our parents that this is something very, very important for their children. And if you don't want to look at it as a social service, think of it practically. Data shows in the US, for example, where service learning is a huge component now, and the community action service that Martha has been talking about from Spain in the IB schools, that as CAS component, children are expected to go and do something dramatic and different and serve society, and ideally focus on real life experiences, such as teaching a person who's real life in front of you. And what it has shown, the data has shown, research by US educators, that when children are engaged in such projects, not only is absenteeism going down, the children's mark results are improving. Bullying is reducing. So the positive impact of such a project are phenomenal. So from a very practical point of view, if you want all your children to do well, then adopting something like this is going to help your children excel in their academics as well. So from a school point of view, having children in those two settings where they are teaching at home, where they take the toolkit, we train them in the toolkit, and we don't need to train them physically or in a big elaborate way. What Tom is going to show is adequate amount of training, and we have videos of children showing how to teach in the Global Dream way. So the children can be pointed to these videos that are on the Global Dream channel on YouTube. So through those videos, the new volunteers can learn how to teach in the Global Dream way. It's a vastly different way. It appears similar. A will always be for an R. A will always be for apple. But it's the way you teach. It's the way you make the learner feel that they are capable is the way you motivate both the learner and the volunteer, the psychology of how it all works together. I think that's what creates magic in the shortest time span. And we have loads of data because we've been rigorous about collecting data. We've also got a big, huge survey that we did in 2015 with the help of DM Lucknow and Yogesh Kumarji, who's joining us later, the CDO of Lucknow at the time, who absolutely was central to this big survey. We trained 4,000 teachers of government schools, at which Lalita Pradeep, who's joining me in this panel, she was also a very big part of. And we motivated and trained these 4,000 teachers to do a household-to-household survey and to understand this methodology of teaching. And in this, we collected data from 396,000 households. That's 3.96 lakh households, and nearly 16 lakh individuals, that's children and adults between the ages of 6 and 60, which is the age we target for our literacy programs. So impossible has been made possible just through dialogue and discussion. And I think schools here have a third opportunity, which is to engage the local governments like we try to do in Lucknow and ask their help and their support in doing something dramatic by involving the government teachers. We are asked to now, in the new education policy, work in collaboration as a cluster with government schools. And so this can be an incredible opportunity to open up new windows of dialogue and collaboration with the government schools through the government's participation. And certainly everything we've done in Lucknow and surroundings in the villages and so forth, we've done with the help of the government. So these 4,000 teachers were trained, which is the first time we had this kind of training in a long, long time. As far as we know, nobody, Lalita can tell us what exactly it was about and how it went from that point of view in Lucknow. So 150 schools of Lucknow got involved. And I think this is another level that which we can think of where a school can take a leadership role in involving all other schools or an NGO or the government. So all schools of a city can be involved. In the first year, we had 150 schools. And over a period of last 5 years, something like 300 schools of Lucknow have participated in the literacy program one way or another. And the Global Dream Shala is another way in which schools can help the children who are illiterate and adults who are illiterate in the neighborhood, as well as they can train their own children quickly in literacy and numeracy skills. And this could be the budget private schools, the government schools, and even the private schools. Why not? So it's very simple. We have a lab construct, Dream Shala. You'll see images of it in the videos and gather this is a fun place to be for the children. And they're glued to it. They love coming to it. And that's what it should be all about. Children should love coming to learning. And I think this will make Hindi and English and other language learning very, very easy. 13 languages. We've got the lab concept in for the moment. And I do invite people who are from other languages, not just in India, but from anywhere in the world. Like we're now tying up with Marta and her organization in Spain, in Madrid, to create a kit in Spanish. So, and their students will be involved. The IB students doing the CAS component will be involved. So we can see that this can be in so many languages across the world, and time has come to scale up. And I'm really happy that I heard, a unique request from Meg Pagani, who is joining me today. And Meg will tell her story of how we got connected. But it's exciting world we're living in because, literally overnight, things are spreading all over the world. So the possibility of transformation happening at a fast pace is also thanks to the internet and thanks to all the networking that we can do. We've had 80 plus speakers from 37 countries speak at this roundtable and participants from over 50 countries. So that's not a mean accomplishment. And we could only do this thanks to the internet and through the, in a way, thanks to the pandemic. There are good things about change. And this is one really amazing thing about change. So this is a scalable model. You can scale up your literacy effort, your values program, your academic agendas by adopting something like this. So, and involving the government, you can scale it up in a ginormous way. Time for leadership, true leadership. This is about ed leaders, it's about leaders in education, it's about people like you who can make a dramatic difference. The only thing that we need to do is apne andar josh lana, is to bring josh in yourself, dare in yourself to do this. And I think you can. It's really not that difficult because people will join you. कारवां बनता जाएगा, लोग आपके पीछे जुड़ते जाएंगे, पक्का है, होगा। मेरे साथ ये हो रहा है। जब मैंने शुरू किया था अकेले छुटपुट करते रहते थे, एंड अब बहुत सारे लोग से जुड़ रहे हैं. When I first started, I was just doing it on my own, little small way. I had these wonderful American friends I really ought to mention, who are sacrificing people who are living in Lucknow, in the slums of Lucknow. We cannot imagine living in a slum. And these Americans, teachers, astronauts, people of great capacity have come from the US, Australia, and other countries and are living in our slums in India, in Lucknow. And they became absolutely critical to the project I was doing, because early on I needed to collect data. What's causing motivation? What's causing any difficulty as we are implementing such a toolkit? So I want to mention Mark and Trudy, and I want to mention John Hakim and Rose Hakim, and I would like to mention also Tom Delaney, who's with me now. It has been a wonderful thing to have them because we could collect data, and we've put a lot of emphasis on collection of data, also of creating control and treatment groups so that we can actually publish. We are now about to publish some of our work in international journals and in Indian journals. So Tom can mention one of them that we have just recently sent our research to. So research progress support. So these are other ways to scale, because obviously you want people to know about it. You want them to get the data so they can see, oh yes, I can see a possibility in it. But Meg will tell us the scalable models. I'm not an expert in this. I'm looking towards her and towards people of, of great insight into how to make something really scalable. But the experimental work that we have done, we have created the foundation for scalability in the sense that we know what has worked in the microcosm of these projects. So like in the school context, we have known that, okay, children can teach, how long it takes for them to teach, where are the pressure points, the difficulties they face, where the schools can compensate, where the emotional and other factors, psychological factors come in, how they can do. We know those things, we can share those with every school trying to implement this agenda. The second experimental work that we have done, and that's a highly scalable model, which Meg can help us with, and that is a community-based model in which we, with the help of the government, adopted a village called Karoni, which is in Sarojinagar district of Sarojinagar block of Lucknow district. And in this village, we trained 22 women whom we gave a kit. And the kit had these toolkits in it and a few other things, small things like slate, chalk, duster, and 20 books from Read India, from Pratham, very nice books. We put them in there, and cutouts of alphabet and so forth in baskets and so on. So small kit, not very expensive. 2 mats where people could be seated by the volunteer in their own homes. And these 22 women, as has been documented by Better India, and so many other documentations have been done about this, and eyewitness accounts of these things going on in Karoni. So they, just hear this, within 2 months, these 22 women made 180 women of Karoni village literate within 2 months. These 180 women took the National Literacy Mission Examination, which is a grade 3 level examination for numeracy and literacy, and 135 of them passed. Subsequently, they were so enthused by this experience, and they're still teaching. Now they're teaching English and so many other things. They're doing a lot of skill development. They want to start some vocational things in their own capacities. We've given them training of all sorts of natures, financial literacy and so many other things. But they educated 800 women in the next 1 year. And I think what is fascinating for me, and I asked them, what is it that kept you doing this? Because we were not paying them. They were truly volunteers in the real sense. And then I looked at the Ernakulam example as well, where in one of the researches, it was said that the people who were volunteers, who were not working for money, did a better job, more passionate job than people who were working for money, the supervisors and the others who probably got paid along the way. So the Preraks. These women worked without money, and I said, why? What motivated you? And they said, Samman. Samman. That feeling of self-respect that I got from doing this. I felt I'm contributing to society. The feeling of contribution that the volunteer feels is absolutely enormous. And these women said that was the reason they did it. They got that respect from their fellow people, and they felt a sense of pride in serving their country and making other people literate. And many of them are really themselves not very highly educated. They have barely sometimes grade 3 level education, as you'll see in the videos that they will be teaching, and they are the women of Karani. So here is a community-based model that can be scaled up because it doesn't require very much at all. I mean, basically a kit, some kind of motivational framework. We did invite them and honored them on 3 or 4 occasions during this period, and on International Women's Day on the 8th of March and so forth. And we really honestly gave us all the respect that they deserved for the work they have been doing. So these all documented research pieces of evidence we have. The third model is basically the government school model that we have tried out in a very, very small way. Now we're really looking forward to moving this arena a lot more, because actually it's been very difficult to get the governments to give us the classrooms. So, but we did a pilot in schools in Lucknow, which Lalita Pradeep ji knows about. And, but we're looking for an opportunity to really showcase this, to also create a research basis in which we'll have a small number of control group schools, and a majority or all of them as possible within a small or a bigger context that are in the treatment group. And we will show traction, we'll show conversion, we'll show literacy and numeracy in a record speed. I would say in 3 months, you will measure not 30% improvement, but a 300% improvement. And this is something that needs to be tried out. So I look forward to those connections and communications and those alliances with the government schools, so we can scale it up, because obviously half the children of India are in government schools. And this is where we can make, if one research paper that shows real data done scientifically, observed by people who are involved in research, and we can show that this is actually for real happening, I think we have the chances of replicating that across India, and hopefully also with the help of all these wonderful international partners that we are developing now, that we can take it across the world. So that's it from me. And I think we need to understand what is this toolkit, or what is the methodology of the toolkit, and why it is such a highly scalable and fast, 10 times faster toolkit than anything that we know of as of now. Thank you so much. And over to Tom in a minute. I want to introduce Tom, one of my most amazing, amazing partners in this work. He is a volunteer, again, not paid, and he's from Australia, living in a slum here. He grew up in India. His parents moved to India. He was born and brought up in a slum of Delhi. An amazing person. And he is a trainer for us as well. He trains NGOs and organizations, large and big. He addressed a big, huge gathering of 3,000 schools in Chennai, belonging to a Muslim group. Phenomenal training. And John went there, sorry, John Hakim. And Tom went to some others in Bangalore and other places. So really, he's here to serve. And he's a person of huge capacity. I cannot tell you. He has helped us write 2 research papers, Why Can't Children Read? And Accelerating Literacy for the Adults. He's, besides that, co-author of a book, Low Carbon and Loving It. He and his father wrote this book together. They live in the slum, truly low carbon and loving it. He and I have been, and with John, been authoring a book which we'll be releasing at the next event. I'd like to mention that the third weekend of April, rather Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of April, we are hosting a mega event on foundational literacy and numeracy, at which we'll be launching this book. It'll be published by Bloomsbury, which is the same as, you all know, Harry Potter's author. it's written, Bloomsbury published them as well. So we can grow big with those. And then if that gets converted to many languages, so basically we are articulating our experience of scale-up models in that, and how to create a literacy movement based on what we've learned from everyone and from our own experimental work. So Tom's within that as well. He is a disability support worker. He's a volunteer of a homeless drop-in shelter or several homeless drop-in shelters. He's a youth group leader. He's tutor for refugees and asylum seekers. He has been working in the past with Queensland, Australia, program of assistance to survivors of torture and trauma in Brisbane. And living simply for the sake of minimizing environmental impact. He's been doing that, fluent in spoken and written English, Urdu, and Hindi. He is excellent writing and researching skills and data analytical skills. I'm so happy to introduce Tom. And Tom, over to you.
My name is Tom Delaney, and I'm a teacher trainer and literacy program consultant with Devi Sansthan, an NGO led by Dr. Sunita Gandhi. In this video, I'll be sharing how to use these Global Dream materials to teach Hindi literacy in an efficient and enjoyable manner. Firstly, I would like to share the 3 principles that this program is founded upon. These principles have been developed through extensive research into the most effective teaching techniques. The 3 principles of Global Dream are: 1, learner-focused thinking time; 2, immediate feedback; and 3, a positive relationship between the student and the teacher. So the first principle is learner-focused thinking time. This program is focused on the learner, not the mentor. So instead of telling the learner the answer, you will be asking them questions and giving them time to think about it for themselves. So our first principle is learner-focused thinking time. By asking the learner questions and giving them time to think, we give them the best chance for it sticking in their long-term memory. Our second principle is to give immediate feedback. The learner should know immediately whether they are reading correctly or incorrectly. Research shows that immediate feedback has a huge impact on how well the student learns.
मिलाके आजा आजा
और फिर ये
गारा घर
हाँ, दोनों मिलाके
अजगर
शाबाश. When the learner reads something correctly, say ha or shabash. When they read incorrectly, say nahi or fir koshish kijiye. So our second principle is to give immediate feedback. Encourage the learner when they're reading correctly. Say dobara koshish kijiye when they're reading incorrectly, but don't give them the answer. Our third principle is a positive relationship with the learner. Research shows that how the learner feels makes a huge difference as to whether they will be able to learn or not. If the learner is feeling afraid of you, they will not be able to concentrate and won't be able to learn well. But if the learner is feeling positive, they will be able to learn quickly. This means that when a learner reads something incorrectly, we cannot punish them or make them feel bad. Remember, the more positively a student thinks about you, the better they will be able to learn. If we tell a student that they are stupid or a bad person, they will start to believe those things, and then they will behave even worse, be able to learn. If we tell a student that they are stupid or a bad person, they will start to believe those things, and then they will behave even worse. More than that, part of being a good person is treating others with respect. And if we don't treat our learners with respect, how can we expect them to respect others? So the third principle of our program is a positive relationship with the learner. Encourage the learner when they're reading correctly, never punish them for reading incorrectly, and always treat everyone with respect. So the 3 principles of the Global Dream program are learner-focused thinking time, immediate feedback, and a positive relationship with the learner. If you can do those 3 things well, you will be a fantastic literacy mentor.
She's a maid in our colony and we have many maids, so I was going from one maid to another and asking everyone if they want to study and become literate or not.
So I'd like to introduce the next speaker. Meg, take your time. We have kept this less busy for a reason, and that is to be able to really have a lot more discussion about scaling up. So Meg, then Lalita, Pradeep ji, then Kavita Rana, and I'm ending with Kavita because we're discussing a project right now for Delhi schools. So I'd like to end on a note of collaboration, hopefully, and learning from what she's doing, the dramatic work that she's involved in. So Meg, then Lalita, we've got 3 people, say 20 minutes each, can go into 25 minutes if you need to, right? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Need some time for question and answers because we really want to engage with you.
Yeah. I'm not going to actually speak for 25 minutes. I would love actually a Q&A. Hi, everybody.
Actually living in Portugal.
Yes, I'm living in Portugal.
Turning projects into movements, how to disseminate best practices, empower local talent, and scale up impact. Project advisor, a Forbes 30 under 30 social entrepreneur, member World Economic Forum's Global Shaper community. Meg is an Italian entrepreneur with a 10+ year experience in the field of technology, sustainability, social innovation, and behavioral change. She lived and traveled across 25+ countries, exploring models of growth, impact, and transformation from different cultures and communities. She's the founder of impacton.org, that is IMPACTON, impacton.org, an organization that uses technology to multiply effective impact projects on a global scale, and evolutionary and online community for individuals interested in exploring and practicing around different philosophies and traditions of wellness, sustainability, and impact. Meg has been on TEDx Milano on the same topic of scaling up impact, and I invite her as our next presenter. Thank you, Meg. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Sunita. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. It's such an honor for me here. And as Sunita was mentioning a few minutes ago, we actually got connected because she was mentioned in a radio show in Italy that she was not even aware of. So I really feel it's an honor for me to see how many different connections can happen when you use digital technology to really spread powerful story like the one that Sunita shared with us today. I am going to share with you to tell you more about my story, about what we're doing and what we potentially will do with Sunita as well. I'm going to share with you a very short presentation just because I prefer to do things a lot more visually. I hope you can now see my screen. So welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for giving me your time and attention for the next 15 minutes or so. And yes, I would love for you all to write down, if you can, every single question that you might have. And you can see also here in my picture, eventually my email, in case you will want to reach out and ask me things later. So what we're going to talk, or what I'm going to share with you today, is a quite nerd topic, because we're talking about the realm of scaling impact. And when we're talking about scaling impact, it's super important to remember that it's about 3 different things. One, it's about scaling a project or an organization. The 2 things are quite different. In fact, as Sunita was mentioning, it's not necessarily that we need to scale Sunita's NGO, but we can scale her project. So we're going to see together a little bit what that means when we're talking about scaling impact. The second, as we're going to see together, is characteristics of this project. Depending on the characteristics of the project and the organization, there is different strategies that you can apply for scaling. And the third one is intentions. The intentions that you want to apply to your scaling strategy will actually highlight different opportunities. And before going into that, I always like to somehow try to outline a common language, because sometimes we talk about social impact, but we don't necessarily mean the same things, especially when we're talking about programs that can scale in different countries or in different regions around the world. So really, to be a little bit nerdy about this, when we talk about impact, we mean an act or action that influences or creates a change or a shift from a state A to a state B. This is something that we all probably can go behind, and we basically are talking about transformation or alteration of a current state of a person, thing, place, or situation. Of course, in this case, you probably can see that it's not necessarily a shift that has a qualitative aspect. We're just talking about change from A to B. That is what impact by definition is. Then of course, when you add the power of the why, of the intentionality, is when you can figure out that impact becomes an act or an action that influences or creates a change from a state A to a state B, where B is assumed to be better. This is very important because we know from all around the world that there is very different perspectives, and to remember that sometimes we implement projects where B is only assumed to be better than A is important. Of course, it's not the case for a project like Sunita, which is why the project that we just saw together is ready for scaling, because we know that the type of change and shift that project does, it is absolutely better than the state that it was before, of course, that children was in contact with a program. So we talk about impact in terms of transformation intended as positive change and improvement. These might be all very known and very banal for you. The reality is that in many organizations of the world, sometimes this is something that we lose sight of. So scaling impact, now getting better and more into the topic that we're going to talk about today together, is the intention of an organization to grow, widen the influence or the reach of a project or program that improves the condition of a thing, person, community, or place. Again, scaling impact is not necessarily scaling the organization that created the impact in the first place, but only to make sure that what they created, the powerful recipe that they created, can grow, widen its influence, or reach more people and beneficiaries. So I want to introduce you to 3 different characteristics of projects that, of course, will make sure that there is going to be different scaling strategies for each single one of them. The 3 macro types are what I call, the first one is the global first. This is the case of apps and softwares. Then normally we probably can say that the impact, depending on the case, can be lower if it's services, it's a much higher if it's healthcare. But anyway, this is global first types of projects, because I'm gonna make a silly example, but like Slack, you might know about it. It's a platform that doesn't need to do anything operational for a new user to appear in Lisbon, where I am right now, or in another city of the planet. So their scalability and adoption model is global first because they don't need operation on the ground to scale these models. The majority of impact projects, though, do not fall into this category, as we're going to see together. The second one is a hybrid, what I call digital and operational. This is types of solutions that have something that can be online and a part that needs anyway offline operations, for which the scaling strategy can't be as global first as a digital one. And this is the case, for example, of apps and softwares that create learning communities or peer-to-peer support communities. In this case, it's a project that connects mothers that just had children so they can swap clothes and create less waste, but also support each other. We know that from the mental health perspective, sometimes it's very hard for new mothers to be able to connect with one another. And this is an app that creates that opportunity to swap clothes, but also, of course, offline interactions. And the third one is the majority of projects of impact as we know them today. It's the 100% operational. In this case, you can see a project that takes all the buses that can't work anymore and empties them, the buses, so that they become showers and bathroom that can go around the city and provide access to services of hygiene to homeless people, refugees, and more. It's called a mobile hygiene spot, and it's a project that comes from the US, but it could be implemented in every single city where there is a lack of access to hygiene service, reutilizing something that can't be used anymore, like all the school bus. These 2 models that I just shared with you can't scale in the sense of how we think about scaling and technology. They need models of scaling that are a lot more about replication, because at some point you will see that this is very technical as a graph, but you can see that on the vertical, you have impact per beneficiary. So how much effective actually the project is in the impact that it wants to create. And on the other one, in the horizontal one, you can see reach. And for projects like number 2 and 3, at some point you want to reach more people. You can see from A to B, but because it's operational, the impact and the quality of what you're doing is actually decreasing. That's when you hit a limit. and you know that your project has growth enough in your location and needs to be replicated. To make you a metaphor, think about the spider plants. Are these plants that grow, become a strong ecosystem and organism, and then understand that to grow even more, they need to multiply. So they multiply their own organism, replicating it so that they can grow in reach like a network. And as we're going to see together, that's exactly what I do and what I potentially will have also Sunita to do with this beautiful project she presented today. When we look at the scope of what replication means, we have some references. On the left, you can see wholly owned. This is the typical example when one project owns the intellectual property of a project, and in sequence, say that I am in Lisbon right now and I have done something very effective and I start fundraising to go tomorrow to Madrid. And in 3 years, I'm going to go to Paris and to Milan. And in 5 years, XYZ. I'm speaking, of course, Europe. This is valid for every single country on the planet. Wholly owned are those situations where you yourself with your project try to create the resources to reach every single location or beneficiary that needs what you have. Thing is, as we're going to see together, normally that makes you reach less than 1% of the people that need what you have created, especially when you have a recipe and a project that is particularly effective. So we're going to see together this in detail later. The other two options are affiliations and dissemination. Dissemination is very known. We all know open source projects where we have PDF manuals posted online. So you just share the knowledge, the protocols, the metrics, and the manuals, and you just let it go. You lose sight of it. You don't know who's using it. You hope it's going to be done for good. This is very powerful for, let's say, simpler community projects because you don't have too much methodology and too much input and methodology to keep in mind. It might, for example, be very tricky for what Sunita, for example, just introduced to us, and we're going to see some more examples together. Because you basically lose the possibility to connect every person that is working around these projects for shared learning and improvement over time. The other option that we might know is affiliation. You form an ongoing relationship with others, other organizations, other teachers, other people, to replicate the model in other places. And we know some of these examples because we see them in the business realm. We see franchising, we see licensing, we see subcontracting, and more. The point is, for the majority of impact projects, this is a model that when we look at making too much standardization, it can be quite tricky because you need to remember that this is a model that comes from, for example, Starbucks. You can see here a Starbucks model, a famous franchise model, and you might not be able to know which city is this, because the standardization is so high that you actually lose connection with the local context if you don't adapt your formula a lot more to every culture and every context where you want to make your project happen. That's why, for example, Sunita earlier was mentioning not just the learning, but also the behavioral mechanisms around what she has done needs to be replicated and adapted to every single context. Otherwise, we have the risk to create actually more damage than good to local context. So we're seeing that we have a whole new conversation around what it means today to be working in sustainability and impact, because we're understanding that what works needs to reach 100% of the people that need it. We have the technology and the methodology to do it. And therefore, the new priority becomes to multiply this impact. But now, before continuing with case studies and examples, of course, who is this Italian? I mean, you don't see me, I'm a very tall blonde giraffe from Italy. Who is this Italian that is telling you all these things? So I would love to introduce myself very briefly. My name is Margherita Pagani, but after many, many years of living abroad, I just made my name into Meg Pagani. It's a lot easier. I'm in Lisbon now, in Portugal, but I come from a very small town in Italy, where you can see me growing up. A lot of people today, because I am an entrepreneur, you imagine, many people imagine that I study finance or that I grew up with technology and numbers, where in reality, I studied fine arts. My upbringing saw me training not too much with numbers and with codes, but with this type of codes. the codes of the stories and the archetypes of what is a man, what is a woman, what is society, what is life, what is death, etc. And not necessarily from the Catholic perspective, but from the art perspective. I grew up learning how we can codify stories that then modify our behaviors. And this happened and is the same all over the world equally. So when I ended up university, what I had was a set of very different passions that of course made me feel a little bit lost about what I wanted to do. So this, a little bit lost what I wanted to do. So this made me travel in more than 25 countries to study models of social innovations and impact from literally 3 continents up to now, plus some initial countries in the East as well. What I was trying to learn and what I was trying to uncover is how can we use technology to scale impact by looking at the planet like an organism, letting go a little bit of the business mechanisms that we know might not exactly serve our needs when it comes to impact and the improvement of quality of life, but really look at the planet and our species as an organism. In fact, as I was mentioning, even the most successful models on the planet as for today with traditional approaches only reach about 1% or less of the global need for what they have created. In other words, projects don't scale enough. You can see incredible studies and essays and research around this, especially from Bridgespan Group. We know about PDF manuals to spread what works, but we also know that these manuals normally are very hard to access. This one is the most known replicated program. It was 153 pages. And even the founders themselves of the project wrote, based on this experience, the Grameen Foundation recommends coupling a manual with an evolving and organic solution as an online platform, thus facilitating the exchange of experiences and ideas on how to improve and further evolve an inclusive business model. When I started what I'm doing, I didn't know about this, but the more I researched, the more I understood, the more information does not lead to more action. When we want to spread successful projects, we tended to think that a report or a long essay is going to be the solution. The reality is that it's not going to be making it necessarily so much more adapted and adopted. Quite the opposite. This is Dan Ariely, one of the most famous economists and behavioral scientists on the planet. This is what we do today. We try to spread things from a centralized way, which we have seen that only reach 1% of the people and the organization that needs a successful solution. And this is what me and my team are doing. We want to make sure that we can scale impact collectively with a decentralized and then distributed system to really empower as many people as possible using technology just for what is intended to be used, which is to create autonomous processes. And this is how ImpactOn came to be. ImpactOn.org is a project that really was intended to respond to one question. How can we identify solutions and spread them to mobilize collective action? This is the 2 things that we focus on. So what are we talking about when we say solutions, which personally is a word that I don't like very much because we're not trying to fix anything. We're trying to improve something. So solution, I always use it quote unquote because I have particular values about what it is a program in impact. In our case, to identify these solutions mean that we look for projects that have evidence of impact, that have a verified demand or need in other places or context. The example of Sunita is perfect. We know that illiteracy or the difficulty of access of alphabetization is very needed in many other places. An aligned governance, meaning Sunita and her team in this example being very aligned about, yes, we want to reach more people with this, and then clear priorities about how to scale. But also, we need to look at projects that are context adaptable, that are transformative, and are combining top-down guidance with bottom-up adaptation. Because as we saw earlier, we can't push top-down solutions without taking into consideration how local context, local talents, local partners see that this program needs to be implemented to respect their own culture and context locally. And then the second point, how can we spread these right solutions? And an example that I want to use with you is an example that comes from Latin America. I actually lived in Latin America for about 5 years. You can see here a house that is entirely built with non-recyclable plastic. This is the plastic that we have in landfill, is the plastic we have in the ocean, And this is a project that teaches how to employ women or young men from favelas or very, very vulnerable communities. So training with skills that then they will be able to use in other contexts, in the construction, for example, so to create employment, but also to create beautiful houses with plastic that normally we burn or we don't know what to do with them. This is exactly the same plastic you just saw when it was inaugurated. It makes these houses or buildings normally 1/3 or 1/4. So 4 times less expensive than traditional buildings. And this is something that can be implemented in every place that has non-recyclable plastic, lack of housing, lack of employment, and economic stability for women and men in different communities. And what happens is that projects like this normally win awards. So you get to know about them for a variety of reasons. But then imagine hundreds or thousands of people from around the world that try to contact the originator that is in Cordoba, Argentina. So for this initiative, of course, scaling means replication, but the overhead of all those people reaching out in so many different languages, it's very much of a struggle. Especially social entrepreneurs are not necessarily trainers or international managers. They're good at what they do and they want to keep doing it. So how, looking at this, could we figure out a mechanism for the project to scale and to replicate without depending on Lucas in this sense, who is the founder of the project that I just shared with you? This is what we do right now. We can see it from international communities, from multilaterals, from World Bank, from the United Nations, from any big institution. We do things in sequence. And in 5 years, we bring it to a few locations, but in reality, compared to the tools that we have today, this is very slow, very expensive, and very ineffective. Because what we need with projects that are very powerful is this in 5 years, really to make sure that as many people as possible can get activated by a model that works. And of course, this means to do 3 things: synthesize proven models, turn it into an adaptable format, so it can't be an instruction. It can't be, okay, I'll sit you down and I will tell you exactly 100% of how to do it, because it doesn't work, especially when you want to reach different contexts, even within the same country. And 3, enable autonomous adoption. It cannot depend from the time or the energy of the original creator of the project, because it will be too much of a bottleneck. And this is exactly what we do. We take projects and we enable them to, after growing a little bit within a country, to really be able to be autonomous without depending on them, to have as many people in the world that try out the validation steps, so that then, of course, only the ones that will be successful will be able to implement, which are going to be a little bit less, but it still has such an incredible impact, because this can happen just in 3 months using technology and sharing knowledge mechanisms. So what we do is that we spread what works. We enable the originator to partner with us, and then we enable even hundreds or thousands of adopters at the same time to validate the model locally, see if they're ready to take it on, and even facilitate partnerships agreements with the originator, but without having all of this work only on the shoulder of the originator, because it's impossible. So we identify projects that, of course, like the first one on the left, will continue to develop, but once they pass the maturity threshold, they can already start disseminating, and then of course they will grow. These are projects that are never done evolving, but they can seed other locations so that they can get started as well, and we all can raise the tide collectively. So really we're talking about from replication to multiplying impact, and for us there is a very big difference between the two. What we do is 3 things. We know how to identify what works, what is replicable, and how to adapt it. And our toolkits enable anyone. Imagine that you want to do a project around plastic, but you don't know which one, and you want to really help as many people as possible. You can identify your project, then you can have a tool that makes you understand the compatibility and feasibility of that particular project for you and your context with a tool that is very easy to access. It uses natural conversation. And then access the toolkit to start the validation and the setup, to then unlock the full toolkit and take off. All of this, for some of the projects in full autonomy, for some others, you get to have a call when you're ready with the originator, but we really make it as autonomous as possible, because it will make the empowerment go to the next level. And really to finalize a little bit and then answer all the questions you might have, this is a little bit of some of our numbers up to now. We have more than 45 projects that we have helped, more than 200 applications globally, about 2,500 users, and we had coverage. We worked with some of the biggest organizations to replicate or spread their projects. And we had very interesting articles, as Sunita was saying also. I was blessed to be invited to the TEDx in Milan, in my hometown. I mean, close to my hometown. To give you a last landscape of what we do, we don't work just with plastic. We believe that impact and every impact program are very systemic. We need our communities to be covered on many different fronts. So we, in our portfolio, we have projects that respond to the plastic and circular economy challenges, climate change and regeneration, social and financial inclusion, and also post-COVID business and skills pivot. And we really try to focus on projects that have the highest compatibility with a very diverse environment. So they can be used in India, for instance, in Southeast Asia, in Europe, in the US, because they don't respond only to, let's say, a specific culture problem. We always look for projects that have much higher degree of adaptability. Here you can see some examples, but I'm also happy to share with you more information later. We have projects that have a business model, projects that have a sustainability model, so not necessarily profitable, but they're all proven and all sustainable on climate change as well, on social and financial inclusion as well. And we're now about to launch a program where with students from all around the world, especially from universities and high school, we're gonna give access to the videos and the content of the projects in a format that is educational. Because for many of the younger generations, the passion to really develop our societies with inclusion, sustainability, and impact is super real, and it's not a question. They're very sure about this, but they don't know where to go to learn from the best solutions or projects that are out there. So we're gonna keep, of course, the toolkits to take action, but we're gonna add the possibility for a super symbolic coffee, we call it a coffee prize, to just get access to a whole community of learners, hundreds and hundreds of people around the world, to learn from these projects, even if you don't want to take action with the toolkits. If you want more information about this, please reach out. And the partnerships opportunity that we always have open are 3. One is the action partner, like Sunita. In fact, if you have a project or a program that you know could be spread or replicated in another location, even within your same country, please reach out. Funding partner, of course, so sometimes we like to partner up with companies or foundations to fund fellowships so we can support replicators that come from vulnerable backgrounds to have the time and the resources to set up these projects and improve their life and the life of their communities. And then promotion partner. We're creating the first partnerships in terms of media and just advocacy to make sure that these stories, like Sunita one, can reach as many people as possible. And then to finalize, really the question that we tend to be focused on when we do what we do every day is, okay, we see a project that works, and up to today we just said, okay, they will grow on their own. They will figure it out to make it grow. But I think that the time that we're living right now is a little bit different. And I think that we need to start asking ourselves when we see a project or a program that is particularly powerful, what if the planet would be at the table with us, taking that decision of what to do with that project? Do we want to just scale it in sequence and to reach 5 locations in 5 years? What would the planet say? What would the planet ask you to do with that effective recipe? Thank you very, very much. You can see here my contact, and I would love to take all your questions if you have them.
Thank you, Meg. We definitely will have questions, and I hope to share with them with you soon. I would like to invite the participants of this roundtable to please post your questions to Meg here in the chat box. In the meantime, some couple of inspirational videos to give a break from the mental work, and here we are.
जोश न ठंडा होने पाए ना होने पाए, जोश न ठंडा होने पाए, कदम मिलाकर चल, मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल। मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल। जोश न ठंडा होने पाए ना होने पाए, बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल वो साथी, बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल वो साथी, बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल वो साथी, बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल बढ़ता चल। लक्ष्य हमारा प्रेम शांति से दुनिया नई बनानी, मानवता के हित में लिखे आओ नई कहानी। शूल बिछे अगणित राहों में, अगणित राहों में, शूल बिछे अगणित राहों में राह बनाता चल। मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल, मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल। जोश न ठंडा होने पाए कदम मिलाकर चल, मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल, मंजिल तेरे पग चूमेगी आज नहीं तो कल। जोश न ठंडा होने पाए ना होने पाए, ना होने पाए, ना होने पाए।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं ज्योति और कमाल की खबर में एक नजर उत्तर प्रदेश के एक यूनिक एजुकेशन प्रोजेक्ट पर। लखनऊ की डॉक्टर सुनीता गांधी ने गरीब बच्चों को साक्षर बनाने के लिए ग्लोबल ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च किया है। सबसे कमाल की बात यह है कि सिर्फ 30 घंटे में गरीब अनपढ़ बच्चे साक्षर बन रहे हैं। वॉलंटियर्स की मदद से इन बच्चों को सिर्फ 50 रुपए की एक टूल किट के जरिए पढ़ाया जाता है। इन बच्चों को सिलेबस के चित्रों के जरिए शब्द बनाने के लिए सिखाया जाता है। गरीब बच्चों के लिए मुफ्त में चलाए जा रहे इस प्रोजेक्ट को अब देश के अन्य राज्यों में शुरू कर 20 लाख बच्चों को साक्षर बनाने का प्लान है।
हम लोग को बेसिकली इंटर्नशिप पे जो ग्लोबल ड्रीम का प्रोजेक्ट दिया गया था, तो हम लोग को जो किट्स प्रोवाइड करी गई थी, इसमें जैसे कैलेंडर दिया गया था और कुछ फ्लैश कार्ड्स दिए गए थे जिनके थ्रू हमें कुछ एक्टिविटीज़ करानी थी। एक्चुअली जब हमने ये कैलेंडर के थ्रू पढ़ाना स्टार्ट किया बच्चों को, तो बच्चे काफ़ी अट्रैक्टेड हुए इसकी तरफ, क्योंकि एक तो उसमें जो पिक्चर्स थी, कलरफुल पिक्चर्स थी, और वो पढ़ाने का तरीका, जो साउंड्स हम लोग उनको बेसिकली बोलते थे कि आप साउंड बताइए, तो उससे उनको इंटरेस्ट आ रहा था थोड़ा उसमें। तो जो बच्चे थोड़े वहाँ प्रेजेंट थे, उन्होंने जो पढ़ा वो पढ़ाई, उसके बाद उन्होंने आगे भी कन्वे किया। तो नेक्स्ट डे ऐसा देखने को मिलता था कि 2-3 बच्चे एक्स्ट्रा हो जाते थे।
1 और ड्रीम बुक 2 का जो है उससे बच्चों को पढ़ाया और देखा कि काफी अच्छा रिस्पांस आया बच्चों का।
क्लास 1 एंड 2 को कंबाइन करके हमने ड्रीम बुक 1 पढ़ाया है और देखा ये जब मैंने प्री टेस्ट लिया है क्लास 1 एंड 2 का, तो ये देखा कि उसमें बहुत से बच्चे ऐसे थे जिनको अक्षर भी नहीं पहचानना आता था और पढ़ भी नहीं पा रहे थे। वो
हमारी जो प्रिंसिपल थी, वो उन्होंने हमसे डिमांड भी करी थी कि अगर हमें ये बुक्स मिल सके, तो हमने कहा हम बात करेंगे अपने कॉलेज में कि अगर बुक्स आपको प्रोवाइड हो सके। उनको वो तरीका अच्छा लगा।
वीडियो फोटो नहीं आने दे रही है।
एक्टिविटी आप लोगों को कराएंगे, इकाई दहाई वाली संख्याओं को हम कैसे लिखेंगे शब्द और अंकों में। तरीका बहुत सरल होगा, हमको अच्छे से आ जाएगा हर चीज। तो ये एक चार्ट है, ये चार्ट सबको देखो, सबके पास है, हम भरेंगे, लेकिन किससे भरेंगे? जो हमको ये दिए कार्ड दिए, छोटे छोटे कार्ड है, इनमें संख्याएं लिखी हुई है हमारी 10,000 लाख।
तुम लोग को जो कल कविता हमने पढ़ाई थी ना, उसी में के क्वेश्चन है इसमें, ठीक। अब हम सब पूरी सीट पे एक बांटेंगे, 2 लोग बैठे हो, एक जना क्वेश्चन पढ़ेगा और उसकी जो ऑप्शन है वो भी पढ़ेगा और दूसरा उसका क्या देगा, आंसर। अगर उसका सही तो ठीक, गलत है तो चुप दूसरा क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे। फिर जब उसका हो जाएगा फिर वो अपने आगे वाले दोस्त को दे देगा। विमल का क्या अर्थ है? शिवा बताओ। अनादि से आप क्या समझते हैं? जिसका अस्तित्व न हो, जो कुछ समय पहले ही अस्तित्व में आया हो, जो हमेशा से अस्तित्व में हो, या इनमें से कोई नहीं। चलो आयुष बताओ। हाँ,
संस्थान और ये लोगों द्वारा यहाँ बच्चों को एक्टिविटी के माध्यम से सिखाया गया, तो बहुत अच्छा था। बच्चों ने काफ़ी अच्छा सीखा। लर्निंग मटेरियल जो आया है इस तरह से, इससे बच्चों ने और अच्छे तरह से सीखा है उस चीज़ को। अगर आप लोगों का सहयोग और हमें मिले तो हमारे बच्चे और अच्छा सीख पाएँ। का बच्चा करके सीखता है तो और अच्छा तो आता है और अच्छा सीखेंगे बच्चे, उम्मीद है।
वाला खोलो। Hello. So I'd like to welcome Shri Yogesh Kumarji, perfect timing. And Yogesh Kumarji, I'd like to welcome you with a bouquet from all of us here. There are viewers from Facebook and YouTube as well as on Zoom here. Some 400 people right now on Zoom. And I want to reiterate what I said earlier. Shri Yogesh Kumarji is the gentleman who was the CDO of this city of Lucknow at the time that we were implementing that 4,000 teachers training and collection of data on literacy in every block of Lucknow district. And such a major project, he made it look like it was a piece of cake. And of course, it was the first time that something of that nature happened. So I'd like Yogesh Kumarji to say a few words before we, or you might as well you wait and hear Lalita, Pradeep, and Rana. Are you here for a little bit? Okay, so we'd like to hear then the next presenter, and please be seated, and we are warmly welcome guests here. So happy to have you with us. Yogesh Kumarji, currently Deputy Commissioner in Manrega for Uttar Pradesh. So he has under him, what, 44,000 employees?
50,000.
50,000 employees are working under him. And he says we can rock and roll the literacy program to all of them in a very short span of time. So here's one scale-up option sitting right here with Yogeshji, the magic person, the magician that he is, and he's going to make it possible. So grateful that you're here. Thank you, sir. And so now I'd like to introduce Lalita Pradeepji, who is who's going to talk about making a measurable difference. Lalita Pradeep is another partner in this whole idea of spreading literacy to children in government schools, and she is actually a path breaker. I've known Lalita ji since the beginning of this program. I went to her when she was the principal of Diet Lucknow, and you saw those images of those young people from Diet Lucknow talking about their experience. When I walked in the door, she read out the first sentence that we teach our learners, Bas par ab ghar tak chal. She had already studied the whole toolkit and was prepared for my visiting her, which rarely happens. And she welcomed me so nicely. And then she made it compulsory that all Diet schools in Lucknow district, that's a whole bunch of them, will all carry out this program in their internship period when they go to the government schools. And so we collected loads of data of her. I believe it was at that time 300 of her diet students went to 82 government schools, and we collected data and portfolios of their work. And that was pretty amazing what came out of that experience. And it was all credit to Lalita Pradeep ji. She has since then been promoted into various positions. And she's a civil servant in the Department of Education of Uttar Pradesh and a state awardee for her contribution in the field of disability in individual category, a believer in equity and equality, is currently posted as Director, State Institute of Educational Training, Uttar Pradesh. Indeed, this is an incredibly critical position to be able to make such a large scale difference, and she does. She specializes in planning for impactful need-based interventions, integrating technology in education, and promoting and innovative practices that have already been her favorite areas of work. Nature and environment have always been one of primary concerns, and this took her to places like Antarctica. I saw the picture of her visit to Antarctica. She loves traveling to places in India and overseas. She is following a very strict health regime, has shown marvelous improvements in her health indicators. I think she's a person of worthy of emulation in every arena possible. She's a passionate educator that our Indian, Indian landscape needs, and I'm so proud of being associated with her. So over to Lalita Pradeep ji. Now it's your turn to share your thoughts on making a measurable difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunita. It's such a pleasure. I am. This is 4 days event, and I am connected since the day one. So it's a absolute pleasure to the way you organize. Dr. Bharti Gandhi ji, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi ji. I'm really happy to see Yogesh Kumar ji. Yeah, he was CDO Lucknow. Yes, you are absolutely right. Anything is possible for him because his quick decision is great. He is one of the most dynamic officers in the cadre, and Ed leadership team, and my co-panelist, and of course our lovely anchor. So let me again start, I must congratulate Sunita Gandhi, for adding up a galaxy of experts, from all corner of the world. I was hearing from Sudan, Italy, and US, Finland. It's great. And it's a great addition each year in Ed Leadership Conclave. I'm so happy to share that I attended probably the first one as well. I'm loving the consistency, passion, and widening of expertise. Even pandemics, it could not suppress the spirit. On the contrary, this time, what I feel that it looks more vibrant and more dynamic. I think on the day one, we virtually traveled to some school campus, even during the summit, there was some presenter. It's great, amazing. So again, many congratulations to you, Sunita. Talking on educational scenario in Uttar Pradesh, I must say that it is probably the best phase in the sector so far as elementary education is concerned. More of technology, more measurable KPIs, key performance indexes, more delving into project mode, more involvement, and more spotlights on teacher as probably never before. So we are more into it with highly integrated approach, Mission Prerana. I guess everybody has heard of it. Prerana, to all my foreign delegates who are here on board. Prerana is a Hindi word which it can be close to the English word motivation. Mission Prerana is a transformational model, mission mode, completely a time-bound program. But before I go talking on Mission Prerna, I would like to say that Global Dream Shala was one of the best tools I have ever come across. Truly, honestly, it is so workable to spread literacy. It's so economic in terms of time, and the learning level. It happens at the fastest pace ever. It's a magical tool. I was into it. As Sunita was saying, when she came first to my office, I was heading a teacher training institute in Lucknow, and I made this model as part of internship, a compulsory segment in internship for teacher trainees, and actually they loved it. And probably that was that was very initial phase for this program. So when it was made part of that internship, everybody it was kind of, you know, like feedback we got from our teacher trainees and teachers and students. So I think that experience must have enriched this whole program. Then again, in Sarojini Nagar block, some schools are covered to implement this Global Dream Kit, and some teachers and students, they educated nearly 1,000 people around. It's not that you just use a kit and forget about it. As the learning remains with you, you know, the experience remains in the mind. It becomes part of your practice, daily practice. Teachers and block officials, they gave amazing feedback on this community based and very, very scalable model. So I endorse Global Dream Shala model then and ever and always. So coming back to Mission Prerna, there is Prerna Laksh. Laksh is again a Hindi word. In English, you can say that it is a Prerna goal to be achieved by 2022. Prerna goals for primary segment is focusing on foundational literacy and numeracy, a topic Dr. Sunita Gandhi feels very, very close to, and as we all do. They are curated and circulated to all stakeholders. Aggressive monitoring and a wide support system is created to make learning outcomes happen. It's more measurable rather than an abstract thing in past. For evaluation and assessment quality, quarterly SAT, which is a state assessment test, and reports card of every child is to be created. Every child is to be tracked on learning trail. Third party assessment system is also imagined, and then there are other assessments which is going to be part of this mission Prerna. As I said, more of technology. A mobile app on Prerna Lakshya is uh, is soon to be launched. It's almost done. So what I want to elaborate a bit on supportive supervision. Nearly 250 SRGs are chosen, and they are well trained for this job. And this is like in Uttar Pradesh we have 75 districts. So per three SRG at one district, and academic resource persons, they are nearly more than 5,000. It's an and then there is this army of cluster teachers. They are trained and well groomed to implement this project. Every ARP is supposed to cover 30 schools in a month, whereas a mentor diet, which is like teacher training institute we have in every district, is required to do 10 schools in a month, in a day. And SRG will cover minimum 20 schools in the district. The goal is to reach 1.5 lakh schools in a month. So this whole thing is being made very practically possible because of the huge number of army trained for this program. Cluster teachers are given responsibility to support and monitor all educational activities, collecting regular informations and all necessary data, and also exchanging suggestion through regular dialogue among the teachers of the cluster, of that particular cluster. They are mandated to develop their own school as model school, which is very, very important part of this program. They will organize monthly meetings discussing problems, leading them to solutions, and sharing innovative classroom practices. They will also invite experts from outside and local experts even, and voluntary organizations who are involved in education sector, probably in the closest vicinities. So, and the best part of this mission Prerna is that school leadership is seen as very major factor to lead transformation, making the change measurable and seen. There is one YouTube session by experts each month, and they can access Diksha repository for self-development program. Diksha is a national repository. Diksha project app is there for them to quickly design small projects to achieve goals for their schools, for clusters, or for whatever. This whole thing is very supportive. Each block and cluster are expected to organize a learning cycle meeting each month. So that way they meet each other and then they share their practices, they learn from each other. On reward and incentivization, during these activities, good and innovative practitioners, no, they would be identified through different competitions and different forums. They will be nominated for various scale, state and national level platforms, certification and appreciations, exposure visits. That would be definitely an extra attraction for all such dynamic teachers. And if we move to like physical facilities of schools, ambience of the schools, there is one Operation Kayakalp. Kayakalp again is a Hindi word for the English word transformation, Operation Transformation, you can say. It was launched, and 14 basic parameters are fixed to be ensured at school level. Funds would be tweaked from local administration, that is Gram Nidhi, and Yogesh sir is here. I think he can more elaborate on this. A system of geotagging is operative for monitoring the progress. For a frequent interaction between stakeholders, a block level officer is supposed to speak to 10 village heads in a day where construction activities are on, and also with the school heads to avoid any delay at any level. This can also help in developing positive relationship. uh, then there is this Prerna Utsav celebration. It's a 100 days campaign where students are to be oriented with Mission Prerna, what Mission Prerna is all about. Because students, they are in the centrality of the thing, so their orientation has been thought to be done during this celebration in a very interesting and fun way. So that they know and basically like what is expected out of them, what is their role when this Mission Prerna is happening in their school, and every teacher and every stakeholder is in that mode. So this way they become partner in the journey of learning. District and block level officers, they will host Siksha Chaupal. Chaupal is again a Hindi word for English, probably you can say conclave. Siksha Chaupal for carrying out this idea a little further, involving community and civil society. KPIs are created for each school, and they are assessed at block level and district level. Currently, only 3 districts are flaring less than 50% at district level KPIs. So, you know, that time bound thing, that goal oriented approach is very integral in Mission Prerna. I think this is quite a lovely picture happening in basic education. So education is definitely not something where the mobility of mercury can decide the level of temperature, you know, but making it measurable, I think definitely create an ambience of better involvement. If I go on academic and pedagogical front, a lot is happening in UP elementary education. All UP textbooks, they are energized with QR codes, and textbook reform is a continuous process to upgrade. New teaching learning materials, they are in the process of designing for upper classes, like for grade 6 to 8. And then teacher training courses are reviewed. Then the reform in supply chain of entitlements to students. As students, they are being given uniform, free uniform, textbook, shoes and socks, and school bags. So there is a reform process in the whole supply chain is also underway. This National Education Policy 2020, which we have after 34 years, has opened a whole new vista for innovative practices, and the spotlight is a 360-degree on each element contributing to raise the quality of education. In Uttar Pradesh, we have developed 3 comprehensive modules for teachers to consult. One is Aadhar Shila, Dhyanaakarshan, and Sikshak Sangrah. They are here with 100 days of training program in online and offline model. These modules will help and support teachers to focus on achieving learning goals for the students. More of print-rich ambience in a school to bring children back to reading. Every school is having 500 to 1000 books and a working library and learning corner. All head teachers, they are supposed to go for a school leadership program. Teachers are equipped with the teacher digital diary and calendar this year, this coming session. As I said, more of technology. Digital knowledge repository Diksha is made richer with 5,000 educational video contents this year. During pandemics, the whole focus was on online, this dissemination of education. So more than 5,000 educational videos based on textbook and chapter and grade wise, they are made. The best part that they are all made by teachers. So they are not something imposed in the classroom. So the teachers have made them. The best, they are made by teachers, and schools, they would get tablets for digital learning and biometric, etc. this coming year. The project is almost in the tail end. Smart classes, some 6,000 schools, they have been taken in the first phase under this Mission Prerna program. I'm very happy to share that for inclusive education, a very, very concrete steps has been taken. A new mobile app, Samarth, with the collaboration of UNICEF, is to make education more inclusive. It is to track all sorts of educational, physical, and medical needs of children with disability. And there is this Sharda portal, which is online, to track out of children for the mainstreaming. I think our most, I mean, the hardest problem is to actually track out of school children and to bring them to mainstream. So this Shada portal is really helping. All schools to be covered under Kayakalp by the month of March 2022, which is again a very, very time-bound thing. Focus on early childhood care and foundational literacy and numeracy. For the early grade, KPIs are curated for educational administrators as well at block and district level. That leads to accountability factor. During pandemics, 1.5 lakhs WhatsApp groups, they were created. They were all official groups and they were busy to send reading materials, to share reading materials and educational videos with the students. Radio and TV channels, they were carrying out all educational programs during stipulated time to outreach. Um, to sum up, a lot more is actually going on to make the difference visible and making this educational model more transformational, more integrated. So before I conclude, I just want to add up that teachers are actually doing wonderful job in the whole process. New and youthful teachers, they are engaged in innovative practices at their own. They are highly motivated. They are busy in their self-development. They are taking up professional courses. provided by the department, and also they have actually widened their own vistas, and they are going for online courses on different portals and on different platforms which are being offered. So more of technology has given, these young teachers, they are very modern, they are fully academically sound and digitally very enabled. They are engaged in innovative classroom practices. So it is happening in their classrooms, in their schools, on even on behavioral pattern. A lot has changed in leadership. Emergence of teacher collective in Uttar Pradesh is an absolute pleasant surprise. A groups of self-motivated teachers, they have done tremendous service during this pandemic. Through this platform, I am actually appreciating their efforts. They reached to children before the government decided on officially to reach children through various digital platform. But it was teachers from Uttar Pradesh. They created their own ways and means to reach to children. Then today is such an important day, 24th of Jan, and the theme, International Day of Education in 2021. The theme decided by United Nations this year is recover and revitalize education for the COVID generation. I'm so happy and glad that Dr. Sunita Gandhi, she has called me, invited me here to address this program, to say a little about government initiatives, because in general, there are NGOs and other civil society bodies. They do make a difference in small little segments, like the work of Global Dream Shala. It is so amazing a tool, but it has yet to be thrown in the pipeline so that it can reach in every corner of educational backdrop. So I dedicate this day to all teachers in the world, as they are one to power connect education with their undying passion of making learning possible and lifelong learning as integral way of learning. Only they are the power. They can recover, they can revitalize what students they have suffered, that learning deficit during COVID-19. It's a huge challenge in front of not only Uttar Pradesh or smaller children, but the whole world is facing this challenge. So I think it's the power of only teachers. They can do the bring all the difference. So thank you so much again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, for hosting such wonderful program, and actually bringing all experts and people together. We can learn small little things from them, and can actually enrich our experiences, and that helps in designing good things. Government needs support, government needs new ideas. So thank you so much for inviting me here, and once again, namaskar.
Thank you so much, Lalita ji. I get so much energy from you and direction, lots of ideas you're implementing at the macro level. We in the small, humble capacities as educators can hardly think of the massive scale at which you can make impact. Our only small contribution is perhaps in pedagogy, and you'll catch up on that as well, because these ideas are, universal ideas. We've just given them a practical shape based on our very humble experience of working with the children and as an everyday laboratory, and experimenting with so many new ideas and different ideas. So we feel passionate about that, and can do a little bit in that direction. We'd love to have schools in Uttar Pradesh and Lucknow to work with you on creating scalable literacy and numeracy the basis of a pilot, or let's not call it a pilot, implementation, which leads to very measurable change in the next 3 months to 6 months scenario. So I would very much like to thank you for your insight and for your emotional connect to these things. It's not just a policymaker that you are a passionate and committed policymaker who wants to bring about real and measurable change. I'm really, really thankful to God Almighty to have been connected to you. Now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, which is no less than Kavita Rana. Kavita ji is going to talk about wind beneath the wings, hand-holding of out-of-school children, an area that's so deeply ignored or very hard to access, very hard to address. She is Assistant Project Director, Samagra Shiksha, Education Department, Government of the National Capital Territory. Prior to this, she served as Officer on Special Duty, that is EVG Bureau, Directorate of Education, Delhi, that is from July 2017 to 2018. She is a skilled leader in the field of education with over 32 years of progressive experience in fostering partnerships with private and government entities. The thing we need today and the need of the hour is to combine the private-public efforts in a beautiful partnership. She has done that already, leading multi-city programs for educational equity and managing cross-sectoral teams to work directly with national level policymakers. She has been an agent for change in education, in the administration of policies, procedures, and activities. Her vision is to ensure the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals for education so that no child falls off the radar. Over to you, Kavita ji. We are anxiously waiting to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunita ji. It's a pleasure to be here. And to begin with, I'd like to first highlight how we got connected. I came across a newspaper report on the Global Dream Project, which mentioned that they have devised a tool for the children and they make them literate within a span of just 3 months. That piqued my interest, and I asked my staff to reach out to her. We got connected because I'm looking after the implementation of the centrally sponsored scheme Samagra Shiksha under the State Project Director of Delhi, and bringing the out-of-school children into the mainstream is one of our major goals. And, a brief background into Samagra Shiksha, if I may. It is an overarching program for the school education sector extending from preschool to class 12. And it's a centrally sponsored scheme of Government of India. And the main objective, of course, is achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which talks of getting each child into the mainstream. And that we are expecting to do by 2030. So hopefully we could collaborate on that. We are in talks as of now. And if I talk of Delhi government's initiatives, in the previous session, Dr. Thakur spoke of the dismal spending on education. Let me tell you that in Delhi, 25% of the Delhi budget is earmarked for education. And that I think is phenomenal because I think about 2-3 days back, the Niti Aayog published this innovation index, and Delhi tops the list in that. All thanks to the initiatives being taken here. And I just heard Lalita ji highlighting the experiments, the initiatives that are being done in UP. And it is very heartening to note that we are all in it together, and especially the common thread that is running amongst all states and UTs as of now is the focus on each child on board. When I was asked to speak, I immediately thought of speaking on being the wind beneath the wings of these children. You know, for me, I just saw that video where Sunita ji went, the dream shala you were talking of, and the smile on the faces of the children, I think, is the biggest motivation to bring about a change. In Delhi, in 2009-10 was the year when the learning centers were set up to bring the out of school children. We had about 98 centers set up in collaboration with certain NGOs in some schools. And I joined Samagra Shiksha in 2018. We had 361 special training centers, we call them. So the STCs had 361. The next year we reached 572. And last year we had about 826 special training centers set up for out of school children. Let me share the methodology that we have. We get funding from central government as well as state government in the ratio of 60 to 40. 60% funding from the central government, 40 from the state. But since that amount is not enough, therefore the Delhi government has been kind enough to give us a top up to run these centers. We engage special training center teachers separately for this. And each center has a maximum enrollment of about 30 out of school children in it. All these centers are being run in schools of Delhi, government schools of Delhi, whether it is in Directorate of Education or is it in the municipal corporations. And in these centers, we are providing the children with an incentive to come to school in the things that are being provided. Again, it's a project that we've taken up under Samagra Shiksha. That is, we have upgraded these special training centers into Gyan Loks. And each Gyan Lok gets a funding of about 1.75 lakhs from the government, wherein we provide them with a smart LED TV, educational kits, sports kits, music instruments. These are all incentives to ensure that the children join us in the education system. They start coming to school. The children that we're targeting as education policy.
I think Kavita ji is having a bit of a problem with her network.
Solve this, I'm sure.
And will be soon able to solve this, I'm sure.
Hear her.
Really need to hear her. She's probably trying to connect
again, and even I'm gone. Great. आप कुछ कह सकते हैं इस बीच में? Why don't you take over? Just take over without even being introduced right now, because that'll be the best.
Yes, hello everyone. This is Yogesh sitting right beside Dr. Sunita Gandhi and getting this opportunity in this vacuum of technology because the disconnection has taken place from the current speaker, and Sunita Gandhi, I think she has got connected again, and she was steering this discussion. So hopefully the current speaker who was online, she will be able to connect. Until then, I think I can like throw some light with the permission of the chair. So she is giving the permission that I can share certain things, some thoughts on in this conference. And uh, I have like heard two speakers largely, Miss Lalita Pradeep and the next speaker. So they spoke all like content related to their subjects, related to their departments. I'm not from educational department. I'm from rural development department, and I am a basically, if introduce myself, I'm an IAS of 2010 batch. I have been the district magistrate of Banda and Amethi district in UP, and I worked in rural development for as a chief development officer in 2014 and 15. During that time only, Dr. Sunita Gandhi met me, and we worked together in Lucknow, and she was an amazing leader in steering and streamlining the like basic shiksha and lots of other things in a village Kuroni of Lucknow district, and we have very good results in village Kuroni. So with the permission of chair, one more thing I would like to say, I'll be using a mix of language, not specific this language, because we are like sitting in the heartland of Hindi. And while we are going to teach and going to educate kids and the youths who are still out of school or maybe who are the illiterate one, so we need to talk in their language as well. So मेरे पास I have certain things which are not exactly connected with the basic shiksha or elementary education, but administrative things which are important to motivate teachers and motivate the learners to join the schools, to join the learnings, to know basically what has to be done by them. And मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि मैं अपने पॉइंट्स को आपको थ्रू करा पाऊं. तो मैडम का ड्रीम शाला प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट है, जिसमें मैडम ने जो इनपुट्स डेवलप की हैं वो 30 घंटे के अंदर किसी भी इंडिविजुअल को लिटरेट बनाए जाने की सबसे आसान टेक्निक्स हैं. तो which is very important that we will not teach them like writing by their hand, but we will teach them character recognition. And character recognition is the most important in the field of computer. We know everything can be read by recognizing the character. So while I see as an administrator, as a government servant, am I dependent on handwriting of somebody or am I dependent on the character recognition? So all the courts, all the government offices, all municipalities, every interaction, national, international, every interaction between human beings is taking place on the basis of character recognition, and which ड्रीम शाला इज बेसिकली फोकसिंग ऑन. मैंने इनके यहाँ पे पेन पेंसिल नहीं देखी. मैं जब इनके ड्रीम शाला में गया था, इनके पास कुछ कार्ड्स थे. उस कार्ड्स पे कुछ पिक्चर्स बनी हुई थी और लेटर्स लिखे हुए थे. दे वर नॉट फोकसिंग कि आप इसको ऐसे लिखिए, ये शेप बनाइए, वो शेप बनाइए. आई हाईलाइटेड दैट यस, वी आर इन द एज ऑफ टच स्क्रीन. वी आर इन द एज ऑफ like pressing the keys of our computer or tablets, and we can easily make any character right on our screens. तो जो लिटरेसी है वो हमारी आईटी ने that has already made it damn easy. It's absolutely easy now. My own kids are suffering कि how do we write a particular sentence, how do we write a particular like a thought, a para. But I know they can speak, and through speaking also certain things are appearing on the screen. If they are able to read that screen, what they are speaking, they can speak out entire story. They can speak out entire like experience. So half of the learning, half of the literacy has already taken place by just not giving them a pen, by just giving them a keyboard, by just giving them a touch screen. Half of the literacy is already complete. And this dream shala technique of teaching the children within 30 hours or maybe a day or maybe even a month. तो उसको उतना पीरियड तो अपनी 80 इयर्स की लाइफ में, जो हमारा लाइफ स्पैन है 75 to 80 इयर्स, 30 दिन और 180 days of 6 months, they can definitely, the kids can definitely invest. And I will tell you why they will invest, why they should invest. मैं उसके रीजनिंग बताऊंगा आपको कि वो जब एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से या फिर जो आउटर वर्ल्ड है उससे कनेक्ट करेंगे, they are not connecting only by their sensory organs कि they have got eyes, but they need to make the use of eyes. Then only they can connect with the outer world. तो मैं उसकी प्राइवेट सेक्टर के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से एंड एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन गवर्नमेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से मैं उसमें टीचिंग के जो हमारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं या टीचिंग के जो हमारे स्टाफ हैं उसमें उनका कैसे आप जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनसे कैसे कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं, उसकी कुछ टेक्निक्स बताऊंगा, उसकी कुछ वैल्यूएबल एंड प्रैक्टिकल टेक्निक्स बताऊंगा, जिसकी वजह से जिसके कारण से ये लोग हमारे पास स्कूल्स में पढ़ने के लिए आएंगे। सबसे पहले यदि इनकेस हम लिटरेसी का जो वो फंक्शन देखें, वाई शुड अ पर्सन बी लिटरेट, क्या उसका यूसेज क्या है बेसिकली लिटरेट होने का, तो उसमें हमें ये चीज समझने की जरूरत है कि हम आउटसाइड वर्ल्ड से अपने 5 सेंसरी ऑर्गन से कनेक्ट करते हैं। वो जो सेंसरी ऑर्गन है उसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट हमारी आईज हैं। हम किसी भी आउटसाइड वर्ल्ड को तभी देख सकते हैं, पढ़ सकते हैं, रीड आउट इसको प्रॉपर्ली ग्रास्प कर सकते हैं जब हम उस आउटसाइड वर्ल्ड में लिखे हुए कंटेंट्स को रीड कर पाए। सपोज कि हम लोग ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग, सपोज कि हम लोग रिव्यूज ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट्स, सपोज हम लोग किन्हीं स्पेसिफिक जो साइन बोर्ड्स लगे हुए रोड्स पे उसको पढ़ना चाहें, उसको समझना चाहें, तो देयर आर मल्टीपल सोर्स की हम साइन बोर्ड्स में पिक्चर्स लगा के, वीडियोस लगा के एटसेट्रा साइन बोर्ड्स को कुछ एक्सप्लेनेबल बनाया जाता है। परंतु जो उस पे कंटेंट्स आते हैं या फिर उस पे जो वो वर्ड्स आते हैं उनको रिकॉग्नाइज करने के लिए हमें अल्फाबेट्स की अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड ग्रामर की अंडरस्टैंडिंग की जरूरत है। बट लाइक नॉट नेसेसरी कि हमारे जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स हों वो सबके सब 2 लैंग्वेजेस को सीखें। हमारे स्टूडेंट्स केवल जो उनकी प्राइमरी बेसिक लैंग्वेज है, जो कि उनकी मदर टंग है, उसको सीख के भी वो लोग सफिशिएंटली परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं इस वर्ल्ड में। कैसे? जैसे चाइनीज एंड जापानीज, दे डू नॉट वेरी मच प्रेफर कि उनके स्टूडेंट्स इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज की तरफ ओरिएंट हों। आप लोगों को वर्ल्ड वाइड ये चीज मालूम है, या आप लोगों को यहाँ इंडिया मालूम है कि देयर इज अ ह्यूज रेजिस्टेंस towards certain languages in different countries, but technologically while we see कि Chinese and Japanese की जो local languages की जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो local language में भी इस extent तक स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाई जाती है कि वो टेक्नोलॉजिकली वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड से काफी आगे हैं। तो हमें basically we don't have to be focused absolutely completely on English language, because half of the country gets disconnected from the education just because of English language. मैं इसको बहुत बड़ा बैरियर मानता हूं इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज को लोगों को बाहर निकालने में। देन second half of the country gets disconnected from the education because of the behavior of the teachers. Then the other part of the students get disconnected because of the infrastructure of the schools. So I have seen Lalita Pradeep madam was talking about Operation Kayakalp. Operation Kayakalp is focusing on developing physical infrastructure in the primary schools. We have, to my knowledge, I think 1.5 lakh school in the country. लगभग 1.5 लाख स्कूल हैं। एंड यदि एक स्कूल पे मैं 2 टीचर लगाता हूं तो 3 लाख टीचर हैं। तो ऑलरेडी जो ड्रीम शाला वाला प्रोजेक्ट है वो 3 लाख टीचर नहीं ला सकता, वो 1.5 लाख स्कूल भी नहीं बना सकता है। तो वी अंडरस्टैंड कि हमारे एज ए प्राइवेट सेक्टर, एज ए स्मॉल हम्बल इनिशिएटिव, हमारे क्या लिमिटेशंस हैं। एंड आवर लार्ज एंड टारगेटेड एजेंडा इज कि हमें पूरे यूपी को या पूरे कंट्री को लिटरेट करना। तो जब तक हम पब्लिक फंड्स के द्वारा मेंटेन किए गए इंस्टीट्यूशंस को यूटिलाइज नहीं करते हैं, जो हमारी सैलरीज 24,000 पर मंथ से 40,000 पर मंथ स्कूल्स के टीचर्स के पास जा रही हैं, उनके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मेंटेन करने के लिए जा रही हैं, उनके फ्री इलेक्ट्रिसिटी हो, उनके फ्री एमडीएम हो, उनके स्कूल बैग्स हो, बुक्स हो, स्कॉलरशिप्स हो, इसमें जो हमारा इन्वेस्टमेंट्स जा रहे हैं, जब तक हम इन इन्वेस्टमेंट्स को इफेक्टिवली यूटिलाइज नहीं करा पाएंगे, वी विल नॉट बी एबल टू अचीव द टारगेट ऑफ यूनिवर्सलाइजेशन और यूनिवर्सल एजुकेशन। तो माय अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि एजुकेशन सबसे महंगा और सबसे टाइम टेकिंग प्रोसेस है। इन इकोनॉमिक्स देयर इज अ कांसेप्ट ऑफ जेस्टेशन पीरियड, कि आपको सपोज यू आर इन्वेस्टिंग समथिंग इन समवेयर इन अ प्रोजेक्ट और इन अ प्रोफेशन, जेस्टेशन पीरियड उसका ये बताता है कि आपको इतने साल तक इतना टाइम, इतना मनी इन्वेस्ट करना होगा, फिर आपको इतने साल बाद इतनी इनकम आनी शुरू होगी, एंड एक सर्टेन पॉइंट ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट आएगा जब आपके इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, आपके जो अर्निंग्स है उनके इक्वल हो जाएंगे और ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट के बाद आपको प्रॉफिट्स आने शुरू होंगे। एजुकेशन का पूरे वर्ल्ड में सबसे लंबा जेस्टेशन पीरियड है। कोई भी बच्चा यदि पढ़ना शुरू करता है तो 20 साल से पहले और 25 साल से पहले उसको कोई रिटर्न्स नहीं मिलते। इससे लंबा जेस्टेशन पीरियड मैंने किसी इंडस्ट्री का आज तक नहीं देखा। हमने प्लांट्स भी लगाए, हमने स्कूल्स भी बनाए, हमने रोड्स भी बनाए, हमने इंडस्ट्रीज लगाई, सॉफ्टवेयर बनाए। जो सबसे लंबा जेस्टेशन पीरियड है रिटर्न्स आने में वो एजुकेशन का। एंड ए पुअर फैमिली they look for कि हमारा suppose if a day we have spent, how much we have earned to have a food for next day or for have a food for night. तो एजुकेशन में जो अगला फैक्टर जो कि हमें डिस्कनेक्ट बनाता है, जैसे कि मैंने पहले कहा कि टीचर्स का बिहेवियर, मे बी इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज, मे बी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एंड द अदर वन इज इट्स रिटर्नेबिलिटी, इट्स पॉसिबिलिटी कि हाउ मच रिटर्न्स इट विल ब्रिंग. तो जो पुअर फैमिलीज हैं या मे बी जो फैमिलीज किड्स को स्कूल्स नहीं भेज पा रही, किड्स डिसोरिएंट होते हैं स्कूल में बैठ के, वो ना केवल वहां के एनवायरनमेंट की वजह से डिसोरिएंट होते हैं, वो अपने डोमेस्टिक एनवायरनमेंट की वजह से भी डिसोरिएंट होते हैं. वो उस स्पेसिफिक एजुकेशन से डायरेक्टली कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाते कि हमें क्या मिल रहा है. यदि मैं 16 का टेबल 16 1 16 16 to 32 इसको लर्न कर लूंगा तो व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू गेट आउट ऑफ इट. मुझे कैलकुलेशन जो है मेरी वो मैक्सिमम 100 200 500 1000 5000 की शॉपिंग तक लिमिटेड है. मुझे टेबल नहीं पढ़ना वहां पे 16 का 17 का 19. ये लोग मुझे क्यों याद करा रहे हैं 16 17 का टेबल. तो they are not able to connect those things with their physical, with their normal, with their day to day circumstances and surroundings. उसको हमें इनको समझाना है in order to retain them. ये जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं इनको हाईली स्किल्ड बनाने के लिए, इनको इंटरनेशनल लेवल का ह्यूमन रिसोर्स बनाने के लिए, इनको जो जेस्टेशन पीरियड में जो ट्रैवल होती है, इनकी डिफिकल्टीज होती है, इनको साइकोलॉजिकल ट्रॉमा जो होता है हर रोज का, कि फीस इतनी लग रही है, हर रोज ठंड में जाना पड़ता है, फर्श पे नीचे बैठना पड़ता है, लाइट नहीं आती, गर्मी लगती है, वहां पर मच्छर काटते हैं, फर्श हमारा ठीक नहीं, उसका जो हर रोज की डिफिकल्टी है उसको भुलाने के लिए इनको जो ब्रॉडर, जो बिगर टारगेट है, जो बिगर ऑब्जेक्ट है, उससे इनको करेक्ट करना होगा, जिससे कि जो हाइजीन फैक्टर हैं उस स्कूलिंग के, हमारे स्कूलिंग सिस्टम के, जिसको हमारा करंट बेसिक एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन सिस्टम दूर करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, उन हाइजीन फैक्टर्स को भूल के ये जो इनका मेन टारगेटेड आफ्टर 15 इयर्स ऑफ द एजुकेशन, आफ्टर 18 और 20 इयर्स ऑफ द एजुकेशन, ये उसको गोल को सामने रखते हुए अपना एजुकेशन कंटिन्यू कर सकें. यहां पर मैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव साइड को बीच में लाना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि मैं आई एम नॉट द एक्सपर्ट ऑफ बेसिक शिक्षा एंड एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन, किंडरगार्टन एजुकेशन. आई अंडरस्टैंड कि मुझे क्या जरूरत होती है इन ह्यूमन रिसोर्स को इंटरेक्ट करने की, इनसे बात करने की. यदि हम सीईओ ओनर ऑफ बिल गेट्स के बारे में मतलब डिस्कस करें या मे बी उनके थॉट्स को देखें, एक स्पेसिफिक पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पर उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे जो अमेरिका की एजुकेशन है वो मेरे लिए तो मीनिंगलेस हो गई है. मतलब आई एम नॉट फाइंडिंग right kind of candidate from the American education system, which can be of any use for software development or maybe for Microsoft. So, now, if an industrialist, which is the biggest industrialist of the world, they say कि हमारे पास इस specific education system से वो वाली manpower नहीं आ रही. तो मुझे भी as administrator मुझे भी लगता है कि मेरे पास जो है लोग तो ग्रेजुएशन वाले आ रहे हैं, उनको आता नहीं है ग्रेजुएशन का कुछ भी. उनको मैं कहता हूँ सब कंप्यूटर आता है, नहीं आता है, टाइपिंग आती है, वो एक फिंगर से टाइपिंग करते हैं, और उस एक फिंगर से टाइपिंग करने में जो काम 10 मिनट में उसको 22 मिनट से लेकर 25 मिनट तक करते हैं. एंड दे कैन नॉट सी एट मी, वो मेरा देख नहीं सकते कि वो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूं. और या मैं उनको कोई डॉक्यूमेंट दे दूं, पहले डॉक्यूमेंट पढ़ते हैं, उसके बाद टाइप करते हैं, फिर पढ़ते हैं, फिर टाइप करते हैं, उसको कीबोर्ड को देख के. मुझे ऐसे लोगों की जरूरत नहीं है, बेशक वो एमए बीए पीएचडी कुछ भी हो. मुझे ऐसे आदमी है जो केवल स्क्रीन देखेगा दूसरी तरफ और उसकी टाइपिंग करेगा पूरी 10 उंगलियों से, खट 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 बिल्कुल मशीन की तरह टाइप करेगा. मुझे ऐसे ये नहीं है. तो आई डोंट हैव एनीथिंग टू डू कि एमकॉम बीए बीएससी एमएससी किया हुआ है, मैं आई कैन नॉट एम्प्लॉय दैम. तो एज ए एम्प्लॉयर बिल गेट्स said he expresses that some education needs to be connected with the requirements of the industry, the requirements of earning livelihood of the family of the individual. तो वो वाला जो पार्ट है जब हम बेसिक से शुरू करते हैं, मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग seeing the education of my kids, my kids, मतलब मेरा एक बेटा सेकंड स्टैंडर्ड में है, मेरी बेटी नर्सरी और प्री नर्सरी क्लासेस में है. whatever they are learning today means till the standard of 5, जो भी बच्चों को सिखाया जाता है उनका 6 7 8 में वो उनका फाउंडेशन का काम करता है. और यदि 6 7 8 में आपको उनको रिटेन करना है या 5 में रिटेन करना है तो नीचे की फाउंडेशन का प्रॉपर होना, उसका स्ट्रांग होना बेहद जरूरी है. जो कुछ वो लोग बच्चे 11th और 12th में सीखते हैं वो उनका होल लाइफ वो चीज काम आती है. और बेसिकली आईआईटीज हो, एमबीबीएस हो, आईलेट्स के एग्जाम्स हो, जीआरए हो, जीआरई हो, उसके बाद जो सिविल सर्विसेज एग्जाम्स हो या किसी भी लेवल के एग्जाम्स हो, उनको किसी भी टॉप क्लास इंस्टीट्यूशन में जाना है तो जो कुछ क्लास तक उनकी लर्निंग स्पेशली 9th to 12th लर्निंग उनकी हो गई, वो उनको उनके फ्यूचर के सारे जो हाइट्स हैं, सारे जो राइजेस हैं वो डिसाइड करती है. बट इस पूरे गेम में जो एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन है जिसको डॉक्टर गांधी ओरिएंट करने की कोशिश कर रही हैं, लिटरेसी को ओरिएंट करने की कोशिश कर रही हैं, इसमें उसका बहुत ही ज्यादा मेजर रोल है, क्योंकि हमारे पास एजुकेशन डिफरेंट लेवल से, डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म से, डिफरेंट सोर्सेस आ रही है अभी। थैंक्स टू कोरोना, मतलब आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि कोरोना ने हमें जो चीज हम लोग 2040 में सीखने वाले थे वो चीज हमने 2020 में सीख ली। बिकॉज मैं भी इस वाली कॉन्फ्रेंस से ऑनलाइन जुड़ना चाहता था, मेरे पास मैसेज था कि ऑनलाइन जुड़ना है इसमें। मैडम ने सुबह कहा कि आपको इधर आना है, तो मैं ऑफिस आ गया कि यहाँ से मुझे एड्रेस करना है या कुछ चीजें इनपुट देनी है। बट मुझे इनपुट बेसिकली, जैसे आप लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, हम अकेले लखनऊ में बैठ के कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते हैं जब तक हम पूरे 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट, 826 ब्लॉक्स ऑफ द यूपी एंड 59,000 ग्राम पंचायत ऑफ द यूपी एंड उसमें 1.5 लाख स्कूल्स, प्राइमरी स्कूल्स को हम एक्टिवेट ना करें, तब तक हम यहाँ बैठ के लखनऊ में कुछ खास एटलीस्ट उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए नहीं कर सकते हैं। एंड उत्तर प्रदेश, माइंड यू, इज ए कंट्री इन इटसेल्फ। जब मैं यहाँ बैठ के अपने ऑफिसर्स को फोन लगाने शुरू करता हूँ उत्तर प्रदेश में, लखनऊ में, मैं 10-15 फोन के बाद ये भूल जाता हूँ कि किसने मुझे क्या बताया था और मैंने किसको क्या कहा था। मैं ये भी भूल जाता हूँ कि किसने फोन उठाया और किसने फोन नहीं उठाया, उसके लिए मुझे लिस्ट बनानी पड़ती है। उत्तर प्रदेश इज ए कंट्री, इज ए कॉन्टिनेंट। यदि हमने उत्तर प्रदेश जैसा स्टेट है, बेसिकली बाय आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ थॉट्स, लैंग्वेज, बाय आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट्स, हम अपने स्टेक होल्डर्स को दूर भगा देते हैं। जैसे मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी में एक थाईलैंड की एक लेडी मुझे मिली, वो वहां से पीएचडी कर रही थी। मैं आपको ये छोटी सी स्टोरी विद इन 2 मिनट्स बताना चाहूंगा। मैंने उनसे पूछा कि मैडम, यू आर डूइंग पीएचडी फ्रॉम इंडिया एंड यू आर फ्रॉम थाईलैंड, you must be placed at a high position in Thailand. She said, how can you say that I must be placed a high position? I said, because if we go to Harvard, if we go to Oxford and Cambridge, so generally we get a very good position in India, whoever is coming from there. And generally they are they are either the vice chancellor of the university, they're the dean of the university, they teach the university student and all that. So I believe because you have come to India and it's a reputed university in the country and your government is spending so much money like sending you to India, so you must be having very good position. So she said, no, I am a primary school teacher. So I said, how come it is you are primary school teacher? We are having primary school teacher to the tune like maximum +2 standard pass, maximum maybe BA, B.Ed, M.Ed, maximum this much. You are doing PhD here, and after doing PhD, you will teach primary school students. Madam, this doesn't be okay, but degree is such a big degree you are having. So you must be teaching a university student. At least you will orient your PhD students, researchers in Thailand. So she said, see, we do not discriminate between the learners in our country. Our primary school teachers also PhD, and our degree college student like teachers and faculty members also PhD. And we believe that teaching kids is more difficult than teaching adults. Adults can study from YouTubes, they can study from encyclopedias, they can go to the library, they can sit, they can do any like sort of kind of access, they can utilize various like sources for acquiring knowledge. But in order to retain the students, those who are of a tender age, those who do not know what is the meaning of the education, how they are going to be connected to the educational system, those who are psychologically disconnected, those who are involved, possibly physically disconnected, in order to make them connected psychologically, physically, and all emotionally to the education, we require more educated and qualified teachers. And I really like that concept, actually. Our primary school teachers, they should not be less than the level of PhD. बिकॉज इसमें एक्चुअली ये इमोशनल बॉन्डिंग जो है बेसिकली किसी स्पेसिफिक उसके टास्क के साथ, वो आपके स्पेशलाइजेशन के उसमें आती है. इन केस you never specialized anything, you were just a BA student and you study sociology, political science and Hindi literature, and you were just struggling to find out a job, और वो जॉब लग गई आपकी बीएड करने के बाद, तो you will never be able to connect with emotionally with a particular topic like a person who did a PhD on a particular certain area and who wrote 280 pages of thesis and 140 pages of dissertation while doing the research in that area. So my submission, like as an administrator, as an employer, as a person who is an expert in RD, क्योंकि मैं जब रूरल उसमें जाता हूँ, लोग मेरे से कहते हैं साहब आपकी ये स्कीम भी नहीं पता हमें, आपकी वो स्कीम भी नहीं पता हमें तो ये भी नहीं पता कैसे आपको फोन करें, कैसे बताएं, क्या लिखें आपके पास. अच्छा, हम कहते हैं आपको लिखना भी ना तो आता होगा. You must be knowing your पड़ोसी, your neighborhood must be knowing how to write a letter, how to speak certain thing, etc. etc. तो yes जानते तो हैं, पर हमें फिर भी लिखना नहीं आता. अच्छा, you are graduate, still you don't know how to write. No sir, वो application लिखनी नहीं आती है. तो वो हमें actually मैं पब्लिक फंड्स को स्पेंड कर रहा हूं, मैं और मेरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पब्लिक के लिए अकाउंटेबल है। यदि मेरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सपोज चाहे ये पंचायती राज के फंड्स हों जो कि रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करते हैं, चाहे वो नगर निगम नगर इनके अर्बन डेवलपमेंट के फंड्स हो जो कि अर्बन एरियाज में म्यूनिसिपल सर्विसेज देते हैं, यदि वो परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहे हैं तो हमारे एजुकेटेड जेंट्री, हमारे लिटरेट लोग, हमारे वो लोग हमें बताएंगे कि इस तरीके से परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहे हैं, एंड हम लोग उस सिस्टम को बनाएंगे कि वो परफॉर्म कर पाए। हम लोग क्या करेंगे, एक वेबसाइट बना देंगे। उस वेबसाइट पे क्योंकि आपकी हार्ड कॉपी हमारे पास आई, हमने उनको ना तो आपको रिसीट दी ना आपका टाइमलाइन नोट की, तो हम वेबसाइट बना देंगे। अब नाउ टू रीड वेबसाइट यू नीड टू बी लिटरेट, जो बेसिक फंडामेंटल है उसका, in order to like put your account numbers so that I can send a DBT funds into your account, and in order I can send it Aadhaar based like the direct transfer of funds into your account, you need to know how to write IFSC codes. कई बार वो जीरो की जगह ओ दबा देते हैं, ओ की जगह जीरो दबा देते हैं, IFSC कोड गलत हो जाता है, उसके बाद पैसा कहीं का कहीं पहुंच जाता है। तो आई नो कि while we spend 10,000 crore and 1 lakh crore in our RD development department, and if we don't benefit our stakeholders, कितना उसमें हमें पेन होता है कि ये लोग कुछ बताना चाहते थे, ये लोग बता नहीं पाए क्योंकि इनको बताना नहीं आता। तो जो एक्सप्रेसिबिलिटी है, बेसिकली जो आर्टिकुलेशन एक्सप्रेशन है, बी इट ओरल और बी इट रिटन, दैट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। और रिटन इसलिए इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि वो रिटन जो है उसको हर व्यक्ति पढ़ सकता है, कभी भी पढ़ सकता है। जो मेरे टेलीकॉलर से आपकी बात हुई, मुझे क्या मालूम है क्या बात हुई आपकी, आपने क्या शब्द इस्तेमाल किए, आपने क्या चीज उसको बताई, कौन से कॉन्सेप्ट बताए, क्या दिक्कतें बताई। जो आपने लिख के भेजा, मैं एज ए अफसर ऑफ द कंट्री, एज ए सिटिंग इन लखनऊ, एज ए अफसर सिटिंग इन दिल्ली, एंड एज ए अफसर सिटिंग इन यूनाइटेड नेशंस, आई कैन रीड दैट जो आपने लिख के भेजा। नॉट नेसेसरी कि मैंने आपकी जो डिस्कशन हमारे टेलीकॉलर के साथ हुआ है उसको मैं सुन पाया कि नहीं सुन पाया। और उसमें आपसे हमने हाथ से लिखने की नहीं कहा, अपना टच स्क्रीन मोबाइल फोन लेना है, उसमें एबीसीडी लिखी आती है सामने, अपना लैपटॉप लेना, उसमें लिखी आती है, उसको दबाना है। इतनी ही लिटरेसी चाहिए बस, इससे ज्यादा लिटरेसी नहीं चाहिए। जो आपने मुझे उस दिन समझाया, मैं आई वाज माइटली इंप्रेस्ड। बच्चों को विद इन 5 मिनट्स, आपके जो ड्रीमशाला का जो टूल किट बनी हुई है, विद इन 10 मिनट्स दे स्टार्टेड कैचिंग कि कौन सा लेटर से कौन से स्पेसिफिक लाइक फिगर्स को, पिक्चर्स को हम कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं, लेटर्स को जोड़ के किस तरीके से हम सेंटेंस कंस्ट्रक्शन कर सकते हैं। वो हुआ बेसिक पार्ट। और जो आत्मा को परमात्मा से मिलन वाला पार्ट है, लाइक मेकिंग स्मॉल सोल टू द बिगर नेशनल टारगेट्स हैं कि वी वांट के नेशनल फीडबैक शुड कम टू अस नॉट ओरली बट इन राइटिंग and with a time and date stamping, and that will be possible only by IT intervention, and IT intervention belongs to literate people. तो मेरा सबमिशन, ये जो हमारे सब जितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स यहाँ पर हैं, मैं आई एम नॉट स्पीकिंग इन द कैपेसिटी ऑफ बीइंग एन एक्सपर्ट ऑफ द एजुकेशन, बट आई एम स्पीकिंग लाइक एक्सपर्ट ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन एटलीस्ट, कि क्या कम्युनिकेशन रोल प्ले करता है गवर्नेंस में। और आपने जो हमें टैक्सेस दिए, जो जीएसटी दिया, जो एसएसटी दिया, जो इनकम टैक्सेस दिए, जो कि सब दे रहे हैं, मैं भी दे रहा हूं, और मैं भी चाहता हूं कि यदि इनकेस हमारे यहाँ घर के सामने पानी भर रहा है तो वो हटना चाहिए। तो फॉर दैट रीजन वी रिक्वायर कि नेशन शुड स्पीक अप नॉट ओरली बट इन राइटिंग, एंड ग्लोबल ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट जो हमारा ड्रीमशाला है उसको लाइक उसको फलीभूत करने में, उसको फ्रक्टिफाई करने में दे आर एब्सोल्युटली केपेबल। एंड विद देम आवर 1.5 लाख स्कूल, प्राइवेट स्कूल्स, our almost 4.5 lakh to 6 lakh Anganwadi Kendra, their teachers and their staff, they should also integrate with this Dreamshala project. So with this hope and with this expectation, I like conclude my argument, and I hope I could make myself clear to all of you. And thank you very much, Dr. Gandhi, for inviting me, given this opportunity to address such a august gentry. And in future also, I would request कि मैं इसका part बना रहा हूँ and मैं अपना contribution देता रहूँ. Thank you very much.
I don't think I need to say anything after his presentation. You can read for yourself what an excellent human resource is Yogesh Kumarji, and how God has connected all of us up to be with him on this great mission of making Uttar Pradesh a better state. That's all I can say. He is an amazing person, as you could see, and hear. And his commitment is contagious. I'd like to invite back Kavita Rana ji. to continue her presentation, Wind Beneath the Wings. Kavita Rana, Assistant Project Director, Samagra Shiksha, Education Department, Government of the National Capital Territory. Over to you, ma'am. We are eagerly waiting for your presentation as I thank most amazing Yogesh Kumarji. Thank you so much and start you off once more again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunita ji. Again, it was vagaries of technology which got me cut off. And before I continue again with my sharing of the activities that we are taking in Delhi for the out of school children, I'd like to say a quick word of appreciation for Yogesh sir's passionate sharing. And he raised very practical issues regarding DBT, regarding the written communication that often doesn't reach us, because of which many things do not reach the right people for whom they are meant. Thank you so much, sir. The question that I was talking about was, how do we reach these out of school children? So let me share that in Delhi, we have about 136 clusters, and each cluster, these are across 13 districts, and each cluster comprises of 2 wards of the municipal corporation, and we have cluster resource coordinators in each. And as I said, we have 826 special training centers being run. So we form survey teams in each cluster. And a survey team comprises of the cluster resource coordinator, the special training center teachers, and SMC members we involve. Because community participation is of utmost importance in bringing these children back into the main fold. So those teams, we conduct surveys, especially focus surveys during the vacations, summer vacations, winter break, autumn break. Otherwise, the surveys continue throughout the year. But these are the focus surveys that take place, wherein again we reach out to each household to find out how many children are there who have never been enrolled or who have dropped out from the mainstream, as you said, dropped out from the cracks in the education system. So we then counsel the parents, bring those children to school, get them admitted, and a baseline assessment is done to see whether they are ready for the age appropriate class or not. If they are, they're directly enrolled into the class and they continue with their studies, but their presence in school is then monitored for a certain period so that they do not miss out on school again. The others who are not up to the age appropriate level, we bring them to the special training center, which is a separate class being run in the same school with a teacher specially appointed for that purpose, who then carries out a bridge course with those children. And to get them to school, we provide them a lot of incentives in those special training centers. Then during the bridge course, we also conduct reading campaigns for the children, which are specially designed for the special training centers. Again, a baseline assessment, and again, we focus on English, Hindi, and maths. These three, again, covering numeracy and literacy. So baseline assessment is done. It is tabulated for each child. Then a midline assessment and a post-assessment is done at the end of the month. So the child, we map his progress from moving from identifying the alphabets to understanding words, then sentences, and if the child reaches paragraph level, he is again incentivized. So these are certain focused interventions that we plan in special training centers. But as per the Ministry of Education norms, a child will remain in a special training center for a minimum period of 3 months and maximum 2 years. So beyond that, we do not, by that time, we hope that the child can actually be able to read and write and can be integrated into his classroom, age appropriate classroom. Apart from this, another initiative that we've taken is to track a child's academic journey. Supposing a child enters our system in maybe class 4th. Delhi, being the capital, is the hub of migration from all states, all UTs across India. So whenever a child comes to Delhi, we try and get him enrolled into our system. And then we want to track his academic journey from whichever class he enters till the time he does his 12th. So we are creating a module for that, wherein whichever school he goes to, we track his progress. We do not want him to drop out of the system again. So those efforts are still ongoing. Once the module is ready, we'll be able to reach out to them. We are reaching out to other states and UTs also who are developing different systems for monitoring this kind of problem. Andhra Pradesh is one I would like to mention. We received a letter from them during the lockdown period, wherein they had listed that these two children are back in Delhi now. They gave us their Aadhaar number, they gave their parents' contact number, and we were able to admit those children into schools. We didn't have to go and look out for them. The state concerned had provided us their details directly. So this kind of, interstate, inter-UT, inter-district coordination is required so that we do not miss out on any child. When it comes to convergence, let me share that with the Labor Department in Delhi, we have developed a system wherein whenever they rescue child labor, so those belonging to Delhi, we get the details from those departments, and our district coordinators then ensure that those children are enrolled in a school nearby their place of residence. We are also working on setting up special training centers, the offices of the resident commissioners of states from where children rescued child labor is sent back to the state. So that effort is still in its nascent stage. एक बार हो जाएगा तो शायद उन बच्चों के लिए भी हम in the transition period वहां पर कुछ special training का provision कर पाएं. Another initiative that we've taken is in Delhi, that is the night shelters we have. During the winters, you must have read in the papers, winters May for the homeless, night shelters have been set up. So there are 47 night shelters for families and for ladies. So in those children are there. So we have mapped them with our cluster resource coordinators, and every month they visit those centers. And if they find any homeless child, any out of school child there, we try and bring him back to the school system. One more, we are in talks with the Women and Child Development Department to get the trafficked children, the children who are rescued after being trafficked, to bring them back again into the main fold. So hopefully we'll be able to do something. We've got some very motivated officers there. With the WCD department, they have certain field workers who do reach out and survey children. So again, we have a sharing system with them, wherein they share the details of the identified children with us, and we ensure their admission. So that kind of facilitation is being done at our level. So now this is the process that we follow. All the government schemes like midday meal scheme, free uniform, free textbooks, all is provided to these out of school children that we bring into the system. Now it comes to the education part. This is, of course, the support that is being provided. That is where my area of interest was picked when I read the report in the newspaper regarding the Global Dream Project. So I have been in touch with our SCRT and the NCRT also. The NCRT being based in Delhi, it's an opportune moment for us to reach out to them whenever we need any support. And they have been working on developing support material for baseline assessment of the outer school children, then the bridge course, and their post assessment also. So pilot has been carried out by them, and we are in talks with them also. So if we get the access to the material, we'll definitely like to use that also. SCRT is also in the process of developing its own system. So a lot of effort is being done at various levels, and whatever best is possible, we'd like to get it for our children. If I share some data with you, in 1718, we were able to identify about 21,000 out of school children and bring them back to school. In 1819, the figure rose to 30,000 plus, and last year it was 37,000 that we were able to get into the system. So out of those, we were able to mainstream about 27,000, and 1,000 was still continuing. The planning department of Delhi government carried out a massive exercise in an economic and social survey profiling of the residents of Delhi. And we have also requested them to share the data of the out of school children that they have been able to map. However, the only concern being that the lockdown intervened and there was a lot of migration from Delhi. So let's see how many children we are able to reach out. I think the figures for this year, if I'm right, we've got about 26,000 children identified and enrolled in our schools so far. And we are hopeful of getting more children into the main fold now. But it's a mammoth task, I must admit, because the population keeps fluctuating in Delhi. A family that was here may go back to the village and not come back in this season. They go back for the crops, they go back for the weddings, they go back for other functions, and then parents may not bring the children back. So the absenteeism problem is a huge problem. We have to see how we will tackle that. But the monitoring, of course, is going on. But we need to streamline that process as of now. Coming to the global education program and integration of it for our this thing, we are in talks with Tom also. And we'll like to request him to come to Delhi sometime to give a demo lesson to our teachers who are teaching in these special training centers also, so that they also get an idea as to how to go about, working on the literacy level of the children. So it was really fascinating to see the way you moving phonetically. That is, in fact, as Sunita ji said, it is a bottoms up approach. We used to move from the word, the alphabet to the sound. Now we are moving from the sound to the alphabet, and I think which makes sense because the child learns the sound first, and then comes the written part, the recognition of the alphabet. So hopefully we'll be able to do something in the future together. Wish you all the best for your projects. Thank you for making me a part of your journey. Thank you.
So, Kavita ji,
I'd like to say a big thank you. Creating new centers for special education children. It's phenomenal how you have been able to grow the number of centers for out of school children. 826 centers is a tall order, and 26,000 children that are enrolled. It's definitely a very, very challenging situation because you have education population of children that is constantly changing and moving. And in that climate, how do you even do research? I don't know. We'll have to think about it together, how to make this possible. And the problem of absenteeism, practical issues in handling these children and their circumstances, but we cannot give up. So we have to think of new ways how to do it. And I think you've shown some incredible insights into what you're doing as well as what is possible. And I'm certainly very much looking forward to the possibility of sharing this global dream idea and working with your teachers and center heads. And Tom is coming, I'll also come. We'll work on it. And
that will be great.
Will show you tremendous results in a very short span of time. And thank you for giving us that opportunity to even engage with you. It's very hard to actually engage with the policymakers. So I'm really feeling blessed. Thank you so much. Right now, I want to say that this is a time that, like she's making a commitment in intent. And I think that we as people attending this roundtable from across the world and from different parts of India, from Zoom, as well as from Facebook and YouTube, that in your personal capacities and in your institutional capacities, if you will also think of ways in which we can make functional literacy and numeracy more present in India and beyond. I'll be really, really delighted to collaborate with you in any whichever way and look forward to that opportunity. I think now we should be focusing on our conference coming up and all of you sharing, maybe going ahead and implementing change, just contact us. I'll give you the number, which is the best number to contact us. that is very easy to remember as well. It is our hotline number for Global Dream campaign, and that is 740 840 1000. So that is 740 840 1000. And you all have it because it's also for the conference that we are currently hosting. I would like at this point, if you have any questions from Lalita Pradeep and from Kavita Rana, that you can ask those questions, but please make a commitment. We are going to host this conference on 29th, 30th of April and 1st of May. So last Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of April, and then 1st of May. And there, if you can bring your success stories after implementing this change in your own context. I know the children are not coming to school, but we are making it possible that you can use PPTs and you can use online methods to reach out to children. And maybe your children can adopt children 1:1 in their own context. So there are many ways to cut the pie. I'll be happy to negotiate those opportunities with you, and institutionally, of course, with the governments and with the budget private schools and corporate. We are right now discussing with a big corporate, Adobe, that you know all about. All of you know about Adobe. So Adobe is discussing with us where their own corporate institutional members who are working for Adobe will be able to get access to the toolkit and adopt learners in Lucknow slums. So they are working all over the country in Noida and in Bangalore, but they will be able to adopt children here because online anything is possible. So you can adopt migrant children, especially when children out of school who are in remote areas or who have a physical challenge and they are not able to get an education. So especially those children, keep them in mind and see what you can do to bring them an education. And it's really dead easy. And you know that you can do whatever we've shown you. And now, I think after entertaining a couple of questions to key presenters for this afternoon, Meg has already left. So then we are left with Kavita Rana ma'am and Lalita Pradeep ji. If you can pose your questions now in the chat box, I can ask them those questions. After that, please stay back for a few minutes to hear Tom Delaney explain how to teach the Global Dream way and how it's different in a little more insightful way. And he'll show you the physical components of this toolkit and how it works. So it'll give you an insight on what kind of training we'll provide to your teachers and to your colleagues. Okay, so over to you, ma'am. What are the questions that people have posed? I'm trying to go back and look at the questions in the chat box. I think there are a lot of compliments, not real questions.
Yeah, you are right, Sunita. There are lots of compliment rather than questions.
So can Kavita ji, and that will be one way to bring more insights from both of you.
So, thank you so much. Hello. Yeah, I missed it. Did you say something?
Concluding words.
It has been like a wonderful journey since last 4 days. I'm attending almost all sessions, and now in this current session, listening to Yogesh Kumarji, what he was emphasizing. What kind of connect and what kind of facilities and why education and how education can be connected to each and everyone. I actually loved, his point on gestation period. Yes, education can never be
Okay. Technology baffles us. भाई अब उस पे मत लो तुम मुझे, मैं इस पे करूंगी केवल, है ना? अब वहाँ पे नहीं करो, अभी के लिए वहाँ पे मत करो क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा डिस्टर्बेंस हो जाती है. Okay, so challenges of technology once more. We can see how education is not reaching to so many people because they don't have access to technology. Those of us who do, and those of
And
us who
those of us who do have technology are challenged even so. So technology is a solution, but only to the extent it works. Now, over to Kavita Ranaji for her concluding statements, and then I'd request Tom. And please stay back, both Kavita ji and Lalita ji, for Tom's presentation as well.
Thank you, Sunita ji. I think all of us are united with the passion to see the goal being achieved of each child becoming a literate. And I was really, impressed by what Yogesh sir pointed out as an administrator that the literacy in terms of computer literacy is also required. And since almost all children have access to a smartphone now, not even a smartphone, maybe a phone. So at least to type, they need to understand the alphabets. They need to recognize the alphabets. And that is where I think your kit can help. So hopefully we'll be able to work together on this. If anybody has any solution or any suggestion to offer with regard to how to bring the migrant children into the main fold, I would love to hear from you. Thank you so much and wish you all the best for your initiatives.
Thank you, Kavita ji. Over to Tom. We've already introduced him in the past.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was really inspirational. I learned so much. I think we all did from Yogesh and Lalita and all of the speakers, Meg also earlier today, everybody. Really fantastic experience. So I don't want to take much more of your precious time because already it's been a long and very interesting session. I just wanted to share briefly, as Dr. Sunita was requesting, about the Global Dream Program, which is I've been very lucky. I'm originally from Australia, but over the past 2 years, I've been working with Dr. Sunita, and I've been using her program to teach in our slum here in Nai Basti, Lucknow. I've taught about 100 children and adults how to read using the Global Dream books, and it's been a fantastic experience for me. Been very enjoyable and wonderful experience for the learners too. So I really want to encourage all of you, wherever you are in India, in the Hindi belt, please take up our materials and teach someone how to read. Even if you don't have the time to do a lot, we can all spare 15 or 20 minutes a day to teach someone how to read. And it's a fantastic experience, really enjoyable, very meaningful, and it makes a huge difference in a person's life. So I will just very briefly share my screen so that you can see the materials we're discussing. One moment. Yeah. Sorry, the technology issues. So as is my screen visible there? Sunita or someone, can you just let me know, is my screen visible now? Is it visible yet?
You can try once again.
Okay, I'll try once again. Okay. Just one try. Apologies though. Okay. 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 Is my screen visible now? Is that visible now?
Tom, if you can go out once and then come back again.
It's not working? Okay. Look, don't worry about it. I've got a physical copy with me, so let me just display in that as best as I can. Apologies there. Like like others, I'm having my technical issues. So this is the lesson 1 of Global Dreams book 1. I'm not sure how well that's visible.
as we've discussed in the past, it's starting from pictures which are known. The kids know how to recognize the pictures, and it goes to the unknown. So that is the letter. The sound and then the letter. And then once the child or once the learner is able to, oh, thank you, Sega. Once the learner is able to recognize those letters and forms 6 words in lesson 1, we move down to the box. Yes, thank you, Sunita. We move down to the box at the bottom of the page, as Sunita ma'am is displaying. So the purpose of the box is here is where abstraction takes place. So in the top part of the page, the child can just recognize the picture. We ask, "Ye kya hai? Battak ki pehli awaaz kya hai?" Ba. So they're just able to using pictures directly. Then in the bottom part, they are forming new words with those same letters and without the help of the pictures. So in this box is where they get the chance to really practice and master those 10 letters. Now, unlike many programs focus on learning the whole alphabet first, we are not so interested in the alphabet. We want children to be learning from the outset how to make words which have meaning, because that really motivates them to learn. And also, we don't want to teach them all 50 letters at once. Hindi alphabet is quite long and difficult. We don't want to teach them that whole thing at once. We just want to teach them those 10 letters. They can start forming words that keeps their interest in reading. So once the child has, or the learner has mastered the box at the bottom, they're forming new words on their own. Then we move on to the second lesson. And there are 5 such lessons in this book, all similarly structured, using pictures at the top to introduce the sound and the letter, and then a box at the bottom to really practice and consolidate those new letters. So once we move through those 5 lessons, often quite quickly, then there's a section at the back of the book which enables practice. This is all in the Bina Matra book. So it enables practice with short stories and poems, all Bina Matra wale shabd. Some 3 and 4 letter words also we introduce here. So by the end of this book, we have some passages which have all the letters of the Hindi alphabet. Once the learner is able to read these passages, they've mastered the whole alphabet. And then once they've mastered all the akshar, we move on. Yes, we show then we show them the alphabet, the Varnmala. We don't start with the Varnmala. If we start with the Varnmala, it is a rote learning technique, right? It's just a, I, u. It's a very boring way to learn and very ineffective. So we do teach the alphabet, but only at the end, once they are able to read it and recognize those letters. And then after book 1, once they've learned all the letters, we we move on to book 2. So book 2 teaches matras, and similar technique there. We are using pictures. So we're Sunita ma'am is just struggling to open. Okay, so we're using pictures. So for example, you can see there's a picture of a chata there. So we ask, "Ye kya hai?" Chata. Okay, chata ki pehli awaaz kya hai? Cha. Then we show them the word there, and they will often, because they recognize the letters, they can read chata chat. They'll be saying chata chat, and we say, "No, देखिए ध्यान से देखिए, cha में कुछ डंडा लगा है." Okay, तो ये डंडा आ की आवाज बनाएगा. We even have a little poem at the bottom, right? We say, अगर डंडा पैर पर गिरा, तो आ की आवाज निकलती है. Ah. So that's how we explain. We explain that why this symbol makes the ki आवाज. So once again, we're using pictures. We're going from the known to the unknown. And as I think Dr. Sunita mentioned earlier, the chief principle of our program is to not tell the answer to the student. We ask questions, we give them time to think, and the goal of the teacher is to get the answer, get the student to think and give the answer themselves. We don't want, if we tell them the answer, they will quickly forget it, in one ear and out the other. If they think and they understand and they give a response themselves, that is when we know that they have truly learned. So book 2, we go through the mantras sequentially. Each page, you can see it has some pictures at the top, then some rhyming words which help consolidate the mantra, and then a passage at the bottom. Keep practicing it. Then finally, we've got these 2 yellow pages, which are short stories, again using all the mantras, all the letters, and with comprehension questions on the right-hand side. Then after that in the book, we've got a few symbols, and we start to teach writing. So this is another difference between our program and many other programs. Similar to what Yogesh sir was saying, we don't want to emphasize writing at the outset. I've seen many schools, unfortunately, where kids are able to write, but they don't actually know how to read what they are writing. And this is not writing. This is more just drawing, right? They're just copying letters. So this is it's a very big issue. I've seen many people who can write, but they don't actually know what they're writing. So we believe that if kids, and it's our experience, that once kids learn how to read, writing is actually quite easy for them to pick up. So we teach writing, and we teach various other things. Again, similar to what Yogesh was describing, we teach some creative writing concepts. We give words and we ask them to form sentences, learning names of fruits and vegetables, and also
Tom, unmute yourself.
साल से काफी माफ कीजिए मैं देख रहा हूँ काफी मैसेजेस आ रहे हैं मेरे आप लोग मेरी हिंदी सुनना चाहते हैं दोबारा, तो ठीक है, मैं हिंदी में बोलता हूँ थोड़ी देर। हाँ, तो मेरे अनुभव में ये एक बहुत ही प्रभावशाली टूल है, बहुत ही प्रभावशाली औजार है, क्योंकि इससे मैं पर्सनली अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करूंगा कि उन बच्चों को पढ़ा चुका हूँ 5 साल से स्कूल के नहीं पढ़ना सीख पाए हैं, उनको पढ़ा चुका हूँ इन किताबों के साथ 2-3 महीने के अंदर। और जो उनका कॉन्फिडेंस आता है ये खुद जब वो पढ़ने लगते हैं, बहुत बढ़िया लगता है देखने में। राइट, ये वो बच्चे हैं जो स्कूल में डांट खा चुके हैं, मार खा चुके हैं, जो स्कूल में टीचर्स ने बताए हैं उनको कि आप बेवकूफ है, नहीं पढ़ना सीख पाएंगे। आई एम सॉरी, ये अभी तक होते हैं हमारे स्कूल्स में। पर ये वो बच्चे हैं जो इन किताबों के साथ बहुत जल्दी सीख जाते हैं। और इसके साथ ये बहुत खूबसूरत है कि सिर्फ मुझे पढ़ाने की जरूरत नहीं है, बल्कि अक्सर हम साथ में बैठते हैं 10-15 बच्चों के साथ, तो वो एक दूसरे को पढ़ाने लगते हैं। राइट, कुछ बच्चे हैं जिनको ऑलरेडी सही से पढ़ना आ गया है, तो वो अपने दोस्तों की मदद करते हैं। कभी-कभी छोटे बच्चे बड़ों बच्चों की मदद करते हैं, या बड़े बच्चे छोटे बच्चे की मदद करते हैं। तो ये देखने में बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि ये बच्चे एक दूसरे के साथ एक दूसरे की मदद कर सकते हैं। हम बोलते हैं बच्चों को कि आप भी एक बहुत अच्छे टीचर बन सकते हैं। जस्ट आपको सब्र रखना सीखना है, आपको सवाल पूछना सीखना है। राइट, जल्दी से आंसर ना बताइए, सवाल पूछिए, उनको सोचने का मौका दीजिए। तो टीचर होने के लिए आप देख सकते हैं, हम अंग्रेज हैं, राइट, हिंदी हमारी मातृभाषा नहीं है, पर हम भी हिंदी टीचर बन गए हैं। तो अगर हम कर सकते हैं, जरूर आप लोग इससे और बहुत बेहतर कर सकते हैं। तो मैं आप सबको इंकरेज करता हूँ, प्लीज जहाँ पे भी आप हैं, आप कांटेक्ट कीजिए हमें, हम आपको एक किट्स प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं, हार्ड कॉपी में, सॉफ्ट कॉपी में। और आप अपने पास के कोई स्लम एरिया चुनिए, या गांव चुनिए, और वहां पे भी पढ़ाना शुरू कीजिए। एंड डॉक्टर सुनीता दिखारी हैं, हमारे बुक 3 भी हैं। तो बुक 3 संख्या ज्ञान के लिए है, न्यूमरसी के लिए। एंड न्यूमरसी में दोबारा यही कॉन्सेप्ट है कि हम सिर्फ कॉन्सेप्ट से शुरू नहीं करते हैं, बल्कि हम कॉन्क्रीट से शुरू करके उसके बाद कॉन्सेप्ट पे आते हैं। मैं आपको वेरी ब्रीफली दिखाता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं जस्ट अभी ये लाया हूँ। मैं अपने लर्नर्स के लिए ये इतने सारे आइसक्रीम स्टिक्स लाया हूँ, बहुत सारे आइसक्रीम स्टिक्स एंड मैथ स्टिक्स, क्योंकि हम गिनती में हम इसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ वंस एंड टेंस सिखाने के लिए। राइट, हम चाहते हैं कि मैथ सिर्फ एक एब्स्ट्रैक्ट, सिर्फ सिंबल्स नहीं हो, बल्कि लोगों की जीवन से कनेक्ट हो। राइट, तो जब हम कोई एडिशन सिखा रहे हैं, हम बोलते हैं ये आइसक्रीम स्टिक ये 10 रुपए की है, ये मैथ स्टिक 1 रुपए की है। तो अब आप 23 रुपए निकालो, 23 रुपए में कितने आइसक्रीम स्टिक होंगे, कितने मैच स्टिक होंगे। जब ये कॉन्क्रीट चीज जब हाथ में आते हैं, बच्चों को बहुत बेहतर समझ में आता है। तो ये हमारी दोबारा ये किताब बहुत लॉजिकल है, बहुत सीक्वेंशियल है। एक एक चीज बिल्ड करते हुए हमारा मकसद नहीं है कि स्टूडेंट को जस्ट सही आंसर आए, हमारा मकसद है कि उनको सही तरीके से सही आंसर आए। सही तरीके मतलब समझ के, राइट, रट के नहीं, बल्कि समझ के। राइट, मैंने काफी बच्चों को देखा है कि जो स्कूल में पढ़ चुके हैं, कि वो एक एडिशन कर सकते हैं कैरी करके, पर उसको समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि हम क्या कैरी कर रहे हैं। हम यहाँ पे ऊपर 1 क्यों लिखते हैं, मैं पूछता हूँ, उसको कुछ मालूम नहीं है कि हम क्यों 1 लिख रहे हैं ऊपर, इसका क्या मतलब है। तो हम चाह रहे हैं कि हम कॉन्क्रीट चीज इस्तेमाल करके हम ये सिखाएं। राइट, तो बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों के कमेंट्स के लिए। एंड मैं अपना नंबर मैंने पोस्ट किया है व्हाट्सएप में, मेरा व्हाट्सएप नंबर है। सॉरी, ये भी हम मेंशन करते हैं। हमारा पूरा विश्वास है कि हमें खेल खेलना चाहिए बच्चों के साथ। राइट। बहुत जरूरी है कि सीखना को मजेदार होना चाहिए, राइट, बहुत मजा आना चाहिए सीखने में। तो हम इन कार्ड्स को काट के हम उसके साथ बहुत अलग अलग गेम्स खेल सकते हैं, मैचिंग गेम, मेमोरी गेम। हम कोई शब्द बताएंगे और बच्चे को वो कार्ड्स निकाल के फॉर्म करने हैं, राइट। तो ये कार्ड्स भी एक बहुत बढ़िया टूल है सिखाने के लिए। शुक्रिया आप सबके कमेंट्स। ओके ये एक और चीज मेंशन करते हैं, ये हमारे पास ये प्री टेस्ट पोस्ट टेस्ट शीट भी है। ओके तो हम एक बेसलाइन लेते हैं लर्नर का शुरुआत में कि देखने के लिए कि उसकी लेवल क्या है, राइट। तो एक छोटा सा टेस्ट है, हम जस्ट पूछते हैं ये क्या है, शा, ये क्या है, हा। वी जस्ट आस्क देम उनके अक्षर पहचान, उनके शब्द पहचान और उनके मात्राएं, हम ये सब पूछते हैं देखने के लिए कि क्या लेवल है, और उसी के अनुसार हम सही किताब पे शुरू करते हैं। थैंक यू बहुत शुक्रिया आप सब लोगों के कमेंट्स के लिए। जरूर मैं अपना नंबर दोबारा शेयर करूंगा। और यस ये पोस्ट टेस्ट है, तो अंत में हम दोबारा पोस्ट टेस्ट लेते हैं दिखाने के लिए कि कितनी अच्छी प्रगति हुई है उनकी, राइट। सो also we take a writing sample of the learners, right। हम ये भी हम चाहते हैं कि वो अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस कर पाए लिखित रूप में। सो बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों के कमेंट्स के लिए। जरूर मैं अपना नंबर दोबारा शेयर करूंगा। एंड हम एक बार, ये प्रोग्राम सिर्फ मेरे बारे में नहीं है, ये सिर्फ सुनीता के बारे में नहीं है, ग्लोबल ड्रीम नाम के बारे में नहीं, ये हम पूरे देश के लिए है, ये हमारे पूरे प्रदेश और पूरे देश के लिए है। हम चाहते हैं, हमारा स्लोगन है ईच वन टीच वन, हर एक किसी एक को पढ़ाएं, राइट। हमारा विश्वास है जब हम सब लोग ये मिलके काम करेंगे तभी देश साक्षर बन पाएगा, राइट। हम अकेले हमने बहुत मेहनत किया, मजा भी आया, हमने 100 लोगों को पढ़ना सिखाया, पर उससे अल्टीमेटली हम पूरे देश में बदलाव नहीं ला सकते हैं। जैसे योगेश रहा था, जैसे मेग बात करी थी आज, हमें स्केलेबल मॉडल चाहिए, और स्केलेबिलिटी के लिए हम चाहते हैं कि सब लोग इन्वॉल्व हो, राइट। तो हम कुछ और लिंक्स शेयर करेंगे अभी चैट में, प्लीज आप देख लीजिए। एक यूट्यूब वीडियो में है जिसमें हम और क्लियरली एक्सप्लेन करते हैं इन किताबों के बारे में, किस तरीके से पढ़ाना है। और प्लीज जहां पे भी आप हैं, आप हमें कांटेक्ट कीजिए, हम आपको ये किट्स प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं, हार्ड कॉपी में भी, सॉफ्ट कॉपी में भी, और हम आपके साथ चलेंगे इस यात्रा में, इस साक्षरता की ओर यात्रा में। हमें बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। और ये याद रखिए, जब हमें ऐसे मौके मिलते हैं किसी समाज सेवा करने के लिए, एक बहुत अच्छी संतुष्टता मिलती है, राइट। मैं तो बहुत अलग अलग तरीकों से समाज सेवा करने की कोशिश करता हूँ। मैंने बहुत हैंड आउट्स भी दिए कोरोना के टाइम में, मैंने कुछ लोगों को राशंस वगैरह बांटे, ये भी बहुत अच्छा है। पर ये मेरे अनुभव में ये सबसे अच्छा गिफ्ट है, राइट। जब हम किसी को पढ़ना लिखना सिखाते हैं, ये सबसे अच्छा गिफ्ट है उनके लिए, सबसे अच्छा उपहार है, क्योंकि ये जिंदगी भर का उपहार है, राइट। हम राशन बांटते हैं तो वो तो 1-2 महीने में खत्म हो जाते हैं, कपड़े बांटते हैं वो भी 1 साल में खत्म हो जाते हैं, पर जब हम किसी को पढ़ना लिखना सिखाते हैं तो वो पूरी जिंदगी उसके काम आता रहेगा, राइट। जैसे योगेश सर शेयर कर रहे थे, बहुत अलग अलग तरीके से लिटरेसी काम आता है, सरकारी योजनाओं उपलब्ध करने में, लोगों की कॉन्फ्रेंस पढ़ाने में, उनके हेल्थ केयर के आउटकम्स। लिटरेसी एक ऐसी चीज है जो पूरी जिंदगी में अलग अलग एरियाज को छूती रहती है। तो मैं आप लोगों को बिल्कुल इंकरेज करना चाहता हूँ, आप कर सकते हैं, राइट। ये कोई मुश्किल चीज नहीं है। मैं हैरान था जब मैंने ये शुरू किया, मुझे लग रहा था कि लिटरेसी पढ़ाना बड़ा मुश्किल चीज होगा, पर बहुत आसान है इसके साथ। तो मैं आप सब लोगों को बहुत इंकरेज करता हूँ, प्लीज हमें कांटेक्ट कीजिए, ये किट्स ले लीजिए और अपने कॉन्टेक्स्ट में इसका इस्तेमाल कीजिए, और आप खुद अपने लिए देखेंगे कि ये कितने मजेदार है और कितना प्रभावशाली है। थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत शुक्रिया ये मौके के लिए। थैंक यू फॉर योर एनकरेजमेंट। एंड रियली मुझे हिंदी लैंग्वेज बहुत अच्छी लगती है।
Tom, thank you.
English से
I
काफी
would
बेहतर
like
है।
to underscore, of course, Tom is incredible and he has motivated so many people, including at schools in Lucknow, but also beyond, like in the South, he's gone, the West, he's gone. And he has multiplied himself so many times. The Magic Bus project is because of his going over to Mumbai and training some people. Similarly with Pratham. So he's, really doing phenomenal work. But I'd like to also say that we have seen gallant work on part of children. We have a couple of girls of Lucknow who adopted 26 out of school children in that slum and mainstreamed them over the course of one summer vacation during the summer break. Seen gallant work all over the place. One child, she adopted with her parents an entire locality with 108 learners. And this was a grade 8 child. it meets the imagination of children like anything. If we don't stop them, we tap into their idealism. Teenage is the age of idealism. And these kids can make a phenomenal contribution that is not being tapped. This is a resource waiting to make a big difference to India and to the world. So thank you, Tom, and thank you everyone who's been with it. Now it's time for commitment. Can you please write down, if you are interested in this, just put it in the chat box with your number, and we'll copy and paste it in our Word file, and then get in touch with you. So those who are interested in following up on this particular program, let's make the commitment now, because commitment has power, and power brings about change. Okay, so over to the Master of Ceremonies here, Sumita Bhatt. Right, and here's namaste from me, and I think we are going to now wrap this up in a beautiful, elegant way. Yes, I would like to say that we were going to do fellowships and awards, but we were inundated with the forms, and our jury was not able to handle this in this time frame. So what we are planning to do is that April 29th, 30th, and May 1st, we will be revisiting it. So those people who have implemented the Global Dream program or any other program that's innovative, around which they've collected evidence and data and put it in a portfolio, e-portfolio, we will be able to include you automatically for the Education Innovator Awards. And those who would like to go implement some change, they can apply for the fellowships. And we invite you to continue to do that, spread the word, let more people apply, and we'll be able to handle this in April and give you the fellowships and the awards at that time. In the meantime, of course, you have to fill the feedback form. And over to you, Samita. Thank you. Namaste. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबको आने के लिए. अभी जाइएगा नहीं, कुछ बहुत exciting videos भी आने वाले हैं. तो वो सुनते हुए आप धीरे-धीरे अपना इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ एजुकेशन को मनाने के अच्छी तरह मनाने के बाद फिर आप अपना पूरा आफ्टरनून बचा हुआ है आपका एंजॉय करिएगा. ये भी एंजॉय करिए जो अब आने वाला है. थैंक यू.
Thank you so very much, Sunita ma'am, for presiding over this roundtable with the theme Scaling Up for Dramatic Impact. Ladies and gentlemen, a true leader has the confidence to stand alone, has the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to needs of others. He does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by the quality of his actions and integrity of his intent. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming our most respected mentor and ambassador for peace in the entire world, Ma'am Dr. Bharati Gandhi, who has become synonymous with City Montessori School, world's largest school. She is the founder director of this school. Her sincere devotion towards the education of children, training of teachers, upliftment of women, eradication of social evils is recognized everywhere, and she is respected by everyone for the same. Dr. Bharti Gandhi is quite an original thinker, and CMS has greatly benefited from her hard and dedicated service. Her innovative ideas and fresh thinking on education has influenced not only CMS, but many schools nationwide. Dr. Bharti Gandhi's life has been one of dedication on the service of children and to women's welfare, and she continues this task undeterred by any obstacles. She has a tremendous zeal for life, even after 53 years of service to City Montessori School. As its founder director, she spares no effort to make constant improvements in CMS, providing wholesome education to its students. For Bharti ma'am, I would like to say, leadership is not about some title or some designation in the society. It is about the impact, the influence that you have on the society. And the inspiration that we all draw from you is unmatched. We very humbly would like to invite Bharti ma'am to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. I think I'm not that worthy of giving thanks to such a wonderful conference, but I take lots of inspiration from our Shri Rajnath Singh ji, who is not an Indian leader. I always take him as a global leader, and he will also bring Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, that is the world government in the world, to emancipate all humanity. So he's Defense Minister of India, but for me, he's Chief Minister of UP, he was, and he is my great brother. We are very much thankful to him. On your behalf also, I thank him. Now I'm coming to Tom. Tom was a young boy when he came to India along with his parents. His parents devoted all their life, lived in the slum. And this boy, he's an American, so he went to Australia to earn some money when he became young. And after earning money, he bought a ticket to India, again. And then he started to work in the footsteps of his parents. And he has been working like more than an Indian, I must say. हिंदी खूब जानते हैं, खूब बताते हैं, स्लम में रहते हैं, और सब वहाँ के स्लम के बच्चे और बुजुर्ग सब इनके दोस्त हैं. ये अपने दोस्तों के बीच में रहते हैं, और कोरोना शरोना सब इनसे बहुत डरते हैं. ये जो हैं लिटरेसी करते हैं, सुनीता किताबें बनाती हैं, ये पढ़ाते हैं. सुनीता के पास में काफ़ी टाइम कम होता है, तो उनको एक इतना बड़ा बब्बर शेर मिल गया है पढ़ाने के लिए. इनके कई राज्यों में जाते हैं पढ़ाने के लिए, खास तौर से ये हैदराबाद में गए हैं और भी कई प्रदेशों में गए हैं. पर ये जिस स्लम में रहते हैं वो स्टेशन पर है, सिटी स्टेशन पर है, बहुत बड़ा स्लम है, और लखनऊ के अंदर ये बहुत मशहूर हैं. और हमारे ये बहुत ही बड़े प्यारे बेटे हैं, हम इन्हें बहुत प्यार करते हैं. जो हम नहीं कर सके वो इन्होंने किया है, और सुनीता का दिल इन्होंने पूरी तरह से जीता हुआ है. अगर सुनीता का प्यार अगर आप देखेंगे तो इनके चेहरे पे आप देखिए, इनके चेहरे पर प्यार ही प्यार है, और प्यार के अलावा और दूसरा कुछ नहीं है. ये इतने महान व्यक्ति हैं, मैं इनको जितना भी इनके बारे में बताऊं उतना कम होगा. आज हमारे बीच में जो कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू हुई उसमें आए थे मिस्टर योगेश कुमार IAS. I am really delighted to hear him speaking. He is not an IAS, but he's a very young IAS and Deputy Commissioner of UP level, at Deputy Commissioner of Manrega, UP level, that means Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Scheme of India, but he is serving UP, which is the 5th largest state. If it would have been a country, it would have been the 5th largest country of the world. So he is our great, administrator. I salute him. We also have Madam Kavita Rana, who is the Assistant Director Project, Government of National Capital Territory. Under you, Madam, you are running 826 special education centers, and you cater the children, those who are out of school. I'm really amazed that government of India is doing so much, and you are representing that. You are the people who are really serving the masses. I salute you. Then I have got my great friend, Mrs. Lalita Pradeep, Director, State Council of the Educational training, government of UP, and she is there to guide us all the time. And I take her just my elder sister who guides me all the time. And I'm so happy that she is here and she is giving her precious time. Now, I also feel glad to be giving the vote of thanks at this 13th Education Leadership Conference, this international roundtable on the topic of the power of change, inspiring the teachers within, organized by Dr. Sunita Gandhi, Director of Global Education and Training Institute, that is GETI. It was a very ambitious conference organized entirely online over 4 days. It was wonderful to see that more than 1,300 educational leaders took part in this conference from 42 countries. The session started at 8:45 a.m. every day and ended about 11 hours later at 7:45. Most days, logically, this was challenging as the expert speakers of any one topic were in different time zones, but had to be put coherently together on one panel in the same time period. Suppose it is AM, in America it is PM. Such was the level of interest and desire to learn that at hardly any point of time was the participation less than 350 people, even in the late evening sessions. The conference was blessed by talks by Honorable Shri Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister of India, by Dr. Kiran Bedi, Lieutenant Governor of Pondicherry, Dr. Dinesh Sharma, Deputy Chief Minister and Education Minister Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Anil Swarup, former Secretary Education Ministry of Government of India, Mr. Tom, literacy worker at grassroots level in slums in Lucknow and Hyderabad and other states. Mr. Anurag, Mr. Anurag Tripathi, Secretary, CBSE Exam Board, Dr. Irmeli Helinen, architect of the school curriculum in Finland, the best education in the world, I suppose they are having. Mr. John Bergman, founder of the flipped classroom concept, and Dr. Tom Markham, founder of the project Foundation, and so many other global educational visionaries and thinkers and mentors. Having attended the whole 4-day conference, I leave truly inspired, and I hope you too. Thanks to everyone for participation, and please take back the learnings to your communities. There has been created a community of inspired educational leaders here. And we would be delighted to have you keep coming back years after year and to remain connected through the through the year. We hope next time we shall have the pleasure of seeing you all face to face. Let us look to the future with great positivity and let us celebrate.
हमारा सौभाग्य है कि प्रदेश के माननीय
And let us celebrate that this corona year we have had opportunity to reimagine education and to move forward in new directions for the benefit of children throughout all lands. I say Jai Jagat, that means hail the world, goodbye and good luck to one and all. If I have missed somebody name, please forgive me.
Thank you so much, Badi Didi. It's our gratitude towards you that we'd like to express here for proposing the vote of thanks. At the very same time, we feel extremely happy that the Deputy Chief Minister, State of Uttar Pradesh, Dinesh Sharma ji, is all with us for this Leadership International Roundtable. And I think we must thank Dinesh Sharma ji in advance for making this conference, and we are looking forward to hearing from you, sir.
He's so busy and he made time now. Yeah, I just mentioned that he could not.
We're really obliged towards him, despite his extremely busy schedule. Sir could send his words of kindness towards it. Over to the address by Deputy Chief Minister Uttar Pradesh, Dinesh Sharma ji.
Something in his welcome.
हमारा सौभाग्य है कि प्रदेश के माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर दिनेश शर्मा इस समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि हैं। डॉक्टर शर्मा का हम हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। आप एक लोकप्रिय जननायक, कुशल प्रशासक और दक्ष संगठनकर्ता हैं। मृदुभाषी, सरल, दृढ़ निश्चयी और लक्ष्य केंद्रित डॉक्टर शर्मा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी तथा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व के विश्वसनीय सहयोगी हैं। कुछ ही वर्ष पहले की बात है कि आपको देश में भाजपा की सदस्यता अभियान की कमान सौंपी गई थी और आपने सदस्य संख्या 10 करोड़ के पार पहुंचा दी थी। आपकी विश्वसनीयता और लोकप्रियता का ये सबूत है कि आपको वर्ष 2014 में भाजपा के राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष जैसे महत्वपूर्ण पद का दायित्व सौंपा गया। प्रदेश के उप मुख्यमंत्री पद का दायित्व संभालने के पहले आप लखनऊ जैसे सांस्कृतिक और ऐतिहासिक नगर के 2 बार महापौर रहे और दोनों ही चुनावों में आपको शानदार सफलता मिली। महापौर के रूप में आपने लखनऊ के विकास और सौंदर्यीकरण पर विशेष ध्यान दिया। आपकी उपलब्धियों के चलते आपको अनेक राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कारों से सम्मानित किया गया। आप लखनऊ विश्वविद्यालय के वाणिज्य संकाय के एक प्रतिष्ठित प्रोफेसर हैं। आपके मार्गदर्शन में 17 छात्रों ने पीएचडी की है और 2 विश्वविद्यालयों के कुलपति आपके मार्गदर्शन में डीलिट कर रहे हैं। अनेक देशों का भ्रमण कर चुके डॉक्टर शर्मा ने अनेक पत्रिकाओं का संपादन किया। आप 5 पुस्तकों तथा 40 शोध पत्रों के लेखक हैं। आपकी योग्यता और कुशलता को परखते हुए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने आपको माध्यमिक शिक्षा, उच्च शिक्षा, विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विभागों का दायित्व सौंपा। आपने शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आमूल चूल परिवर्तन लाकर महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धियां अर्जित की हैं। हम पुनः आपका हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हैं।
धन्य इस प्रांगण में पधारे, हर्षित है हम तन मन से, जागी है भाग्य हमारे। आपकी कर्मठता ही बनी है आज आपकी शान, आपका स्वागत करने पर हम सबको है अभिमान।
आयो रे आयो रे आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। आयो रे आयो रे आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। छायो रे छायो रे छायो रे, हृदय में आनंद छायो रे। छायो रे छायो रे छायो रे, हृदय में आनंद छायो रे। आयो रे आयो रे आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। आयो रे आयो रे आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। मानवता की मूर्ति आप है, अनुपम काम किए हैं हो। मानवता की मूर्ति आप है, अनुपम काम किए हैं। कठिन परिश्रम और लगन से निर्णय सदा लिए हैं। अनुपम है उत्साह समय मन भावन आयो रे। आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। आयो रे आयो रे आयो रे, आज ये दिन आयो रे।
मुझे 21 से 24 जनवरी तक आयोजित 4 दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस 13वीं एड लीडरशिप 2021 में मुझे शामिल होने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। शिक्षा पर प्रत्येक व्यक्ति का अधिकार है। प्रत्येक बच्चा अपनी कुछ क्षमता को समाहित किए हुए इस बात के लिए प्रयत्नशील रहता है कि उसे राष्ट्र को विकसित करना है, अपने आप को राष्ट्र के प्रति समर्पित करना है। भारत की आवश्यकता भारत देश को बदल रही है। भारत में उच्च गुणवत्ता वाली शिक्षा देश के विकासशील से विकसित राष्ट्र बना रही है। इस प्रकार की शिक्षा ही राष्ट्र को ज्ञान और महाशक्ति के पद पर प्रतिष्ठित कर सकती है। यह सम्मेलन दुनिया के शिक्षाविदों एवं नेताओं के विचार के आदान प्रदान का सर्वोत्तम साधन है। डॉक्टर सुनीता गांधी के प्रयास से ही 80 से अधिक वक्ताओं ने इसमें भाग लिया है। 50 से अधिक देशों के लोगों ने इसमें सम्मिलित होने का अवसर प्राप्त किया है। हमें ये भी बताया गया कि पूरे भारत के 4000 स्कूल प्रमुखों ने भी इसमें भाग लिया है। इसके अलावा कई हजारों शिक्षकों ने YouTube और Facebook पर इसमें हुए विचार विमर्श को बड़ी बारीकी से देखा है। इस दिशा में मैं सुनीता गांधी जी के प्रयास की सराहना करता हूं। उनके द्वारा निर्मित ग्लोबल ड्रीम शाला में निरीक्षर व्यक्ति मात्र 30 घंटे में साक्षर होकर अपने हृदय में ज्ञान की ज्योत जला सकता है। मैं बहुत सारे बच्चों की तरफ से आपकी शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में किए गए प्रयासों की भूरी प्रशंसा करता हूँ। कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप सभी शिक्षाविदों भारतीय संस्कृति के आदर्श वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की शिक्षा को ग्रहण करके सारे विश्व में उसे फैलाने का संकल्प लेकर अवश्य जाएंगे, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। विश्व के तेजी से बदलते परिवेश में सारी वसुधा को कुटुंब बनाने के लिए शीघ्र कदम उठाने की आवश्यकता बड़ी है। आप अपने इस महती सद प्रयत्नों में सफल बन सके, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं। ये जो आपकी 13वीं एड लीडरशिप 2021 की कॉन्फ्रेंस है, मैं इसकी सफलता की कामना करता हूं और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस सम्मेलन में जो चर्चा पर चर्चा हुई है वो भावी पीढ़ी के सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए नए नए तरीके खोजने के लिए प्रयासरत रहेगी। मेरी शुभकामनाएं आप सबके प्रति और जिन्होंने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भाग लिया है, खासतौर से मैं आदरणीय सुनीता गांधी जी सहित सभी शिक्षाविदों को साधुवाद और बधाई देता हूं।
वीडियोस लगा दो अपने दूसरे।
Thank you so much, Dinesh Sharma ji. And with this, we come to the close of the 4-day conference, largest virtual conference on education, 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable. And as we close this conference, I'd like to share from this forum, from this platform, that Global Education and Training Institute is committed to transforming education in all its ramifications. We just witnessed one of the conclaves, which was a concerted effort on part of the organization. There are many more endeavors to this. Just like we explored the theme foundational literacy and numeracy, this International Day of Education, and also celebrate the campaign to literacy that Dr. Sunita Gandhi has initiated and is carrying forward, we also have another platform for live talks, which is called the Getty Live Talks Forum from our FB page. The Getty website shall give you more details about it. So all you education leaders who have joined us over the 4 days, you are welcome to log in to the Getty website and register yourself to come on board the Getty Live Talks and share with us and with the world your thoughts pertaining to education. We are also into innovative curriculum, all under the guidance of Dr. Sunita Gandhi. More details you can find upon logging into our website, gettylearn.org. And as I close this conference, though it's customary, I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart my very small but strong core team at Getty. I would like to specially thank the conference secretary, Dr. Zainab Malai, for all the hard work that she has put in burning midnight oil. I'd like to thank Ms. Shilpi Srivastav. Yes, if you can show them. Zainab ma'am, if you can please. Yes, there's Zainab. So this is Dr. Zainab Malai, the conference secretary. We have Ms. Shilpi Srivastav, the relationship manager there, who many of you have been interacting with. We had a very small but an extremely competent tech team here led by Mr. Manish Srivastav and his team. Many of those are not seen over here. Mr. Ramji, who's sitting next to him. We had the whole Global Dream Shala team. You all heard Tom. We had Miss Milita working from here. We had a very strong team at City International School working with us. So thank you to the leaders there, to the teachers of CIS, and especially to Mr. Nishant, who we see over here. He has worked extremely hard to give shape to our dreams, to bring forth the best of the presentations. Mr. Anoop and Mr. Samar for the wonderful music, choreography that has kept you engaged and glued to this conference and has been giving us that much needed intellectual break from time to time. I would also like to thank over here Mr. Kurian and the films team, film division of City Montessori School, all these lovely gentlemen over here who have been with us all this time. So thank you so much. And if I am to name everybody, I can begin with Manish Tiwari ji, Abhijit Goha, Mohammad Ilyas, Rajet Kashyap, Ratan Shukla, Sham, Soni Piyush, Shantanu, Narendra, Zia, Sayam, Ahmed Sheikh, Anshul Tiwari, Abid, Abdul, Shiv Bhanu, Shivanshu, Gulfam, Vijay, M. Afsar, Cheran Sir, Rajesh Tripathi ji, Parthvipal, Missam, Puttilal, Sarman, Balkrishan, Rizwan, Moharam, Mahendra, Ram Suresh, Pintu, Rajkumar, Shiv Kumar, Suraj, Arvind, and I'm very sure if I have missed even a single name, they all deserve a heartfelt thank and gratitude from all of us. It has been the largest virtual conference in education because of the combined effort of all of us. So heartfelt thank you to all of you. And it goes without saying the person under whose vision we have been working, the convener of this conference, Dr. Sunita Gandhi. We also want to thank Sadananji over here. They help us, Kamal, Rakesh, Shiv Prasad, Ram Kishore, and Monu. All of you, you have been the complete team. So thanks.
Without him, nothing is possible, this gentleman, because he quietly does so much.
If we use this auditorium, the other paraphernalia, if we focus on logistics, there are some people who are indispensable and their contribution can just not be ignored. Sadananji is one such person. So thank you so much. The cleaning staff, when I say logistics, everybody is included. I have named all of you, Sadananji, and your team. Thank you so much. We are closing this conference. Many thanks to the founders of City Montessori School, and especially to Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi, the mother figure for all of us, for being there with us all the 4 days of the conference, being around us, sharing her views, encouraging us, and motivating us. These are the kind of people who form the backbone of any strong endeavor, any commitment, any ambitious decision that a small group of people take and be committed towards. So yes, these were the 4 days, 21st to 24th January, of this virtual conference coming to a close. But before we part ways, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, educational leaders and colleagues, please be with us, witness a small virtual grand finale that is for you to be seen, and along with that, some other very entertaining as well as you can say moving videos coming before you. With this, I, Roli Tripathi, hand over the proceedings to the Master of Ceremony for the day, Ma'am Sumita Bhatt.
Thank you very much, Roli ma'am. Not exactly the proceedings, but yes, we would like to bid bye to all of you with these inspirational words, thoughts till place. Once again, thank you very much for being part of the disruptive education movement with Global Education and Training Institute. Till we meet next, it's bye-bye from all of us. Please stay around for the videos that are going to come up. You'll have a glimpse of all these beautiful presentations by our students. Also would like to request all our participants to please fill up the feedback form.
On the block, take your mark.
For a walk and the walk was cool. Saw some people in the swimming pool. They swam to the right, swam to the left. These are the things that they do best. They backstroke, they backstroke, they backstroke. आजा चिमटे शामी आने के तले है, आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले है।
Flag high up in the sky. And what a beautiful coordination with these cheerleaders. Beautiful colors played by them on the stage. That's how we take that example through the ramp walk of recycling the waste. And the cyclists are also conveying the same message. Cycle and recycle. Sumita ma'am, don't you think that these cheerleaders have actually added that glitz and glam to something heavy and difficult? Absolutely. The fine display of judo and the grand finale, the final pyramid, the tallest pyramid probably in the city. The ability to survive in any situation without bothering failures and a positive attitude with strong determination while being consistent with effort makes a person a successful entrepreneur. And what these children